When time stresses, stories heal.
Hello, my friends, and welcome. I'm so glad you've decided to join me tonight. Before we begin, I want you to take a moment to settle in. Dim the lights, find your most comfortable chair, and leave the busyness of the world behind. While you're getting settled, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. Your engagement truly helps, and the more you interact, the more these chilling tales will find their way back to your feed. Tonight, we're stepping into the shadows to share a few stories that are as true as they are unsettling. So, take a deep breath, get cozy, and let's explore the dark together.
The Glass Box. I still remember the way the air felt that night in Cherokee County, Georgia. It was a Saturday in May, the kind of evening where the humidity clings to your skin like a wet wool blanket. My name is Sarah, and back then I was 17 years old, standing on the threshold of a life I thought I had already figured out. I was wearing a floor-length dress of midnight blue silk that cost my parents more than they should have spent. It was senior prom, the singular event that every teenager in our small town treated like a coronation. We were 10 friends in total, a tight-knit group that had survived the social minefields of high school together. We wanted the night to be perfect, a cinematic goodbye before we all scattered to different colleges across the South. So, we did what every group of seniors does and pooled our graduation money to rent a limousine. I remember the excitement in the air as we waited on my parents' driveway, the sound of crickets in the tall grass providing a rhythmic backdrop to our laughter. My father stood by the porch light, his arms crossed, watching the road with that specific brand of parental anxiety that I did not yet understand. He had always been protective, a man who checked the tire pressure on my car every Sunday morning without being asked. I found his hovering annoying at the time. A tiny friction points in our relationship that I now realize was just his way of saying he loved me. I wish I had turned around and hugged him one last time before the headlights appeared at the end of the street. The limousine was a white stretched town car, long and gleaming under the orange glow of the street lamps. It looked like a palace on wheels, a promise of a world far larger and more glamorous than Cherokee County. The driver, a man named Nelson Baba, stepped out to greet us. He wore a black suit that looked a size too large, and his smile did not quite reach his eyes, which seemed fixed on something just behind my shoulder. At the time, I told myself he was just tired from a long shift of transporting loud teenagers. I ignored the way he fumbled with the door handle, his fingers moving with a heavy, uncoordinated slowness. We were too caught up in the spectacle of our own arrival to notice the first fraying edges of the night. The moment the heavy door clicked shut behind us, the atmosphere changed. The interior of the limo was a narrow world of gray leather and fiber optic lights that pulsed in shades of neon violet and blue. It should have felt like a party, but instead it felt like being sealed inside a pressurized chamber. Then the smell hit us. It was a putrid, thick scent of marijuana that seemed to have soaked into the very fabric of the seats. It was so strong it made the back of my throat itch, a sickly sweet rot that felt out of place in such a polished machine. We all shared a look, a silent communication of uncertainty that we quickly masked with nervous giggles. I remember reaching for a bottle of sparkling cider from the ice bucket, the condensation cold and refreshing against my palm. That small moment of physical comfort was the only thing that kept me from asking to get out right then. I told myself that the driver had probably just finished a different job, or that it was the smell of the cleaning chemicals they used. My mind used that mundane explanation as a shield against the rising dread in my chest. I sat back and watched my house disappear through the tinted glass, the familiar oak trees of our neighborhood blurring into dark, indistinct shapes. I did not know then that the man behind the wheel had no valid certificates to be driving us. I did not know he had spent his time while we were at the dance buying more of the substance that now filled our lungs. As we pulled onto the main road toward the venue, the limo lurched unexpectedly. Baba took a turn too wide, the tires screaming against the asphalt as we narrowly missed a curb. Inside the back, we were tossed against each other, the silk of our dresses rustling like dry leaves in a storm. No one said anything for a long minute, the only sound being the low hum of the air conditioning and the distant thud of the radio. I looked at the partition separating us from the driver, but the glass was dark and impenetrable. I could see the silhouette of the back of his head, perfectly still, even as the vehicle began to drift toward the center line of the two-lane highway. My heart began a slow, wet thud in my ears, a sound I could not ignore no matter how hard I tried to focus on the music. The road ahead stretched out like a dark ribbon, leading us away from everything we knew and into the silence of the Georgia woods. The interior of the limousine felt less like a luxury vehicle and more like a decaying tomb as the clock neared 10:30 that night. The neon lights, which had once seemed festive, now cast a sickly, jaundiced glow over our pale faces, making us look like ghosts in our own celebration. Every time the heavy tires caught the gravel on the shoulder of the road, a sharp, metallic shudder ran through the frame of the car, vibrating deep within my marrow. I watched the silhouette of the man in the front seat, his movements jagged and unpredictable as he fought a silent battle with the steering wheel. The air grew progressively thinner, or perhaps it was merely the weight of our collective terror pressing down on our lungs. My best friend Chloe sat directly across from me, her knuckles white as she gripped the leather upholstery until her fingers began to tremble. We were no longer the confident teenagers who had stepped onto that driveway earlier in the evening. The silence between us was profound, broken only by the rhythmic, heavy thud of the tires and the occasional muffled sound of a cough from behind the partition. I reached for my phone, my movements slow and deliberate, as if any sudden gesture might alert the predator sitting just inches away from us. The blue light of the screen felt blinding in the gloom, a digital lifeline to a world that suddenly felt 1,000 miles away. I began to type a message to my mother, my thumb hovering over the glass as I struggled to find words for a fear that felt both impossible and inevitable. The letters blurred before my eyes, shifting like sand as the vehicle drifted dangerously close to an oncoming pair of headlights. The sensation of movement became a source of physical nausea, a slow swaying that suggested the man at the helm was losing his grip on reality itself. He did not speak to us, nor did he acknowledge the frantic glances we exchanged in the rearview mirror. It was as if we had ceased to be human beings to him, and had instead become mere cargo in his descent into a chemical fog. The smell of the burnt plant matter had evolved, becoming a heavy, oily presence that seemed to coat the back of my tongue with the taste of copper and ash. I looked out the window at the passing darkness of the Georgia landscape, realizing with a jolt of pure adrenaline that we were no longer on the path back to our homes. The familiar landmarks of Holly Springs had been replaced by a dense, impenetrable wall of pine trees that seemed to lean toward the car as we passed. I watched a single tear track, a path through the heavy foundation on Chloe's cheek, a small mark of human grief in a space that felt increasingly mechanical and cold. We were trapped in a velvet-lined box, hurtling toward an unknown destination at the whim of a stranger who could no longer navigate the basic functions of his own life. The realization that our safety was a secondary concern to his fixations was a bitter pill to swallow, one that sat heavy and cold in the pit of my stomach. I finally pressed send on the text message, the 3 small words glowing like a warning flare on the screen. "He is going to kill us," I wrote, the finality of the sentence hitting me with the force of a physical blow. The silence that followed was the loudest thing I had ever heard, a void that seemed to swallow the very possibility of a tomorrow. The vehicle began to drift with a rhythmic, hypnotic swaying that felt disconnected from the physics of the asphalt beneath us. My knuckles were white and bloodless as I pressed my palms against the cool, vibration-prone paneling of the side door. I felt a profound sense of isolation from the world outside, as if the forest were a solid wall of obsidian designed to keep us within this moving vacuum. Every breath I took felt recycled and stale, carrying a sharp, chemical bite that stung the membranes of my nose and clouded my vision. I looked toward the front of the carriage, but the driver remained a motionless statue of shadow, his shoulders hunched in a way that suggested he was no longer inhabiting the same reality as his passengers. The silence inside the cabin had become a physical weight, pressing against our chests until the act of respiration required a conscious and painful effort. My friend across from me had closed her eyes, her face a mask of silent endurance as she leaned her forehead against the dark glass. I realized then that we were no longer moving toward a destination, but were simply being carried along by the momentum of a man who had surrendered his senses to a dark, internal tide. The headlights of the car illuminated nothing but a swirling vortex of dust and insects that danced in the beams before being crushed beneath the heavy weight of the front bumper. There were no street lamps in the stretch of the county, only the oppressive and ancient depth of the Georgia pines that seemed to crowd the narrow shoulder of the highway. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of regret for every minor argument I had ever had with my parents, a grief that manifested as a cold knot in the center of my abdomen. The thought of my father sitting in his armchair waiting for a daughter who might never return was more terrifying than the erratic movements of the limousine. I wanted to scream, to shatter the glass and leap into the dark underbrush, but my limbs felt heavy and unresponsive, as if the atmosphere of the car had turned to lead. The speedometer on the dashboard flickered in the gloom, the needle dancing around 70 miles per hour even as we approached a series of sharp, treacherous curves. Each tilt of the frame sent our bodies sliding across the slick upholstery, a reminder that we were utterly powerless to influence the trajectory of our own lives. A low, guttural sound began to emanate from the front of the vehicle, a noise that was half laughter and half so. It was the first time the driver had made any vocalization, and the sound was so devoid of human warmth that it caused the hair on my arms to stand upright. He was talking to someone who was not there, his voice a series of hurried whispers that were lost to the wind rushing past the windows. I clutched my phone until the casing creaked, staring at the signal bars that continued to drop as we descended further into the rural hollows. We were becoming a ghost story in real time, a collection of memories and silk dresses trapped in a white metal box that was slowly losing its connection to the earth. The sensation of time began to dissolve as the speedometer climbed toward 80 miles per hour. My perspective was limited to the narrow corridors of the road that appeared within the reach of the front lamps before vanishing into the rear view. The engine made a high, thin whistling sound that suggested it was being pushed far beyond its mechanical tolerance. I felt a cold moisture beginning to pull at the base of my spine as the vehicle swerved with a violent, sweeping motion. The man in the driver's seat had begun to rock back and forth in his chair, his head tilted at an angle that looked physically painful. Every few seconds, the heavy frame of the car would clip the rumble strips on the edge of the pavement, creating a sound like 1,000 angry hornets trapped in a jar. I looked at the others and saw that they had reached a state of frozen, catatonic dread. No one spoke because the reality of our situation had exceeded the capacity for language. We were no longer on a journey. We were inside a runaway kinetic object controlled by a mind that had fractured. The interior lights flickered and then died completely, leaving us in a darkness so absolute that I could only track our movement by the way my body was thrown against the door during the turns. I reached out and found the hand of the girl sitting next to me, her skin feeling as cold and waxy as a sculpture. There was no comfort in the contact, only a mutual acknowledgement that we were witnessing the final moments of our own agency. A sudden, sharp lurch sent a stack of plastic cups tumbling from the console, the sound of them skittering across the floorboards sounding like footsteps in the dark. The driver let out a sharp, jagged bark of a laugh that cut through the roar of the wind. He began to hit the steering wheel with the rhythmic precision of a drummer, the dull thuds echoing through the partition. It was clear that he was no longer aware of the 10 human lives he was carrying in the back of his machine. To him, we were merely shadows in a larger, darker dream he was navigating. The road became even narrower, the branches of the overgrown trees scraping against the white paint with a sound like fingernails on a chalkboard. I looked down at the glowing face of my phone and realized that no one had replied to my messages. The isolation was now a physical presence. a thick fog that had filled the cabin and dampened the sound of our breathing. We were passing through a landscape that felt ancient and indifferent to our terror, a series of dark hills and hollows that had swallowed countless secrets before us. The car began to accelerate even further, the vibration of the floorboards turning into a numbing hum that traveled up through my feet. I closed my eyes and tried to visualize the face of my father, but his image was being crowded out by the sight of the driver's hunched, twitching shoulders in the mirror. We were approaching a sharp decline in the road, and I knew with a terrifying certainty that the brakes were not going to be used. The velocity of the vehicle began to create a high, discordant whining sound as the metal frame strained against the resistance of the night air. I watched the back of the driver's head, noticing for the first time that his neck remained unnaturally stiff even as the rest of his body swayed with the erratic momentum of the car. It was as if his physical form had become a mere passenger to the chemicals coursing through his system, leaving the heavy white machine to guide itself by some dark, internal logic. The dashboard lights cast a faint, emerald luminescence across his knuckles, which appeared frozen in a skeletal grip around the steering wheel. We were no longer navigating the familiar geography of our home county, but were instead drifting through a landscape that felt increasingly alien and hostile to our presence. The interior of the limousine had become a vacuum of sound, where the only audible thing was the collective frantic thudding of 10 hearts beating in a ragged unison. I leaned my head against the cold glass of the window, feeling the vibration of the road rattle my teeth until my entire skull felt hollow and fragile. There was no warmth left in the cabin, only a biting, clinical chill that seemed to emanate from the very upholstery we sat upon. I looked at the boy sitting to my left, whose eyes were fixed on the floorboards with a look of such profound resignation that it made my own breath hitch in my throat. We were being ferried by a man who had forgotten we existed, a realization that felt like a heavy stone sinking into the dark water of my consciousness. The road beneath us suddenly changed from smooth asphalt to a series of uneven, jolting patches that sent the car into a terrifying rhythmic bounce. Each impact sounded like a gunshot echoing through the cramped space, a violent reminder of our vulnerability in this high-speed cage. I reached out to touch the velvet trim of the seat, trying to ground myself in something physical. But the fabric felt greasy and unfamiliar under my fingertips. The driver began to mutter a series of low, rhythmic syllables that sounded less like language and more like a mechanical drone, his voice rising and falling with the undulations of the highway. It was a sound of absolute detachment, a vocalization of the void that had opened up between his responsibilities and his current state of being. I stared at the blackness beyond the tinted windows, searching for any sign of a house or a distant streetlight. But there was only the endless, suffocating wall of the Georgia pines. The trees seemed to be leaning inward, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers to brush against the roof of the car as we hurtled past. I felt a sudden, sharp wave of grief, for the simplicity of the morning, for the mundane act of putting on my shoes, and laughing at a joke that now felt a lifetime away. The distance between who I was then and who I was in this moment felt infinite, a gap that was being widened by every mile the man in the front seat took us into the unknown. We were approaching a fork in the road where the forest grew even denser, and I knew that whatever choice he made would determine if we ever saw the sun again. The mechanical vibration of the floorboards began to numb the soles of my feet, a constant and unforgiving reminder that we were losing the battle against the physics of the road. I watched the silhouette of the man in the front as he reached into the center console, his movements fluid and practiced despite the high speed of the vehicle. A small, orange spark flared for a fraction of a second, illuminating the hollows of his cheeks and the glassy, unfocused intensity of his stare. The scent that followed was more concentrated than before, a thick and oily cloud that seemed to settle in the very fibers of my midnight blue dress. It was the smell of a man who had completely vacated his post, leaving the 10 of us to the mercy of a machine that was now a projectile. I looked at the girl beside me and saw that she was no longer crying, her face having settled into a mask of hollow exhaustion. We were suspended in a state of hypervigilance that felt like a physical weight behind my eyes, making every shadow outside the window appear as a reaching limb. The digital clock on the dashboard had become a source of fixation for me, the gray numbers ticking upward with a slow and agonizing indifference to our plight. 10:41, 10:42. Each minute felt like a mile of distance placed between us and the possibility of a safe return. I tried to imagine the sound of my mother's voice, but the roar of the wind against the sunroof was the only thing that occupied the silence of my mind. The limousine took a sharp, descending turn that caused the tires to lose their grip for a terrifying heartbeat, the back end of the car sliding toward the drainage ditch. I felt the centrifugal force pull my body toward the door, the cold metal handle pressing into my ribs like a warning. The driver did not tap the brakes. Instead, he seemed to lean into the slide, his head bobbing in a rhythmic, terrifying synchronization with the movement of the car. He was humming a melody that I did not recognize, a low and discordant string of notes that vibrated through the glass partition. It was the sound of someone who was comfortably at home in a nightmare, entirely separate from the frantic, silent prayers being whispered in the back. I gripped the edge of the seat until my fingernails left indentations in the leather. My eyes locked on the dark line of the horizon. We were passing a sign for a gas station, the neon light flickering with a dying rhythmic pulse that mirrored the state of my own hope. I knew that if we did not find a way to break the cycle of this movement, we would eventually reach a point of no return where the road simply ended. The realization that our lives were being bartered for a few moments of chemical oblivion was a grief that felt heavier than the fear itself. I looked at the phone in my lap, the screen dark and empty, and wondered if the last thing I would ever see was the reflection of my own terrified eyes in the black glass of the window. The speedometer became a blurry white arc in the periphery of my vision as the limousine plummeted down the lightless corridor of the state highway. I could feel the thin soles of my dress shoes vibrating against the floor, a sensation that traveled up my shins and settled as a cold, electric hum in my knees. The driver had reached a state of complete physical disconnect. His left hand hung limp at his side while his right hand barely rested on the top of the wheel, guiding the massive frame of the car with the careless indifference of a child playing a game. Every time we crossed a bridge, the expansion joints sent a violent hollow boom for the chassis that sounded like the earth itself was cracking open beneath us. We were no longer a group of friends. We were 10 individual islands of grief, each of us mourning the lives we had been living only 4 hours earlier. I watched the silhouette of the partition, seeing the faint, rhythmic movement of the driver's jaw as he continued that low, wordless chanting. The air inside the cabin had become so saturated with the heavy, herbal smog that it felt as though we were breathing through a thick veil of damp wool. My lungs burned with a dull, persistent ache that made every inhalation a deliberate struggle. I looked at the boy sitting across from me, his head bowed so low that his chin touched the knot of his silk tie, his entire body trembling in a slow, tectonic rhythm. The road began to narrow as the shoulder vanished into a steep, rocky embankment that loomed just inches from the glass. I realized with a sudden, sharp clarity that the man in the front was no longer looking at the pavement. His eyes were fixed on the rearview mirror, staring back at us with a wide, unblinking intensity that was visible even in the gloom. He was not driving us home. He was watching us disappear. The realization was a physical blow, a sudden drop in pressure that made my ears pop and my stomach churn with a bitter, acidic heat. We were passing through a region of the county where the trees grew so close to the asphalt that their leaves brushed against the side mirrors with a persistent, rhythmic whispering. I reached out and touched the window, the glass feeling as cold as an ice floe in the middle of a winter sea. I tried to focus on the sensation of the smooth surface, searching for any connection to a world that made sense, but the vibration of the engine was too dominant to ignore. It was the sound of a mechanical heart failing, a frantic and uneven beat that suggested the vehicle was nearing its breaking point. We were approaching a sharp, unlit curve where the guardrail had been twisted into a jagged ribbon of steel from a previous wreck. I held my breath, waiting for the sensation of the brakes, but the car only surged forward with a new and terrible hunger for the dark. The high-pitched screech of the wind through the door seals had become a permanent, agonizing whistle that drowned out the sound of my own pulse. I watched the speedometer needle vibrate with a frantic, rhythmic intensity as it hovered near 90 miles per hour. The driver had now completely slumped to one side, his right shoulder pressed against the window, while his left hand made lazy, dangerous arcs across the steering wheel. He was no longer a person to me, but a vessel for a terrifying and mindless momentum that was pulling us toward a final, violent conclusion. The digital clock on the dash flickered to 10:47, the glowing green digits casting a sickly, underwater tint over the white lace of my corsage. I felt a sudden, sharp pressure in my chest as the vehicle began to drift across the center line, the headlights illuminating a vast, empty void where the oncoming lane should have been. The silence from my friends was absolute, a heavy and suffocating blanket that seemed to absorb any attempt at a scream. We were passing a dilapidated barn that leaned toward the road, its weathered gray wood looking like the ribs of a giant, sun-bleached animal in the dark. I realized that my hands were locked in a death grip around the metal armrest, the cold steel biting into my palms until I could no longer feel my fingers. The road ahead was nothing but a series of blind rises and sudden drops that sent the heavy car into a state of near weightlessness. The driver let out a sudden, sharp gasp that sounded like a man drowning in shallow water. He began to turn the wheel with a slow, deliberate motion that had no correlation to the curves of the highway. I watched in the rearview mirror as his eyes rolled back, leaving only the white-veined sclera visible in the dim light of the instrument panel. We were no longer being driven. We were being discarded by a mind that had found a different, darker destination. The smell of the smoke had become a physical entity, a thick and greasy residue that coated the back of my throat and made every breath feel like a betrayal of my own body. I looked at Chloe, whose eyes were fixed on a small frayed thread on the headrest in front of her. She was whispering something to herself, a rhythmic and repetitive sound that was lost to the roar of the tires. We were approaching a narrow concrete bridge that spanned a dry creek bed, the gray walls of the structure appearing like a set of jaws in the darkness. I braced my feet against the floorboards, waiting for the impact that felt as inevitable as the sunrise. We were no longer sure we would see. The vehicle lurched one last time, the tires screaming as they fought for a grip that was no longer there, and for a single terrifying second, the world became nothing but the sound of rushing air. The tires shrieked against the concrete barrier of the bridge, a sound that felt like a physical serration across my eardrums. I was thrown forward, the seatbelt cutting a sharp, bruising line into my collarbone as the massive white frame of the car groaned under the stress of the sudden friction. The driver let out a low, rattling breath, his hands finally dropping from the wheel as if the sheer force of the near impact had snapped the last thread of his consciousness. We were no longer accelerating, but the momentum carried us forward in a sickening, uneven glide that felt like the final slide of a dying animal. I looked through the partition and saw that his head was lolling against the side window, his mouth open in a silent, vacant expression of complete surrender. The silence that followed the screeching of the tires was more terrifying than the noise itself. It was a vacuum of sound where the only thing I could hear was the frantic, wet rasp of my own breathing. We were drifting into the center of the lane, the car slowing down as the engine began to sputter and die with a series of rhythmic, metallic coughs. I reached for the door handle, my fingers fumbling with the cold chrome, but my joints felt as if they had been fused together by the sheer intensity of the adrenaline. I looked at the girl sitting in the back with me and saw that they were staring at the driver's slumped form with a look of pure, unadulterated horror. We were 10 souls trapped in a luxury coffin, waiting to see if the world outside still existed. A soft, rhythmic clicking began to emanate from the dashboard, a mechanical pulse that sounded like a countdown in the gloom. I watched the green glow of the digital clock as it flickered, the numbers blurring and shifting as the battery began to fail. 10:51, The car finally came to a complete halt in the middle of the lightless highway, the only illumination coming from the weak yellow beams of the headlights as they struggled to pierce the fog. I felt a sudden, overwhelming wave of grief for the girl I had been when I stepped into this vehicle. A version of myself that was now lost to the darkness of Cherokee County. We were sitting in the absolute center of a void, the forest on either side of the road appearing like a pair of high obsidian walls that reached for the stars. The driver did not move, his body remaining in that slumped, unnatural position as the scent of the burnt vegetation began to dissipate, replaced by the smell of hot oil and cooling metal. I finally managed to pull the handle, the door opening with a heavy, reluctant thud that echoed through the silence of the woods. The air that rushed in was cool and smelled of pine needles and damp earth, a stark contrast to the stagnant chemical atmosphere of the cabin. I stepped out onto the asphalt, my legs feeling like they were made of water as I looked back at the long white shape of the limousine. It looked like a ghost ship anchored in the middle of a black sea, a monument to a night that had gone horribly, irreversibly wrong. I reached for my phone one last time, my thumb hovering over the screen as I saw a single notification light blinking in the dark. The cool evening air of Holly Springs felt like a benediction as it rushed into my lungs, stripping away the oily residue of the cabin. I stood on the shoulder of the road, my midnight blue silk dress shimmering under the weak yellow glow of the hazard lights. Behind me, the white limousine sat like a dead weight on the asphalt, its engine ticking as the metal began to contract in the Georgia night. The driver remained a motionless shadow against the glass, a man who had successfully transported us to the very edge of our own existence before vanishing into his own chemical fog. I looked at the dark wall of the forest and realized that the silence of the woods was no longer threatening. It was merely a mirror to the hollow space that had opened up inside my own chest. One by one, the others began to step out of the vehicle, their movements stiff and mechanical as they navigated the transition from the velvet tomb to the open air. We stood in a ragged circle, our formal attire looking absurd and fragile against the backdrop of the unlit highway. No one spoke, for there were no words that could bridge the gap between the celebration we had planned and the survival we had just inherited. I looked down at my phone and saw a message from my father, a simple inquiry asking if I was having the time of my life. The irony of the sentence was a physical weight, a reminder of how thin the line is between a cherished memory and a permanent scar. The sound of an approaching engine began as a low hum in the distance, growing into a steady roar that signaled the arrival of the local deputies. I watched the blue and red lights crest the hill, their rhythmic pulsing reflecting off the white paint of the limo in a way that felt final and absolute. We were no longer alone in the dark, but the sense of isolation did not leave me. It merely shifted into a different form. The officers moved with a practiced clinical efficiency as they approached the driver's side door, their flashlights cutting through the gloom to reveal the man who had held our lives in his shaking hands. I watched them lead him away, his gait uneven and his eyes still fixed on a horizon that only he could see. We waited at the Quick Trip station for our parents to arrive, the bright fluorescent lights of the convenience store feeling harsh and exposing after the intimacy of the shadows. When my father finally pulled into the parking lot, he did not ask questions. He simply held me until the shaking in my limbs began to subside. I looked back at the road we had traveled and realized that I would never truly leave that limousine. A part of me would always be sitting in that gray leather seat, watching the trees blur into a solid wall of black as a stranger steered us toward the void. We had returned to the world of the living, but the silence of that night had settled into my bones, a permanent passenger that would whisper to me every time the sun went down. What the portrait kept. The drive from Hartford takes a little over an hour when the leaves are still on the trees, and I made it in 53 minutes because I was not watching the speedometer, and there was no one on the roads that particular Monday in late October to remind me that I was supposed to be careful with myself. I had not been careful with myself in 11 months. My name is Helen Pritchard. and I am 51 years old. And in the November before the one I am writing about now, my daughter died in a way that I will not describe here. Not because I cannot find the words, but because I have found that the words once released into a room change the temperature of that room permanently. I have said them once to a woman in a gray cardigan who kept a tissue box on her desk and a clock where I could see it, and I have not said them since. What I will say is this. Miriam was 31. She had her father's hands, and I have not been able to look at certain colors since. The house came to me on my birthday through the will of my great-aunt Florence, who had maintained it for 40 years in the specific way that New England women of that generation maintained things, without sentiment, without complaint, and with a thoroughness that looked like love but was actually closer to duty. The will described the property in legal language, square footage and acreage and assessed value. And at the end, in a codicil added 2 years before her death, Aunt Florence had written in her own hand, "Helen should have it. She will know what to do with it." I did not know what to do with it. I did not know what to do with anything. That was the truth of the 11 months following Miriam. My therapist, the woman with the tissue box, had used the word avoidant more than once. And she had not been wrong. The house represented something I had been meaning to face and had not faced. Miriam had loved the Litchfield property. She had driven up 3 times in the last year of her life to see Aunt Florence, to walk the grounds, to sit in the kitchen and drink the strong, slightly bitter tea that Aunt Florence made from a mixture she kept in a blue tin. I had not been there once in those 3 visits. There had always been something. Work. A prior obligation. A reason that made sense at the time and makes me sick to examine now. So I drove up on a Monday in late October, with the car smelling of the takeout coffee I had picked up in Torrington, and I turned off Route 202 onto the county road, and then off the county road onto the unpaved lane that climbs through second growth maple and birch, and I came around the last bend and saw the house the way I imagine you see someone you have been avoiding, with a complicated, involuntary recognition that includes both familiarity and shame. It is a federal-style house, built in 1811, white clapboard that had gone the color of old cream, black shutters, 8/8 windows on the ground floor, the kind of house that photographers stop to take pictures of on fall foliage weekends, not understanding that beautiful things and right things are not always the same thing. The sugar maples along the front drive were past their peak. The leaves that remained were the darkest burgundy, almost brown, holding on with the particular stubbornness of things that know their time is past, but have not yet let go. I sat in the car with the engine idling and looked at it for a while. The coffee was still warm. I wrapped both hands around it and let the ceramic heat press into my palms, and I thought in the way I had learned to think since Miriam, which was carefully, one object at a time, like clearing a table covered with breakable things, that the house looked closed. Not locked, not empty, but closed in the way a face is closed. Everything in the right place and nothing available. I let myself get low on groceries before making this drive, which meant I had a reason to go to the general store in Litchfield proper before I settled in. I noticed this about myself as I finally killed the engine and stepped out into the cold air, which carried the smell of fallen leaves and wood smoke from somewhere I could not identify. And, underneath both of those, the clean mineral smell of recent rain on cold earth. I noticed it and I recognized it as a strategy. The groceries were a reason to not yet open the door, to not yet be inside, to delay by 10 minutes or 20 the moment of standing in a house that Miriam had loved and I had not visited. My therapist would have called this by its name. I called it a reasonable errand and started unloading the car. The key was where Aunt Florence had always kept it, under the loose stone at the base of the porch steps. The lock was stiff with disuse, but it turned. The smell of the interior came out to meet me before I had the door fully open. It was the smell of a house that had been closed since February, which is when Aunt Florence had been moved to the care facility in Winstead, where she died 3 weeks later. Old wood, cold hearth, the faint sweetness of something floral that had long since dried to powder. mouse activity in a distant corner, and something else that I registered briefly and then dismissed. The way you dismiss a word in a foreign language that sounds like it might mean something but probably does not. A faint organic richness underneath the closed house smell, like soil turned up in a garden bed at the end of the season. I told myself it was the root cellar. Old houses in this county all have them. The front rooms were dim, the shutters still latched from outside, and I moved through them, opening windows and unlatching shutters, letting in the pale October light and the sound of wind through the nearly bare maples. The furniture was shrouded in white cotton sheets, the kind Aunt Florence had used for this purpose since before I was born, and the shapes under them were familiar. The camelback settee, the parlor chairs, the writing desk in the corner, and on the east wall of the front parlor, uncovered, unprotected, exactly where it had always been, the portrait. I had forgotten to prepare myself for it. It is 7 feet tall and 5 feet wide, oil on canvas, in a gilt frame that has been going slightly green at the curlicues for as long as anyone can remember. The first Pritchard matriarch, Abigail, seated in a chair that still exists in the blue bedroom upstairs, her hands resting on her lap with the palms turned upward in a gesture that I have always found difficult to read. It could be offering, or it could be pleading, or it could be something that has no name in the vocabulary of ordinary people. Behind Abigail stands her daughter, the first Florence, rendered in the softer tones of background figures, her face partly in shadow, her hands on her mother's shoulders in a posture that I have always understood as protective. I stood in the dim parlor with the October light just beginning to come in through the unlatched shutters, and I looked at the portrait, and the portrait looked back at me with Abigail's particular 19th century composure. And I thought about Miriam, who had loved this room. I thought about her standing exactly where I was standing, looking at exactly what I was looking at. I thought about what her face might have looked like in this specific light. Then I went to find the circuit breaker, because the cold in the house was settling into my fingers, and I needed to know whether the heat still worked. It did, mostly. The radiators in the back rooms knocked and breathed, and produced a warmth that smelled of dust burning off old metal. And I found a wool blanket folded at the foot of the upstairs bedroom cedar chest, and brought it down and wrapped it around my shoulders, and sat in the kitchen with my groceries still in their bags, on the table, eating crackers and cheddar cheese, and listening to the house remember how to be inhabited. Outside, the last light went. The maples disappeared into darkness. From the front parlor, through the closed kitchen door, I could hear nothing at all. That was the right thing. That was what a closed room sounded like. I knew that. I told myself that and ate another cracker, and the radiator knocked, and the house made the sounds that old houses make, and I was fine. The portrait waited in the dark front parlor as I climbed the stairs that first night, and I thought, briefly, uselessly, that the room it stood in felt less cold than the rest of the house, which made no sense at all, and which I tucked away in the part of my mind reserved for things I would examine later and never did. The front parlor had seemed only dim the night before, but in the morning it revealed itself to be something more deliberate than darkness. A room that had arranged its shadows with intention, that held the gray November light at a specific distance, as though brightness were something that required permission to enter. I stood in the doorway with a mug of tea going cold against my palm, and I looked at the portrait, and for a long moment I could not tell whether I was studying it or it was studying me. That was the second morning. I had slept badly, which was not unusual. Since Miriam, sleep had become a negotiation I rarely won on favorable terms. I could have the unconscious part or the resting part, rarely both. And what passed for sleep was usually a shallow, vigilant state in which I was aware of every sound the house made as it moved through the hours. The cedar chest at the foot of the upstairs bed had creaked twice. Something in the walls had ticked like a clock that was not a clock. The house, settling into the fact of my presence, was conducting its own assessment. I had been doing the same thing since first light. The front parlor was the largest room on the ground floor, running the full width of the house along the eastern face. and in the morning it received whatever thin light the November sky was willing to offer. The plaster walls were painted the particular shade of pale green that appears in old New England houses and nowhere else. Not quite sage, not quite gray. The color of something that has been many other colors first and settled, finally, into this one. The wainscoting below was white. The chair rail above was white. And against that composed neutrality, the portrait on the east wall was the only declaration the room made. I had grown up hearing the word heritage used about this house, and about the portrait specifically, in the way that certain families use heritage to mean things that belong to us in ways we did not choose and cannot return. My mother, who died when I was 9, had never spoken of the Litchfield property without a small involuntary change in her voice, something between reverence and apprehension that I had not had the vocabulary to name when I was a child, and it simply absorbed into my understanding of what the house was. My father had called it your mother's people's trouble, which was his way of not saying anything useful at all, and which had not prevented him from marrying into the Pritchard line regardless. The portrait had been in this parlor since 1847. I knew that date precisely because Aunt Florence had told me more than once. During the childhood summers I had spent at the house before my own life intervened and made childhood visits feel unnecessary. Aunt Florence was a woman who communicated in facts because she did not entirely trust the register of feeling. She had grown up in a time when feeling was considered a private matter, something you carried in the interior and did not display on the exterior without good reason. What she offered instead were dates, measurements, names, the documented record of things that had verifiably occurred. The portrait was commissioned in 1847. It was completed in 1849, because Abigail Pritchard required 2 years of sittings to be satisfied. It had hung on this wall without interruption since 1849, except for 3 months in 1944 when the plaster behind it had required repair. I stood in the doorway with my cooling tea and thought about the fact that the portrait had been here longer than anyone I had ever known had been alive. That thought had a quality I recognized. It was the kind of thought grief produces not because it is about anything, but because the mind, accustomed to carrying a specific weight and suddenly finding that weight still present, reaches for whatever is at hand to demonstrate that time continues, that things precede us, that things will follow. I thought about Miriam, who had stood in this doorway. I made myself stop. I carried my tea to the settee against the wall opposite the portrait and sat. And I did what I had been telling myself I would do since arriving. I looked at the painting properly, not the way you look at something familiar, already knowing what you will see, but the way you look at something you are genuinely trying to understand. Abigail Pritchard was painted at approximately 50 years of age, which I knew because Aunt Florence had told me, and because you could see it in the composition of her face. Not old, not young, but settled into the architecture of herself, in the way that people sometimes do in the middle of their lives when they have survived enough that they have earned their own expression. She was neither beautiful nor plain. She was a woman whose face had been shaped by her specific history, and which therefore could not have belonged to anyone else. The painter had understood this. The painter had not attempted to flatter her. That restraint, I thought, was itself a form of respect. Her hands resting in her lap with the palms turned upward. I had always read that gesture as offering. This morning, for the first time, I read it as waiting. Behind Abigail, in the middle distance of the canvas where the background figures stood, was the first Florence, Abigail's daughter, painted in the softer, more abbreviated style that painters use for secondary figures, half turned toward her mother. Her face was partially averted from the viewer. Her hands rested on Abigail's shoulders in a posture I had always understood, without examining why, as protective. I sat with my cold tea, and I looked at those hands on those shoulders, and I thought about hands on shoulders. And then I had to put the mug down on the side table and press my own hands flat against my knees and look at the ceiling for a moment until the sensation passed. That was grief's particular architecture. It did not arrive as a single catastrophic event. It arrived as a series of ordinary things that had been quietly mined, so that you could not reach for a mug, or look at a painting, or notice the way afternoon light lay across a table without something underneath detonating, and the whole surface of the moment collapsing. I had a grocery list I needed to write. I focused on that instead. Coffee, because I had already finished what I brought. The olive oil I had forgotten. Something for dinner that required actual cooking rather than crackers and the contents of a cabinet. I had told myself, early in the grief, that I would not become a person who stopped eating properly, and I had succeeded intermittently at that promise, in the way that people succeed at promises they make to themselves when they are most frightened. The grocery list took 3 minutes to compose mentally. I got up and wrote it on the back of an envelope I found in the kitchen drawer, and put on my coat. The village of Morris, which was the nearest community of any practical size, was 4 miles down the county road and contained a general store run by a family named Wakefield that had been running it in various configurations since the 1930s. I had been there twice with Aunt Florence as a child. What I remembered was a narrow space that smelled of aged wood and motor oil, with a refrigerated case in the back that hummed at a pitch just at the edge of audibility, and a man behind the counter who spoke infrequently and with precision. The man behind the counter now was not the man I remembered, but the resemblance was close enough that I understood I was looking at a son or a nephew. He was in his middle 60s, broad-shouldered and unhurried, with the weathered, even complexion of someone who had spent decades near water or wind. He did not greet me when I came in, which I understood was not rudeness but the particular hospitality of people who have grown up in small places. They extend presence rather than performance, and they wait for the visitor to declare themselves. I placed my items on the counter and mentioned that I was staying at the Pritchard house on Aldermoor Lane. He looked at me steadily for a moment before beginning to ring my items through. His name, I would learn later, was Gerald Wakefield. He was 67 years old. He had lived within 4 miles of the Litchfield house his entire life, and he had known Aunt Florence for 50 years. And he had been in the house exactly once as a child, and had not entered it again. He asked whether I was the niece. I said I was. He asked how long I was staying. I said I was not sure yet. Through the winter possibly. I had work I could do remotely, and the house needed attention, and I paused there, not quite completing the sentence, which I had not planned to begin in quite that way. He finished ringing through my items without filling in the space I had left, which I appreciated more than I could have said. At the door, I stopped. I turned back and asked, because something in the room had made me ask, some quality of the air in that particular general store on that particular November morning that made the question feel like the right thing to do. I asked whether he knew anything about the portrait in the front parlor. Gerald Wakefield set both hands flat on the counter. He looked at the door, not at me. Then he said very precisely, "The portrait has been in that house a long time." I said that I knew that. He said, "There are people in this county who know more about it than I do, and there are people who know more than they will say." I waited. He looked at me then, directly and with an assessment I could not entirely interpret. He said, "Your aunt did not like to talk about it either, but she checked it every morning, first thing, before anything else. I know because she told me once, 14 years ago, maybe 15. She came in one morning looking," he paused. "She looked as though she had not slept. She bought coffee. I asked her if she was all right. She said she had not gone to check on it the night before, and she had regretted it. I asked what she meant by check on it. He picked up his cloth and wiped the counter once slowly, the way a person does when they are not cleaning but thinking. He said, "I do not know what she meant." She did not say, and I did not ask, because Florence Pritchard was not a woman you asked twice about something she had chosen not to finish explaining. I carried my groceries to the car. I sat in the driver's seat for longer than I needed to before starting the engine, and I thought about the portrait waiting in the dim front parlor, and I thought about the particular phrase Gerald Wakefield had used, the phrase that was not really a description, but felt, in retrospect, like something much closer to a warning. She had not gone to check on it, and she had regretted it. On the drive back up the lane toward the house, I found myself noticing the windows, the way each one was dark and still and reflecting back only the overcast sky. And I understood, without wanting to understand it, that I had unconsciously started counting them. I had not intended to go into the cellar. That was the truth. And I want to state it plainly before I describe what happened, because by the time I finish describing it, the sequence of events will have its own internal logic that makes each step seem inevitable, and inevitable things have a way of making intention feel irrelevant. It was not irrelevant. I had not intended to go into the cellar. I went anyway, and the distinction matters even if I cannot entirely explain why. It was the third day, a Wednesday. I had established, in the way that solitary people establish things, a loose pattern to the mornings. Tea in the kitchen before the radiators had fully warmed the ground floor, a period of work at the dining table that I shared with the drafting software I used for the landscape consultancy projects that had sustained me, intermittently and adequately, since I left the university where I had taught for 17 years. I had left the university 2 months after Miriam. I could not explain this decision to the people who asked about it, which were many, because the honest explanation, that being in rooms full of people who were measuring a future in semesters, had become physically unbearable, required a level of disclosure I was not prepared to offer. I said instead that I needed a change, which was true in the way that descriptions of catastrophe are often technically accurate and completely insufficient simultaneously. The work that morning was a planting plan for a property in Avon, a renovation of an existing formal garden whose owners wanted something that looked considered rather than maintained. It required my full attention. I gave it approximately 40% of my attention and spent the remainder listening to the house. I had not yet named what I was listening for. That is also true. I was listening the way you listen in the period between waking and full consciousness, when the mind is still permeable enough to receive information it would otherwise filter out. Not for anything specific, just oriented, alert, directed outward at the ambient sound of the structure around me. What I noticed that third morning was the floor. The kitchen floor in a federal-style house of this age is wide-planked pine, and it moves. This is not unusual. Wood floors in New England speak constantly. They expand and contract with temperature and humidity. They carry sound from adjacent rooms. They record the passage of weight across their surface with a specificity that other building materials do not. I had grown accustomed, over 3 days, to the particular vocabulary of this floor. I knew the board near the back door that gave a long, soft exhale when stepped on. I knew the two near the hearth that clicked against each other in the morning as the kitchen warmed. What I did not know was the sound I heard at 11:47 in the morning while I was drawing a proposed hawthorn hedge on my screen. A low, deliberate creak from a direction that did not correspond to any room I had been in. It came from beneath me. Not the ordinary subterranean muttering of an old house. Something with interval. Something with, if I am being honest, the quality of weight shifting from one position to another. I sat very still. I told myself it was the root cellar. The root cellar I had mentioned to myself on the first night and had not subsequently thought about. The way you mention something that explains itself and therefore requires no further examination. Old houses in this county had root cellars. Root cellars had stone foundations that moved in ways that were acoustically indistinguishable from other things, and I was a person whose nervous system had been operating at an elevated baseline for 11 months, and I was alone in a house I had not spent significant time in since childhood, and the sound had been nothing. I went back to the hawthorn hedge. The sound came again at 12:19. This time I did not tell myself anything. I simply sat with my hands in my lap and acknowledged that there was a sound coming from below the kitchen floor, and that I did not know its source, and that not knowing its source would bother me until I did something about it. This was the kind of practical self-knowledge that grief, oddly, produces. When everything else has been made unpredictable, the small, soluble problems become almost welcome. Here's a thing that can be investigated. Here's a thing that has an answer. The door to the root cellar was in the back hallway, behind the kitchen. A low door I had registered on arrival and not opened. It was original to the house. Wide horizontal planks, iron hardware, a latch rather than a knob. It opened inward and down, revealing a set of stone steps that descended into a darkness that smelled of mineral cold, and the particular damp that belongs to earth that has never been far from water. I found the pull string for the single bulb. It lit a small rough space, perhaps 12 feet by 14, with fieldstone walls and a packed earth floor. The ceiling was low enough that I had to angle my head slightly. There were wooden shelving units along 2 walls, empty except for a rusted tin of something I did not examine, and along the far wall, a row of hooks from which nothing hung. The floor was undisturbed. There was no animal, no shifting stone, no explanation for what I had heard. There was, however, a gap. In the far left corner, where the fieldstone of the north wall met the fieldstone of the west wall, the mortar between the courses was gone. Not crumbled. Absent, as though it had been removed. The stones themselves were slightly displaced from the line of the wall, the way teeth shift in a jaw over time, and in the gap between 2 of the lower courses was an opening approximately 3 inches wide and of indeterminate depth. Because the darkness inside it was complete, from this gap came a smell. I want to be precise about this smell, because I have spent 14 months trying to find accurate language for it, and what I have arrived at is this. It was the smell of a space that had been sealed and opened and sealed again many times over a very long period. There was cold stone in it, and there was something faintly organic, not decayed exactly, but aged. The smell that very old paper acquires, or the interior of a wooden box that has held the same object for decades. And there was something else underneath those, something I registered in my chest rather than my nose. A resonance rather than a scent, the way certain bass notes in music do not so much arrive at the ear as appear already inside the body. I crouched in front of the gap and looked into it. I could see nothing. The darkness was absolute. I became aware, crouching there, that my right hand had moved to the fieldstone wall and was pressed flat against it, and I had no memory of having placed it there. The stone was cold in a way that felt less like temperature and more like intention, not the passive cold of a surface that has not been warmed, but the active cold of something that is drawing warmth out of whatever touches it. I stood up. I went upstairs and stood in the kitchen for a moment without doing anything, and then I made myself a cup of tea I did not particularly want, and I thought about the sound I had heard, and about the gap, and about the quality of the darkness inside it, and I decided with the portion of my mind responsible for practical decisions that what I needed was a flashlight. I had not packed one. There was, in all likelihood, one somewhere in the house. Aunt Florence had been a prepared person, a person who maintained supplies against contingency, and I would find it before I went back down. I found it in the 3rd drawer I tried, in the utility cabinet in the back hallway. A heavy aluminum flashlight, old enough that its casing was slightly pitted, with 2 batteries that I replaced from a package in the same drawer before I could think too carefully about what I was doing. Before I went back to the root cellar, I passed through the front parlor. I told myself I was checking the latch on the shutter I had noticed was loose the previous morning, which was true. I had noticed it, and I had meant to address it. I latched the shutter. I stood in the parlor for a moment with my hands still on the iron latch, and I looked at the portrait. Abigail's hands resting with the palms upward, the figure of the first Florence standing behind her, facing partly away from the viewer. I had looked at this portrait dozens of times over 3 days. I knew its geometry. I had studied the brushwork in the background where the painter had been less careful, the warmer underpainting visible in places through the thinly applied surface color. What I was looking at now was different. Not the portrait itself. The portrait was the same composition, the same figures, the same gilt frame going green at the curlicues. What was different was the shadow that the background figure cast on the wall behind the canvas. It was not casting the shadow it should have been casting. The light in the parlor came from the west-facing windows. which in the afternoon threw long, angle bars of illumination across the floor and lower walls. The portrait itself cast a shadow to its right, toward the north corner of the room, which was correct, but the shadow of the figure within the portrait, the first Florence, was directed at a different angle than the shadow of the frame, the shadow of Abigail, the shadow of every other object in the room. It was a small difference, the kind of difference that would require you to be looking for it, or to have the particular quality of attention that grief produces, in which ordinary things are examined with an abnormal thoroughness, because the mind has developed a habit of searching surfaces for what might be concealed beneath them. I stood in front of the portrait for a long time. Then I went back to the root cellar with my flashlight. The beam, directed into the gap between the field stones, resolved the darkness into a narrow passage. Not a gap in the mortar, but a deliberate space, the width of a narrow person's shoulders, that continued into the rock behind the wall. The walls of this passage were not fieldstone. They were a darker, denser material, more even in their composition, and they were carved. Not smoothly, roughly, with tools that had not been concerned with finish, but carved. And on the surface of the carved stone, in shallow relief that the flashlight caught at a low angle, marks. I could not tell in that light at that angle whether they were decorative or written, whether they were old or recent, whether they were the marks of someone going in or someone trying to ensure that nothing came out. I turned off the flashlight and stood in the dark of the root cellar, which was now a qualitatively different kind of dark than it had been 20 minutes ago, and I listened. From somewhere beyond the gap in the fieldstone wall, very faint and very patient, I heard the sound again. Not a creak this time, not the sound of settling stone or shifting wood or any of the explanations I'd offered myself that morning while I was still in a position to find them convincing. A sound that had interval and weight, and the particular quality of something that has been waiting in one place for a very long time and has, in the absence of anything else to do with its attention, become expert at waiting. I put my hand on the fieldstone wall again, without having decided to. I replaced the flashlight in the utility drawer and latched the cellar door and went back to my planting plan. And I sat at the dining table for 40 minutes drawing hawthorn hedges with complete concentration, not thinking about the passage or the marks or the sound, until I noticed that in the margin of my paper, where I sometimes make notes, I had written, without any awareness of having done so, a single word: checking. I called my therapist on the 4th morning, not because I was in crisis, or not only because of that, but because I had a specific question that required a specific kind of answer, and she was the person in my life most likely to give me one without first asking how I was sleeping, or whether I had been eating, or any of the other questions that well-meaning people ask when they want to demonstrate concern without risking an answer that might require them to do something with it. Her name was Dr. Ansel. She has salt and pepper hair cut close to her head, a practice in a converted Victorian on Farmington Avenue in Hartford, and an ability to be quiet in a room that I had come to understand, after 14 months of sessions, was rarer and more valuable than almost any other clinical skill. She picked up on the second ring, which surprised me. I had expected to leave a message. I told her where I was. There was a brief silence. She asked how long I had been there. 4 days, I said. Another silence. Not the therapeutic silence she deployed during sessions, which had a particular texture of invitation, but this was something else. A silence of orientation, of adjusting to a piece of information she had not anticipated receiving. She asked whether I had gone deliberately, or whether I had found myself there. I thought about this question with more care than it might seem to require. The distinction she was drawing, between choosing and arriving, between intention and impulsion, was one she had raised before in other contexts, in conversations about the months immediately following Miriam, during which I had made a number of decisions that looked, in retrospect, less like decisions and more like the mind-creating movement in order to avoid the alternative. I had accepted a project in Providence and spent 6 weeks there. I had driven to Vermont on a Tuesday in February with no plan and returned on Thursday. I had, on one occasion, found myself in the parking lot of the hospital where Miriam had been without any clear memory of having driven there. I told her that I had come deliberately, which was true, and that I had come because the estate required attention, which was also true, and that both of those things felt less complete as explanations than they had 4 days ago. She asked what had changed. I described the root cellar. I described the gap in the fieldstone wall in the passage, and the marks on the carved stone and the sound I had heard, the one I had heard on the third day and, the previous night, occurred again through the floorboards of the bedroom I was sleeping in, faint enough to have been dismissed as a dream, except that I had not been sleeping when I heard it. I described the quality of the sound precisely: interval, weight, patience. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she asked whether I had gone back into the cellar since the third day. I had not. I told her this. She asked why not. I said I did not know, which was not entirely true. The more accurate answer was that I had been approaching the cellar door several times each day, and had each time found a reason to do something else. The shutter latch, the planting plan, the grocery list, the phone call I was currently on, a sequence of deferrals so consistent that they had acquired, by the fourth day, the quality of a system. I was managing my proximity to the thing rather than confronting it, which was a pattern Dr. Dace, Ansel, had spent considerable time naming for me over the previous year. She said carefully, "You are describing something that has frightened you." I said yes. She said, "I want to ask you something, and I want you to consider it seriously before you answer." I said I would. She said, "When you describe the sound, the one you hear through the floor, the one with interval and patience, does it frighten you because you do not know what it is? Or does it frighten you because some part of you thinks you do know what it is, and that knowledge is the part you are managing?" I sat with the phone against my ear and looked out the window of the dining room, which faced the side yard and the stone wall beyond it. And beyond the stone wall, the bare November hillside rising toward the ridge. A crow moved across the upper field in the thin morning light unhurried, following some logic of its own. I told her that I thought it was the second one. She did not respond immediately. When she did, her voice had shifted into the register she used when she was about to say something she had considered carefully and was delivering with equal care. She said grief does things to perception that are not imaginary, but are also not straightforward. It opens the nervous system in ways that function like heightened sensitivity. You notice more, you receive more. The ordinary thresholds between what is registered and what is ignored become more permeable. This is documented. It is physiological. But it also means that what you are receiving may be genuinely more than you were able to receive before, and those are not mutually exclusive explanations. I asked what she meant by genuinely more. She said, "I mean that the house may be giving you something real to hear, and your capacity to hear it may have been altered by loss. I am not making a claim about what that means. I am making a claim about how you are receiving it, which is the part I can speak to." This was the most I had ever heard Dr. Turner, Ansel, say on the subject of anything that could not be verified by conventional means, and the precision with which she said it, neither dismissing nor endorsing, but acknowledging the territory precisely at its edges, told me that she had thought about this kind of thing before. I asked her whether she thought I should go back into the cellar. She said, "I think you will go back into the cellar whether I recommend it or not. I think the more useful question is whether you will go back in a state of managed avoidance or a state of deliberate attention. The first will be harder on your nervous system. The second requires that you acknowledge what you are actually doing." I said, "And what am I actually doing?" She said quietly, "You are looking for her." The crow had landed on the top of the stone wall. It sat there with its back to me, glossy and still, attending to something in the field beyond. I had not said Miriam's name once during the phone call. I had not needed to. I thanked Dr. Ansel and ended the call and sat for a long time with the phone face down on the table looking at nothing. Then I put on my boots and my coat and I drove back to the general store in Morris. Gerald Wakefield was behind the counter as he had been on my first visit, in the same position, with the same unhurried composure, as though the intervening days had not required him to arrange himself differently. He was marking inventory in a ledger with a pencil. He did not look up immediately. When he did not look surprised to see me. I bought nothing. I went directly to the counter, and I said, without preamble, because I had spent the drive down the county road deciding that preamble was a courtesy I could not afford, I need you to tell me what you know about the house. Not what you are comfortable telling me, what you actually know. He set his pencil down. He looked at me with that steady, undecorated assessment, and I had the impression that he was performing some internal calculation, not about whether to trust me, but about which form of the truth was most useful to deliver to a woman who looked the way I must have looked that morning, tired past the ordinary fatigue of sleeplessness, carrying something in her posture that was not quite grief alone anymore, but grief complicated by something else, something more recent and more urgent. He said, "How much do you know about the women in that portrait?" I said, "Abigail and the first Florence, a mother and daughter, 1847. He nodded. He came around from behind the counter and moved to the door and turned the sign to closed, which I understood was not dramatic gesture, but practicality. This was not a conversation he wanted interrupted. He pulled 2 stools from behind the counter and set them in the aisle between the dry goods shelf and the refrigerated case. He sat on one and waited for me to take the other. He said, "My grandmother told me this, and she had it from her grandmother, which puts the source far enough back to be near the event itself. What I am going to tell you is family memory, not documented record, but, in my experience, family memory in this county is more accurate than most documented record, because it does not have the same interest in being comfortable." I said I understood. He said, "The first Florence did not die in that house. She disappeared from it, which is a different thing. She was 23 years old. It was the winter of 1852, 3 years after the portrait was completed. Her mother Abigail was still living. The story in the family, in the Wakefield family, because my grandmother's grandmother was a Pritchard cousin, was that Florence had been attempting something in the lower rooms of the house, something she had been at for the better part of that winter, and that one morning Abigail came down and Florence was not there, and the lower rooms were as she had left them, and there was no sign of departure, no coat taken, no bag, nothing to suggest she had gone anywhere voluntarily." He paused. He had the habit of pausing not for effect but for accuracy, to ensure that what came next was precisely what he meant to say. He said, "Abigail sealed the lower rooms after that. She had the passage mortared shut, or she had it attempted, because the mortar did not hold, which is its own kind of story. She continued to live in the house for 31 more years. She kept the portrait, and every morning first thing, according to my grandmother's grandmother who visited the house on several occasions, she went to the portrait before she did anything else." He looked at me steadily. He said, "The way my grandmother described it was this. Abigail would stand in front of the portrait in the early morning light and look at it for a specific length of time, and then she would nod, and then she would go and make her breakfast and begin her day, like a correspondence, like she was checking something that needed to be checked daily and that would announce itself clearly if the check were missed." The refrigerated case behind me hummed its single note. I thought about the word checking, written in my own handwriting in the margin of a planting plan I had no memory of marking. Gerald Wakefield looked at his hands. He said, in a voice that had dropped into its quietest register, "My grandmother said that on the occasions when Abigail was ill and could not make the morning check, the temperature in the front parlor changed, not the temperature of the house. Just that room. Just that room. Just that wall." He picked up his pencil from the stool beside him and held it loosely, not using it. A hand needing something to hold, he said, "I do not know what Florence was doing in those lower rooms that winter. I know what my grandmother believed, which is that she was trying to reach something, or to release something, or to find something she had already lost, and that whatever she was attempting, it answered her, but did not let her go. He stood, signaling the end of what he was prepared to say. I stood as well. My legs felt less reliable than they had when I sat down. At the door he turned the sign back around and held it open for me. The air outside smelled of coming snow, a different cold than the previous days, drier and more absolute. The cold that in New England arrives slightly ahead of the weather as a form of announcement. He said as I passed, "The women in that family have always gone looking for what they lost. Every generation." He said it without judgment, without warning, without any of the registers that would have made it easier to dismiss. He said it the way he said everything, as a fact he had verified and was delivering accurately. I walked to my car. I did not start the engine for some time. On the drive back up toward the house, the first snow began, not falling so much as arriving sideways on a wind that had been building since morning, thinning the tree line across the ridge into something gauzy and half erased, and I understood, watching the familiar lane become unfamiliar under that shifting veil of white, that I had come to the Litchfield house looking for my daughter, and that the house had known this before I did. The snow that arrived that afternoon did not stop until the following morning. By the time I woke on the 5th day, the world outside the bedroom window had been remade into something without edges. The ridge had disappeared. The boundary between the yard and the field beyond the stone wall had dissolved, and what remained was a continuous white surface that the gray sky pressed down upon from above until the two nearly met. The birch stand along the northern fence line was the only vertical element the landscape still offered, and even those pale trunks had been softened into something approximate, something that suggested trees rather than insisting on them. I lay in the upstairs bed and looked at this for a long time before I moved. The previous night had been the longest of the 5, not because of sound. The house had been quieter than any night since my arrival, the snow performing its function as an acoustic dampener, pressing silence down over everything the way a hand presses a cloth over a surface it wants stilled. The quiet had been so thorough and so specific that it had its own quality, distinguishable from ordinary nighttime silence the way the silence of a room from which someone has recently departed is distinguishable from a room that has simply been empty. I had lain awake in that silence, and I had thought about what Gerald Wakefield had told me. Not all of it, one part of it specifically, which I had returned to repeatedly across the hours of the night the way a tongue returns to a tender place in the mouth. Not because returning to it helps, but because the alternative is a deliberate avoidance that costs more than the tenderness does. The women in that family have always gone looking for what they lost, every generation. I was not a superstitious person. I want to be clear about that, because what I am going to describe in this part of the account requires that the listener understand who I was before I understood who I was in relation to this house. I had spent 17 years in a university environment where the word evidence was used with a precision that brooked no casual extension. I had written papers, reviewed papers, sat on committees whose purpose was the rigorous discrimination between what could be verified and what could only be believed. I was a woman who had, in the months following Miriam's death, rejected 3 separate well-meaning suggestions that I might find comfort in frameworks of continuance, in the idea that she was somewhere, that she persisted in some form, that the love I had for her had a destination other than the interior of my own grief. I had rejected those suggestions not because they were not beautiful. They were beautiful. I rejected them because I could not afford to believe something beautiful that might not be true. Because if I let myself believe it and it was not true, the cost of that second loss would be more than I had resources to survive. This was the calculation I had been living inside for 11 months. What was changing? What had been changing since the conversation with Gerald Wakefield, and before that since the sound through the floorboards, and before that since the shadow that the painted figure of the first Florence cast in the wrong direction was not my epistemology. I was not abandoning the habits of mind that had governed my professional and personal life. What was changing was something more fundamental and less voluntary than a belief system. It was the evidence itself. I got up and dressed in the cold and went downstairs. The portrait stopped me in the hallway doorway. I had not been in the front parlor since the afternoon of the third day, when I had noticed the shadow cast at the wrong angle. I had, in the intervening time, been walking past a parlor doorway without looking in, another item in a system of managed proximity I had been building since the first night. I was aware of this. I was doing it consciously, and had justified it to myself in ways that Dr. Ansel would have identified immediately, and I preferred not to examine. What stopped me now was not an intention. My feet simply did not continue past the doorway. I stood at the threshold of the front parlor in the gray morning light that the snow reflected back into the room through the unshuttered windows, and I looked at the portrait. Something had changed. I need to say this carefully because I am aware of how it sounds, and I am aware that the mind under sustained stress and sleeplessness performs operations on perception that can produce convincing alterations to familiar things. I am aware that I had not looked at this painting in 2 days, and that memory of visual detail is less reliable than we believe it to be. I hold all of this simultaneously, and I say it anyway. Something had changed. The figure of the first Florence and the background of the canvas was positioned differently, not dramatically, not in the way that would have been immediately obvious to anyone entering the room without my specific familiarity with the painting's composition. The shift was in the angle of her body. The slight three-quarter turn that had always faced her partly toward her mother had moved. She was now turned more fully toward the front of the picture plane toward the viewer. Her face, which had always been partly averted and partly in shadow, was now, within the constraints of the painter's original work, within the same brush strokes and the same gradations of light and dark, more present. Her hands were no longer on Abigail's shoulders. They were at her sides. I stood at the threshold for a very long time, and I did not enter the room, and I did not look away. And I was aware of my own breathing, which had become the slightly elevated, slightly shallow breathing of a person whose body has received information before their mind has processed it and is already responding. I thought about Miriam, not in the managed, bordered way I had developed over 11 months, in which I would allow myself a specific memory for a specific duration, and then redirect my attention elsewhere before the weight of it became non-functional. I thought about her in the full, unmanaged way that I had been avoiding because the full, unmanaged version was not a memory but a presence, the specific gravity of a particular person, the way a room adjusts its proportions when someone you love is in it. She had stood in this doorway. She had looked at this portrait. She had come to this house 3 times in the last year of her life, to sit in Aunt Florence's kitchen and drink bitter tea, and I had not come once. And I did not know what she had seen when she stood where I was standing, and I had not thought to ask her, and now I could not ask her, and the painting in front of me had moved. I sat down on the floor of the hallway, not with any intention or elegance. My legs simply made the decision that standing was no longer the appropriate orientation, and I sat down on the cold hallway floor with my back against the door frame, and my knees pulled up. And I put my face in my hands. I did not cry. I had not cried since the week after Miriam's death, during which I had cried in the specific, physiological way that grief demands early on, and then something had sealed, and the grief had moved inward and downward and become structural rather than expressive. Dr. Ansel had raised this more than once, in language that was precise and careful, and that I had listened to with complete attention and not acted on. What I did instead of crying was something I had not done in 11 months. I spoke to her, not aloud, inside, in the register that has no sound but is not therefore less real, the inner address that every person who has lost someone they love knows, because you do not stop talking to someone simply because they have stopped being able to answer. You stop allowing yourself to do it, which is a different thing, and you stop because the silence where the answer should be is the most precise measurement of the loss, and you cannot live inside that measurement every moment and remain functional. I had stopped allowing myself. I had been very disciplined about stopping. For 11 months I had kept the inner address closed the way you keep a room closed, not because there is nothing in it, but because you are not yet able to be in it without being destroyed by what it contains. I opened it. I said, I am here. I am in the house you loved. I do not know what you found here, or what you were looking for, or whether you found it. I do not know if you are somewhere that this reaches. I am telling you anyway. The snow outside pressed its silence down over the house. The portrait was in the front parlor, 12 feet from where I sat. I said, I am sorry I did not come when you came. I am sorry for every time there was something else. I know the things I told myself about those choices, and I know the things I was actually doing, which was protecting myself from the specific terror of loving you so much that being near you required me to be near the possibility of losing you. And I protected myself from that right up until the point at which the protection became the loss itself. This is the thing about grief that no one tells you clearly enough, and that Dr. Ansel had been trying to tell me for 11 months in language I had received but not yet understood in my body. The thing you were most afraid of has already happened. There is nothing left to protect yourself from. The door you were keeping closed was the door to her, and you can open it now. And what is on the other side is not loss. It is her. The temperature in the front parlor changed. I felt it from the hallway. Not cold. Not the particular quality of cold that the root cellar passage had produced, but a warmth that was specific and sudden and sourceless, because the radiators in the front parlor had not been functioning adequately since my arrival, and the snow outside was not a condition that should have produced warmth. And yet there it was, moving into the hallway where I sat on the floor, reaching me with the specific insistence of something directed rather than ambient. My right hand pressed flat on the floorboards beside me, registered a vibration. Not from the structure of the house. From beneath it, the same sound I had heard in the root cellar. The same interval and weight and patience, but different now in one specific quality that I am going to try to describe accurately, because it matters. It was no longer waiting. It was responding. I understood something then that I had not understood before. Sitting on a cold hallway floor with my face wet for reasons I could not account for, given that I had not been crying, in a house that had been holding this knowledge for 170 years, in a family that had been going looking in every generation and finding something at the end of the looking that was neither resolution nor devastation, but something more complex and more sustaining than either. The portrait had not moved because the house was haunted in the way that word implies. Malice, residue, the unfinished business of the angry dead. It had moved because something in this house was oriented toward the grief of the women who entered it, the way a plant is oriented toward available light. Not consuming the grief, not feeding on it, responding to it, recognizing it. I understood that the first Florence who had disappeared from the lower rooms in the winter of 1852 had not been lost. She had found the way through, and her mother had stood in front of the portrait every morning for 31 years, not because she was frightened of what the painting contained, but because it was the place where the correspondence continued, where the daughter who had gone somewhere that could not be reached by ordinary means had left a portion of herself available, where Abigail Pritchard, in the early light of every ordinary morning, could look at her daughter's face and receive, not an answer, not a message, not anything that could be transcribed or verified, but a presence, a confirmation that the direction of love is not severed by the disappearance of the person toward whom it flows. I raised my eyes to the portrait. The first Florence looked back at me with a face that was no longer partly averted, no longer partly in shadow. She looked, I thought this clearly and without the qualifier or probably, without the qualifier of the mind under stress, produces. She looked like a woman who had been waiting for the right person to sit down on the floor and finally say the thing that needed saying. I stayed on the hallway floor until the light in the parlor shifted from morning gray to the particular pale amber of midday on a snow-covered November landscape. And when I finally stood, my legs carried me without difficulty, as though the floor beneath them had become, in the hours of sitting, more certain of what it was holding. There are people in this county who know more about it than I do, and there are people who know more than they will say. Gerald Wakefield had said this on my first visit to the general store, in a tone that I had registered at the time as cautionary, and now understood as directional. He had not been warning me away from knowledge. He had been telling me, in the precise, economical language of a person who chooses words with the care of someone who uses them sparingly, that the knowledge existed and that I would need to go further than him to reach it. I understood this on the morning of the 6th day, when I drove back down the county road through a landscape that the overnight snow had altered so thoroughly that twice I had to slow and recalibrate my sense of where the lane's edge ended and the drainage ditch began. The store was not yet open. I sat in the car outside and waited, engine running, heat directed at the windshield, watching the main street of Morris come into itself gradually through the early light. A postal truck moved down the far end. The hardware store's proprietor arrived and unlocked his door without looking up from his keys. A dog crossed the road at a deliberate angle, following something invisible. When Gerald Wakefield arrived and saw my car, he did not alter his pace or his expression. He simply unlocked the door and held it open and went inside, which I understood as invitation. I followed him in. Before he had removed his coat, I said, "You told me there were people who know more than they will say. I am asking you to tell me who they are." He hung his coat on the hook behind the counter. He turned to face me. He said, "There is one person. Whether she will speak to you is a separate question from whether she knows." He told me her name was Vera Marsh. She was 84 years old, and she lived in the white farmhouse on the Marsh Road, 3 miles past the Morristown Green, at the end of a private drive marked only by a rural free delivery postbox that had been the same shade of dark green since the 1960s. She was not a Pritchard by blood. She was a Pritchard by proximity. She had spent the first 22 years of her life on the adjacent property, separated from the Litchfield house by only the ridge and a shared stone wall, and she had known Aunt Florence from childhood, and she had, at some point in her adult life, made a decision to stop going to the house and to stop speaking about why. He said, "She is not a difficult person. She is a precise person." "There is a difference." I asked whether he thought she would see me. He said, "I think she has been expecting someone to come. Whether it is you specifically is something you will find out by going." He said this in the same undecorated register he used for everything, which meant I could not determine whether it was a figure of speech or not, and I suspected that this ambiguity was intentional, that Gerald Wakefield had cultivated the ability to speak at the precise boundary between the literal and the suggestive as a matter of long practice, in a community where the literal and the suggestive had a long history of occupying the same sentence. The Marsh Road was not on any navigational application I could find. I drove the 3 miles past the town green by Gerald's description, left at the disused grain elevator, right at the junction where the road surface changed from asphalt to packed gravel, straight for approximately 1.5 miles until the rural free delivery box appeared on the right, and turned down the private drive through a stand of mature white pine that closed over the lane, and turned the morning into something dimmer and more deliberate. The farmhouse at the end was old, not federal-style old, not the particular antiquity of the Litchfield house with its documented construction date. This was older, or felt older, in the way that certain structures feel older than their materials because of what has accumulated inside them over time. It was a Cape Cod form, 1.5 stories, center chimney. The clapboards painted white within the recent past in a way that made the house look tended rather than preserved. The shutters were the deep red of the local barns. The front path had been shoveled that morning, recently enough that the edges were still sharp. I knocked. The woman who answered the door was small and very straight. 84 years old, Gerald had said, and I believed it. But I also believed that her 84 years had been organized around a different relationship to time than most, not accumulated but inhabited. Each year lived in the specific way that people live years when they pay attention to them. Her hair was white and pulled back simply. Her eyes were a clear gray that assessed me in a single unhurried pass. She said, "You are from the Litchfield house." Not a question. I said I was. She opened the door fully and stepped back, and I entered. The interior of the farmhouse smelled of wood smoke and something I identified after a moment as linseed oil, the smell of old furniture properly maintained, of surfaces that had been attended to with the regularity of care rather than the irregularity of crisis. A fire was going in the keeping room hearth, a real fire. Birch logs that had burned down to a steady, low-talking state that produced more warmth than light. There were 2 chairs angled toward it. One had a folded blanket across its arm that had been placed there with the deliberateness of an offering. She gestured toward it without speaking. I sat. She sat opposite. She poured from a pot on the stand beside her into a heavy ceramic mug and handed it across. The tea was dark and slightly bitter and tasted of something I could not name. Not unpleasant, not quite familiar. The taste of something that had been steeped longer than convention recommended and had therefore become more itself. She looked into the fire rather than at me, and she said, "How long have you been hearing it?" I said, "Since the 3rd day." She nodded once, the nod of someone receiving confirmation of something already believed. She said, "It took me 4 days the first time." "Florence? Your aunt told me it had taken her 2. But Florence grew up in that house, which gives a different baseline. For someone coming to it without the childhood inside it, 3 days is what I would expect." I asked what I was hearing. She was quiet for a moment. The fire shifted slightly, settling into a new configuration of itself, and the light in the room adjusted with it. She said, "The question you are asking is a simpler question than the one you mean to ask. What you mean to ask is what is happening in that house, and the what and the who are not the same question. And you already know the who, which is why you are here, rather than in a hotel in Torrington telling yourself it was the pipes." She said this without sharpness, without performance. The way you say something to a person who is capable of receiving it and simply needs to have it said aloud. She set her mug down on the stand beside her and folded her hands in her lap with the particular composure of someone who has made peace with a difficult thing over a long period of time, and now carries it without the weight showing except in very specific, very quiet ways. She said, "I will tell you what I know, and I will tell you what I believe, which is separate, and I will tell you the difference between the 2 as I go. The first Florence Pritchard, Abigail's daughter, was not what this family has preferred to call her across the generations, which is troubled. She was precise. She was methodical. She had an intellectual relationship with the question of what persists after the body ends, and she pursued that question with the rigor of a scientist in a century that did not offer women that word as a description of themselves." She paused. She said, "What she found in the lower rooms of that house was not a ghost. It was a location, a place where the membrane between what we persist as and what we persist in is thinner than it is elsewhere. These places exist. I do not know why they exist in the specific locations they occur. I know that this county has one, and that it has been in the Pritchard house since before the house was there, because the land itself was documented by the people who lived here before any Pritchard arrived, as a place of particular address. A place where you could speak and be heard across a distance that is not measured in miles." She looked at me now directly. She said, "What the first Florence found was that the membrane could be passed through, and that passing through it from this direction was not the difficulty. The difficulty was return." I set my mug down carefully. She said, "She is not lost. I need you to understand that before I continue. She is not trapped, and she is not suffering. What she is on the other side of a threshold that operates in only one direction, the way certain doors lock automatically when they close and can only be opened from inside. She has been on the interior of that door for 170 years. And what the portrait holds, what Abigail understood and maintained and what your aunt maintained after her, is the window, the correspondence, the place on this side of the threshold where the person on the other side remains available." The fire shifted again. Outside, wind moved through the white pines at the end of the drive. I thought about my daughter, I said, and someone who enters the house with a grief of their own. She said, the membrane recognizes grief, not as a weakness, as a frequency. The same frequency it operates at. A person in acute grief is... She paused, and I could see her selecting language with care, more audible to what is on the other side, more receivable. The house has been waiting for someone with the right frequency, because your Aunt Florence died in February, and the correspondence has been unmaintained since then. An unmaintained correspondence does not end, but it does, she chose the word carefully, it does become urgent. She said the portrait is a fixed point. It has always been the fixed point. What the first Florence understood before she went through was that a painting holds a specific light from a specific moment, and that a specific light from a specific moment is a coordinate, a location that does not move regardless of what moves around it. She said, what you are being asked to do is maintain what your aunt maintained. Go to the portrait in the morning. Look at it with your full attention, not the managed attention of someone protecting themselves, but the full attention of someone who is willing to be seen as well as to see. Hold it for as long as it requires. You will know when it is complete because the room will tell you. I asked what the room would tell me. She said, you already know. You felt it yesterday morning in the hallway, the warmth that had no source. You felt it, and you knew what it was, and you did not let yourself name it, because naming it would have required you to believe it. She was right. I looked at the fire for a moment. I said, I have spent 11 months refusing to believe that she is anywhere. Vera Marsh looked at me with the clear gray eyes of a person who has lived 84 years in proximity to something most people do not come within a county of. She said very quietly, I know, and what I am telling you is that the refusal was the right instinct applied to the wrong question. You were right not to accept comfort that was not true. But this is not comfort. This is a specific address in a specific house, maintained by specific people across a specific span of time. It is not the answer to every question about what persists. It is only the answer to one question, about one person in one location. She said, it is enough. I picked up my mug. The tea had gone cool, but it still tasted of what it was, something steeped long enough to become more itself, and I held it in both hands and let the ceramic press its remaining warmth into my palms. Outside, the wind moved through the pines again, and the sound it made in the upper branches was the closest thing to a human voice that whined in evergreens ever produces. Not words, not any sequence that could be transcribed, but something with interval and intention, something that was clearly addressed even if you could not determine, from where you sat, precisely to whom. I thought about Abigail Pritchard standing in front of her portrait every morning for 31 years. I understood finally what she had been looking at. I drove back up the county road in the early afternoon with the snow-covered fields spreading out to either side, flat and white and patient, and the Litchfield house waiting at the top of its lane in the particular way that places wait when they have been doing it long enough to become expert. And I knew, as I turned off the road and felt the lane's familiar grade begin its climb, that I would go to the portrait in the morning, and that this time I would not stand in the doorway. I set my alarm for 5:45 in the morning, which was earlier than I had woken since arriving in Litchfield County, and when it sounded I turned it off immediately and lay still in the dark for exactly 1 minute, not to gather myself. That phrasing implies a scattering that had not occurred. What I needed the minute for was different. It was the minute of acknowledging, before I moved, that what I was about to do was real and deliberate and mine. Not compelled by the house, not induced by 11 months of grief working on a permeable nervous system. Mine. A choice made by a person in full possession of her faculties who had received specific information from a specific source and had weighed it against everything else she knew and had arrived at a conclusion. The conclusion was, go. The upstairs of the house in the hour before dawn was the coldest part of the structure, the heat from the radiators having followed its natural inclination upward through the night, and then dissipated into the uninsulated space beneath the roof before morning could replenish it. My breath made no vapor that I could see in the dark, but I could feel the cold on the exposed skin of my face and hands, with a precision that functioned like a tension. It required me to be present in my body in a specific way, which was, I had come to understand over the previous days, the opposite of how I had been living. I had been living at a slight remove from my body since Miriam, not traumatically, not in any way that had been legible to the people around me as dissociation or dysfunction, but the remove had been real, the habitual slight hovering, the way a person holds themselves an inch back from a surface they expect to be hot. The body, under the sustained anticipation of pain, learns to preposition itself at a distance from full sensation. This is useful, and it costs something, and what it costs accumulates across months in ways that do not become legible until something demands your full physical presence and you discover what the accommodation has been. I dressed in the cold dark. I did not take anything with me down the stairs. Not a light, the pre-dawn glow through the landing window gave enough to navigate by. Not tea. The ritual of making something to carry would have been another managed approach, another way of entering the parlor with a practical object between myself and whatever the parlor intended to show me. I went empty-handed, which felt both like the right decision and like walking into a room at a specific angle and velocity to ensure that whatever was in it would have the clearest possible access to you. The stairs in the dark were familiar now, in the way that things become familiar when you inhabit them with full attention. I knew each tread's particular give, knew the place on the 7th step where the wood spoke briefly, and the place on the 3rd step where it did not. I had not counted the steps before. I counted them now. 14. The ground floor in the pre-dawn was a different space than the ground floor in daylight or lamplight, the shapes of furniture under their shrouds. I had removed the sheets from the pieces I used and left the others covered, were muted presences, neither threatening nor benign, simply occupying their given portions of the dark with the patience of things that have been in a particular location long enough not to me to announce themselves. I went down the hallway toward the front parlor. The door was fully open. I had left it closed the previous night, not locked, simply pulled to. It was fully open now in a way that did not alarm me, or rather, in a way that would have alarmed me 4 days ago and that now communicated something different, something that functioned less like warning and more like the door of a room held open by someone who has been waiting and has heard you on the stairs. The pre-dawn light in the parlor came through the west-facing windows at the far end, where the sky was beginning its first tentative adjustment from black toward the dark blue that precedes everything else. It was not enough light to illuminate the room. It was enough to establish that the room was there, that its dimensions were what they had been, that the portrait on the east wall was a presence within those dimensions, even if its details were not yet visible. I crossed the threshold. I had crossed it before, on arrival, and on the 3rd day when I latched the shutter, and in the 5 days since, in the brief, managed way I had been managing all proximity to this room. This crossing was different in a way I will not describe as dramatic, because it was not dramatic. It was simply complete. Both feet entirely inside the room. No portion of myself in the hallway. No maintained point of withdrawal. I stood in front of the portrait. In the near dark, the canvas presented itself differently than it did in full light. The oil paint, which in daylight had a surface quality, a visible brushwork, a tangible materiality that reminded you that the image was made, constructed, applied by a human hand to a physical surface. In near darkness became more unified, more interior. The distinction between the painted surface and whatever it contained blurred in a way that felt less like an optical effect and more like the painting was operating closer to its actual nature, as though light by clarifying was in some sense limiting. I stood and I looked. Not the managed looking I had been doing for 5 days. The looking that arrives at the surface and does not ask to go further. The full looking that I had been withholding, which is a different instrument entirely. Open in the specific way that grief, when it stops protecting itself, opens a person to the full dimensionality of what they have lost. Vera Marsh had said, "Hold it for as long as it requires." I held it. The room was very quiet. The snow outside absorbed what ambient sound the pre-dawn might otherwise have carried, and the house itself had settled into its deepest stillness. The stillness of the hours before the structure begins its morning adjustment to temperature and light. What happened next I am going to describe once plainly, without the qualifications that I have applied throughout this account to the events that preceded it, because the qualifications were appropriate to events that existed at the boundary of the explicable, and what happened next existed somewhere else. The figure in the portrait moved, not as painted figures move in horror stories, not with the violence of animation, not with any quality that would have been legible as threatening or supernatural in the conventional sense of that word. What it did was more fundamental and more precise than any of that. The first Florence Pritchard turned her face fully toward me, and I saw it. Not the face the painter had rendered, or not only that. Beneath the brushwork and the period rendering and the specific constraints of what paint applied to canvas in 1849 could accomplish, there was a face that was looking at me from a specific location, with a specific quality of attention, in the way that faces look at you when they know you and have been waiting for you and are, in this moment, more present to you than you are to yourself. I had a daughter. Her name was Miriam. She had been 31 years old. She had come to this house 3 times in the last year of her life, and she had stood in front of this portrait, and I understood now, with the full certainty of a person receiving information rather than constructing it, that she had seen what I was seeing, that whatever she had found here, whatever had brought her back 3 times, whatever had kept her in Aunt Florence's kitchen for long afternoons drinking strong tea from a blue tin, was this specific quality of presence, this address that operated across the threshold that Vera Marsh had described, the one that ran only one direction and had been running only one direction since 1852. Miriam had known. She had known what this house was, and she had known what it contained, and she had come back 3 times and she had not told me, and I understood, in the same moment, with the same full certainty, why she had not told me. Because telling me would have required me to believe something I was not yet capable of believing, and she had known, with the specific intimacy of a daughter who has spent 31 years understanding the precise contours of her mother's defensive architecture, that I was not ready. She had been waiting for me to be ready. She had been waiting here. The warmth arrived, not as it had in the hallway on the 5th morning. That had been a warmth with a quality of question in it. A warmth that was also an inquiry, tentative, testing whether the answer would be avoidance or reception. This was different. This was warmth that had received its answer and was responding in full, moving into the room from the direction of the east wall with the specific insistence of something that has been held in reserve and is being released. It reached me where I stood. It was the most precise thing I had ever felt. Not warmth as temperature. Warmth as recognition, the specific sensation of being known by something that loves you, which is different from any other form of warmth in the way that a specific piece of music is different from sound, not in category, but in what it does to the interior of the person receiving it. My hands were at my sides, my right hand lifted. I was aware of it lifting without having decided to lift it. This was stage 3, the body moving before the mind catches up. But there was nothing frightening in it. The body was not acting against the mind. It was acting ahead of it. The way it does when it has received information, the mind is still processing and knows what the appropriate response is before the processing completes. I reached toward the portrait, not to touch it. I stopped well short of the canvas, my hand in the air in front of the painted figure of the first Florence, in front of the face that was turned fully toward me, in front of whatever was on the other side of that specific light from that specific moment in 1849, and from beneath the floorboards, from the passage in the root cellar, From whatever location below and behind and within the structure of this house the correspondence operated through, the sound came. But it was not the sound I'd been hearing since the third day. That sound, interval, wait, patience, had been the sound of something oriented toward me, something that had registered my arrival and was calibrating its approach. This was what that sound resolved into when the calibration was complete, when the distance had been crossed, when the frequency, as Vera Marsh had described it, had been matched. It was not a voice. I want to be precise about that, because voice implies language, and language implies a structure of communication that requires both parties to be in the same register. And we were not in the same register. We were in adjacent registers, the way two instruments playing in harmony are in adjacent registers, distinct, individual, but in a relationship so specific and so calibrated that the distinction between them becomes a form of communication in itself. It was her, not all of her, not in the way she had been when she was here, when she took up space and cast shadows and left coffee mugs on surfaces and argued with me about things that did not matter and held my hand in medical waiting rooms and sent me photographs of sunsets from her phone with no caption because the caption would have been redundant. Not that. That is gone, and I know it is gone, and the grief of its goneness is not resolved by what I am describing, because what I am describing is not a replacement. It is not a consolation. It is not a comfortable thing offered to a bereft mother in a cold parlor before dawn. It is an address, a specific, located, maintained address on the other side of a threshold that runs one direction, where something that is still, in the most fundamental sense of the word still, her, some essential and persisting quality of her attention, her specific way of being oriented toward the things and people she loved, remains available to what has the right frequency to receive it. I stood with my hand in the air in front of the portrait until the sky outside the west windows had moved from dark blue through the narrow band of pewter that precedes actual dawn, and then through the first pale gray of the sun still below the horizon, and I did not move, and the warmth did not diminish, and the sound below did not diminish, and the face in the portrait held its position, fully forward, fully present, in a way that the painter had not painted it, and that had nothing to do with the painter anymore. Then the sun cleared the tree line, the light changed, and everything in the room returned to what it had been. The portrait to its original composition, the warmth to the ordinary inadequate warmth of the front parlor's malfunctioning radiator, the sound below to silence, not gone, not absent, completed, the way a conversation is completed when everything that needed to be said has been said, and silence is not the end of the exchange but the appropriate response to its sufficiency. I lowered my hand. I stood for a moment longer in the morning light, in the room that had always been cold and was now exactly as cold as it had always been. And I breathed, and I was more present in my body than I had been in 11 months. I went to the kitchen and made tea that I actually tasted. Outside the kitchen window, in the yard where the snow had settled into the particular dense blue-shadowed stillness of a windless winter morning, I noticed that the birch stand along the northern fence line was moving, not with wind, because there was no wind, but with some interior animation of their own, a trembling of the upper branches that lasted exactly long enough for me to see it and exactly long enough to understand that seeing it was the point. I went back to Vera Marsh on the 9th day, not because I was uncertain about what had happened in the front parlor on the 7th morning. I was not uncertain. I was something more complicated than uncertain, which is the state of a person who has received something real and is now required to integrate it into the structure of a life that was built, deliberately and over many years, on different foundations. Certainty and integration are not the same operation. You can be completely certain of something and still need to sit across from another person and say it aloud in order to understand what you now intend to do with it. The drive down the county road was different this time, not the road itself. The snow had compacted under several days of light traffic into a firm, navigable surface, and the fields on either side had acquired, The particular dense quality of settled winter, past the dramatic whiteness of new snowfall and into something more enduring and less picturesque. What was different was my relationship to the drive. I was not going somewhere I needed to go. I was going somewhere I had chosen to go, which is a distinction that sounds small and is, in practice, the difference between a life governed by avoidance and a life governed by something else. Vera Marsh opened her door before I reached it, which either meant she had heard my car on the drive, or that she had been expecting me at some point in the previous days and had simply been waiting to see when I would arrive. Both explanations seemed equally plausible for a woman of her particular quality of attention. The keeping room was as it had been. Fire going, 2 chairs angled toward it, the smell of linseed oil and wood smoke, and the particular settled warmth of a space that has been maintained at a consistent temperature for many years. She had a different blanket on the arm of the second chair this time. Heavier wool, the color of slate. She had, I noted, put it there before I knocked. I sat. She poured without asking. We sat for a moment in the comfortable silence of 2 people who have already said the difficult things and are not required to perform the approach to them again. Then I told her what had happened. I told it plainly, in the order it occurred, without the qualifications I had applied to everything I had described before this morning, because the qualifications had been the appropriate language for events I was not yet certain of, and I was certain of this. She listened with her hands folded and her eyes on the fire, and the quality of stillness that I had come to understand was not detachment, but its opposite, the stillness of a person receiving something with their full attention rather than the partial attention of someone simultaneously composing their response. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "How long did it last?" I said, "From before dawn until the sun cleared the tree line. Perhaps an hour and a half." She nodded, the nod of someone confirming a measurement they had expected. She said, "The first time is always the longest, not because it is more powerful the first time. It is not, it is actually less complete, because you do not yet know how to be fully present to it, but because the first time the body does not know when it will end, and the body, not knowing, holds itself at full readiness throughout. Later you will know. The duration will shorten because the arrival and the completion will both happen more quickly, and what you receive in 20 minutes will be more than what you received in an hour and a half this morning." I asked how she knew this. She looked at me then, away from the fire. She said, "Because I maintained the correspondence for 11 years, from the time your aunt became too unwell to manage the morning visit herself until she died in February." I set my mug down. I said, "You went to the house?" She said, "Every morning. I drove up the lane before 7 and let myself in with a key Florence kept under the porch stone." She paused and something moved briefly across her face. Not grief exactly, but the mark that long grief leaves on a person's expression even when they are not actively grieving. A permanent slight adjustment of the features toward honesty. And I stood in front of the portrait for as long as it required, and then I latched the door behind me and drove home. She said, "I stopped in February, when Florence died. There was no one to maintain it. I am 84 years old, and I had kept it for 11 years, and I knew it was not mine to keep indefinitely. It was always meant to pass to someone with the right frequency, and I was a borrowed keeper, not a natural one." I asked what the difference was. She said, "A natural keeper is someone the correspondence is already oriented toward, someone the membrane recognizes before they present themselves to it. I was someone your aunt trusted, and the correspondence tolerated me because her trust extended to me, and tolerance is functional, but it is not the same as recognition. What happened to you this morning is recognition. Those are not the same event at all." She reached beside her chair and lifted something from the floor, a wooden box, the size of a small book, with dovetailed corners and a fitted lid that had no hardware. The wood was dark with age, handled enough that the surface had the quality of something that has passed through many hands and absorbed something of each of them. She held it out to me. I took it. It was heavier than its size suggested. She said, "This was your aunt's. She gave it to me when I began maintaining the correspondence, and she asked me to hold it until the right person came. It is not ceremonial. It is not a ritual object in any sense that would require you to treat it carefully. It is simply something that belongs in the house, in the keeping of the person maintaining the correspondence, and it has been out of the house since February." I asked what was inside it. She said, "Letters, written by the first Florence to her mother in the years after she went through. Not letters that arrived through the post, letters that Abigail found, on successive mornings, in the space below the east wall of the parlor, between the wainscoting and the floorboard, in a gap that appears and closes at intervals that correspond exactly to the timing of the morning correspondence. Your aunt found them in the same place. She found them for 40 years. The last one arrived in the spring of her final year, which was before her health made the morning visit impossible, and which she told me was the longest and the most complete. I looked at the box in my hands. I said, "May I read them?" Vera Marsh said, "They are addressed to you, not by name. The first Florence could not have known your name, but the later ones, written in the decades after Abigail died and the correspondence passed to subsequent keepers, are addressed in language that is not general. They are written to the person who will come when the correspondence has been unmaintained long enough to become urgent." She paused. "That is you. The letters will tell you things I cannot, because they come from the other side of the threshold, and what I know comes from this side, and those are different bodies of knowledge with limited overlap." She said, "The box opens from the bottom, not the lid. The lid is fixed. Florence told me that the first Florence made the box herself, and made it in that specific way so that a person handling it for the first time would have to turn it over, which meant they would have to hold it with both hands, which meant they would have to stop doing anything else." She said this without any suggestion of mysticism. "The way you explain the specific design of a practical tool to someone who will be using it." I turned the box over in my hands. On what was now the top, the original bottom, there is a small inlaid rectangle of a lighter wood, fitted precisely into a recess that I pressed with my thumb. It released a panel. Inside, folded with a neatness that spoke of careful hands working over many separate occasions, were letters. Many letters, written on paper that varied in age from near black with time to cream-colored and recent, in handwriting that was consistent throughout, small, even, the handwriting of a woman trained in a specific 19th century hand that had carried across 170 years without alteration. I did not read them there. The keeping room was warm, and the fire was steady, and Vera Marsh's presence was precisely the kind of presence that would have sustained me through whatever the letters contained. But the letters were not for there. I knew this without being told, the way you know certain things that arrive as knowledge rather than reasoning. She said as though she had followed this, "Take them back to the house. Read them in the parlor, in the morning light. Not at the portrait. At the writing desk in the corner, which is where Abigail read them, and where every keeper since has read them. The desk is the correct location for the same reason the portrait is the correct location for the correspondence itself. Specific places hold specific functions in that room, and the functions are not arbitrary." I said, "How did you know there was a writing desk?" She said, "I stood in that parlor every morning for 11 years. I said, "I covered it." She said, "I know. I could see the sheet from the doorway on the mornings I arrived." She reached down beside her chair again and produced simply a key. Iron old, with a bow shaped in a form I did not recognize. Not the key from the lockbox. Not any key I had encountered in the house. She set it on the arm of my chair. She said, "The writing desk has a locked drawer. Your aunt kept it locked throughout her tenure as keeper, and the key has been with me since February. The drawer contains the journal the first Florence left before she went through, not what came after, but what she understood before, her methodology in her own language. Abigail read it. Every keeper has read it. It is not required reading, in the sense that you can maintain the correspondence without it. But it answers the question you have not yet asked me, which is not what this is, but why it is here specifically, in this house, on this land, and why the women in this family have been the ones to tend it. I picked up the key. It was heavier than keys are. I said, "What is the question I have not yet asked you?" She looked at me steadily with those clear gray eyes that had been looking at the territory of this knowledge for 84 years. She said, "Why your daughter knew and you did not. Why she came 3 times and said nothing. What she understood about you that led her to wait. And what it means that the waiting is over. And what it means for the correspondence going forward, that the right keeper has finally arrived." She said, "Those are not small questions. The journal will take you further into them than I can. Read it before the next morning visit. What you receive then will be shaped by what you understand going in, and understanding changes the quality of the reception the way a clean lens changes the quality of what passes through it." She stood, which meant we were finished, and I stood as well with the box under one arm and the key in my hand, and I thought, standing in the keeping room of Vera Marsh's farmhouse with the fire at my back and the smell of wood smoke in my coat, that I had arrived at this house 11 months after losing my daughter, carrying a grief so structural it had altered my architecture, and that the house had been waiting precisely for that grief and for no other, and that the waiting and the arriving and the correspondence and the letters and the key were not comfort. They were something older and more demanding than comfort. They were responsibility. She held the door. Outside, the sky had moved into the mid-morning clarity that comes after a week of overcast in New England. Hard light, short shadows, the specific blue of a winter sky from which all moisture has been pulled. The air so cold it had a taste that was almost metallic and almost sweet simultaneously. She said, as I passed, "Your aunt used to say that the correspondence was the easiest part, that the hardest part was the ordinary days in between, when you were in the house with the knowledge and the house was quiet and nothing was being transmitted or received, and you were simply a person living in a place that held something enormous, and you had to be both things simultaneously without letting either one collapse the other." She said she was right about that. She said, "You will learn what she meant." I drove back up the lane with the wooden box on the passenger seat and the iron key on top of it and the letters folded inside it, and at the top of the lane, where the drive leveled out before the house came into view, I stopped the car and sat for a moment, not because I needed to, but because I wanted to meet the house with full attention rather than arriving at it still in transit. And when I looked up through the windshield at the old federal facade with its stark windows and its cream-colored clapboards and its steep roof holding its burden of snow, I felt, for the first time in 11 months, that I was looking at something I intended to take care of. I read the letters over 3 days, not because there were so many of them. There were 31. Which is a number I counted before I began, and which carries, in retrospect, its own particular weight, corresponding as it does to the age Miriam was when she died. I did not notice this correspondence until the 3rd day of reading, and when I noticed it, I sat with it for a long time without deciding what to make of it, which is a posture I had been practicing, in various forms, since the 7th morning in the parlor, the posture of receiving without immediately converting, of letting a thing be what it is before asking what it means. I read them at the writing desk, as Vera Marsh had instructed, and the morning light that came through the parlor's west windows at an angle that shifted daily as December progressed, and the sun's arc lowered. The desk was a federal period piece in cherry wood, narrow and precise, with a slant top and a single bank of small drawers on the left side that I had not opened because they were not the locked drawer. The locked drawer was the long one running the full width of the desk below the writing surface, and it had opened with the iron key with the same ease that the front door lock had opened when I arrived. The ease of something that has been maintained against the day of use rather than left to rust in the interval. The journal was inside it. I read the journal first on the day I returned from Vera Marsh's farmhouse, because she had said to read it before the next morning visit, and there was only one night between that afternoon and the following dawn. The journal was a single volume, octavo size, bound in boards that had once been covered in marbled paper and were now covered primarily in the evidence of long use, creasing, darkening, the soft delamination of the corners that occurs when a book is handled often enough by careful hands. The first Florence's handwriting inside was the same as in the letters, small even, trained without ornamentation. She had written the journal in the winter of 1851, the year before she went through. What she described was not mystical. This is what struck me most. Reading it by the thin December light at the writing desk where she had almost certainly also sat. The absolute practicality of her methodology. She had approached the question of what persists after the body ends the way she had approached every question she documented in the journal's earlier sections, with systematic observation, recorded evidence, tested hypothesis, revised hypothesis. She had spent, by her own account, 4 winters in the lower rooms of the house, in the passage behind the root cellar wall, conducting what she called in her 19th century vocabulary, a series of inquiries into the permeability of adjacent states of being. She had not been the first to notice the passage. She had found documentation of it in materials her father had kept, which referenced in turn older materials in the keeping of families who had lived on this land before any Pritchard arrived. Documentation in forms she could not fully read but whose intent was legible. The location had been known for a very long time. The first Florence had been the first person, by her account, to approach it as a scientist rather than a supplicant. What she had found, documented with the precision of someone who understood that the record might outlast her, was this. The passage was not a passageway in any conventional sense. It was a place where 2 states of existence, she used that phrase consistently, states of existence, never afterlife, never spirit, never any of the vocabulary of her century's religious frameworks, occupied the same coordinates, not consecutively, simultaneously, like 2 notes played at once that produce a third sound, neither contains individually. She had learned to stand in that location and be audible to whatever occupied the adjacent state. She had learned over 4 winters that the adjacent state was not a location in any spatial sense, that distance and direction did not apply to it, that it was not somewhere you could navigate toward but something you could be in frequency with, the way a tuning fork is not moving toward the note it produces, but becomes it. She had learned that the membrane could be entered, and she had decided to enter it. Her reasoning, recorded in the final pages of the journal in handwriting that was the same as the first pages, the same measured calm, no evidence of fear or agitation, no drama in the pen's pressure, was not dramatic either. She was not fleeing, she was not in despair. She was a woman who had spent 4 years standing at the edge of the most significant discovery she could imagine, and who had understood, with the clarity of a scientist who has followed the evidence to its terminus, that the next step was through and not back. She had documented everything she knew so that the record would remain. She had made the box. She had arranged the portrait as a fixed coordinate. She had worked with the painter on the specific placement and angle of her own figure, which explained the slight awkwardness that art historians who had occasionally seen the portrait had attributed to the painter's relative inexperience with background figures. It was not inexperience. It was specification. She had written on the last page, "What I go toward is not darkness. I have stood near enough to it to know its quality. It is the quality of full attention, undivided, from which the body's constant claims have been removed. My mother will know where to find me. She has always known where I am." I closed the journal. I sat at the cherry wood desk in the December light, and I held the journal in both hands for a long time, and I thought about a woman 170 years removed from me who had faced the most unknown thing imaginable with the same quality of attention she had applied to everything else. And I thought about my daughter, who had come to this house 3 times and sat in Aunt Florence's kitchen and drunk tea from a blue tin and stood in front of this portrait. And I thought about what Miriam must have understood, standing here. That she had decided her mother was not yet ready to understand. She had been right. I would not have been capable 11 months ago of receiving any of it. The journal, the letters, the morning correspondence, the warmth that was not warmth, the sound that was not sound. I would have pathologized all of it. I would have added it to the list of things my grief was doing to my perception, and managed it accordingly, carefully, with a thoroughness I applied to everything I needed to not feel. She had known this about me. She had come here anyway 3 times, because knowing it was not coming was available to her, and she had chosen proximity over transmission. She had stood where I now stood and been in frequency with what was on the other side of the threshold, and had received what was receivable and had not told me. And I had spent 11 months not knowing that this specific form of continuing was available, and now I knew. The grief of the 11 months did not resolve when I understood this. I want to be precise about that, because this account is not a consolation story, and I will not make it one by being imprecise at this particular juncture. The grief did not resolve. Miriam was still gone in all the ways that matter to the living. I could not call her, could not hear her voice, could not sit in the same room and occupy the same physical moment, could not watch her do the ordinary things that people do when they are alive and present and available to the people who love them. That loss was intact. That loss would remain intact. What changed was its texture. Grief that contains an address is different from grief that contains only absence. Not lesser, not more comfortable. Different in the way that a vast space is different when it has one fixed point in it. The space does not diminish, but your relationship to it changes, because you are no longer simply inside something boundless with no coordinate to orient by. The fixed point was the portrait. The fixed point was the morning visit, which I had now made every day since the 7th, and which had changed each time in specific ways that I recorded in a notebook I had bought at the general store in Morris. Not because I wanted to be scientific about it, but because the first Florence had understood that the record was part of the responsibility, and I had understood, reading her journal, that she was right about this. What I recorded was not transcription. There was nothing to transcribe. It was more like notation, the quality of a particular morning, the specific character of what arrived, the way the fixed coordinate of the painted figure presented itself on days when the light was different, or I had slept less or was carrying something particular in my interior, that the correspondence seemed to respond to differently. The way a conversation responds differently depending on what each party brings to it. I had learned, over those mornings, that Vera Marsh was correct about what she had told me on my second visit. The duration shortened as the reception deepened. I had learned that the quality of my own attention was a variable. That arriving at the portrait was something other than full attention, produced a different quality of correspondence than arriving with the full instrument of myself available. I had learned this, not theoretically, but in the immediate, embodied way that you learn anything that requires the body as well as the mind to understand it. I had also learned something Vera Marsh had not told me, perhaps because it was not something she had experienced, being a borrowed keeper rather than a natural one. On the mornings when I arrived at the portrait carrying my grief in the full, unmanaged way, not protected, not bordered, fully present to the weight and the shape of what I had lost, the correspondence was different in kind, not only in degree, not stronger in any quantifiable way, more mutual. The direction of the exchange, which on most mornings had the quality of reception, of me receiving what was being offered, would shift into something that felt more like dialogue. Not questions and answers, not language of any kind, but the specific quality of an exchange in which both parties are present and contributing, rather than one transmitting and one receiving. On those mornings, I felt that she was also receiving something from me, that she knew I was there. I wrote this in the notebook and then sat with what I had written for a long time, because it was the most significant thing I had recorded, and I wanted to be accurate about it. The most significant thing I had to account for was not what I had received. It was the possibility that the correspondence ran both ways, that across the threshold that the first Florence had crossed in the winter of 1852, the person on the other side of that specific light from that specific moment in 1849 could sense the arrival of her mother and Abigail's daughters after her, and finally me. could sense specifically that I had come, could sense that the 11 months of absence had ended. The 31st letter, which was the most recent and which I had saved for the final morning of my 3 days of reading, was written on paper that was cream-colored and recent enough that I could not determine by its quality alone when it arrived. The handwriting was the same, that small, even, trained 19th century hand that had not altered in 170 years, which was its own form of evidence, and it began not with any of the forms of address that the previous letters had used. The formal salutations that marked the letters written to Abigail, the slightly warmer openings of the middle letters. It began, "You took longer than I expected." I sat with this for a long time. Then I read the rest of it, which I will not transcribe here in full because the complete content of that letter is not part of what this account is for. What this account is for is the record, the documentation of what the Litchfield house is, what it holds, what it asks of the person who agrees to tend it, so that the next keeper, in whatever generation they arrive, has something to orient by before the correspondence begins. What the letter said, in the first Florence's precise and unhurried language, was that she had known I would come, not because she possessed knowledge of the future, she was explicit about this, but because the frequency of my grief was legible to her from the other side of the threshold, in the same way that a particular quality of light is legible before the source of it becomes visible. She said that Miriam had been preparing the ground. Not deliberately, she said. This was not something Miriam had arranged or planned. It was simply what happened when a person with the right frequency came into proximity with the house repeatedly. The membrane thinned on both sides, and what was on the other side became more available to whoever came next with the right instrument to receive it. Miriam had been, in the first Florence's language, a form of preparation, an opening that preceded a fuller opening. She said, "The correspondence is not a consolation. It is a practice. It will ask of you what every practice asks: consistency, attention, the willingness to arrive without knowing what you will find, and to receive what is offered without requiring it to be what you expected." She said, "Tend it well." She said, "We have been waiting for someone who would." I closed the letter. I folded it along its original creases and placed it back in the box with the others, and fitted the bottom panel closed, and set the box on the writing desk where it would remain. Outside, the December afternoon was moving toward the blue-gray of early dark, the light failing at the precise angle that New England light fails in December, not fading but withdrawing, pulling back from the landscape with a specificity that always feels deliberate, as though the day is not ending but relocating. I picked up my notebook. On the page following my last entry, I wrote the title of this account. 3 words. The title that had arrived on the morning of the 7th day, fully formed. As the warmth proceeded and the figure in the portrait returned to its painted composure and I stood in the morning light, understanding what I had just received and understanding, simultaneously, what I would eventually be required to write down. 3 words that I will place at the beginning of this document when it is complete, so that the next keeper finds them before anything else. I closed the notebook. I was ready. Tomorrow I would make the morning visit for the last time before I drove back to Hartford to close my apartment and arrange the forwarding of my work and notify the few people who needed notifying that I would be living henceforth in Litchfield County, and sitting at the writing desk looking at the closed notebook in my hands, at the wooden box beside it, at the last light failing in the west-facing windows, I understood that the account was nearly complete, and that what remained was not an ending but the thing that comes after endings, which is quieter and more permanent, and does not have a name yet in any language I know. I returned in January, not to the house. I had not left the house, or had left it only in the practical sense of the word, the sense in which a person drives to Hartford and loads a rented cargo van with the contents of an apartment and drives back. The apartment had taken 2 days to dismantle, which surprised me by being less difficult than I had anticipated, and more difficult than I could account for, because what I was dismantling was not the apartment but the version of myself that had been maintaining it. The version that had been living at a slight remove from everything, eating crackers at kitchen counters, keeping the calendar clear of obligations that required full presence, surviving in the specific way that people survive when they have decided, without quite acknowledging the decision, that surviving is sufficient. What I returned to, at the beginning of January, was the house in its winter character, which was different in every specific from its late October character, and the same in the one way that mattered. The front parlor faced east, and the portrait was on the east wall, and the east wall received the first light of every morning without exception. The morning visits had continued throughout the Hartford interval, conducted in front of the blank wall of my apartment's east-facing bedroom, with a quality of attention that was genuine and that produced, to my ongoing astonishment, a faint but unmistakable response. The correspondence did not require the physical fixed point of the portrait to operate, I had discovered. The portrait was the clearest location, the most established coordinate. Away from it, the signal was attenuated. The way a voice is attenuated by distance, but remains audible to someone who knows what they are listening for. I had kept the morning visits. Every day, without exception. This was the practice. What I want to describe now is not the dramatic events of this account, the root cellar and the passage, the seventh morning and its aftermath, the letters in the journal and the conversation with Vera Marsh in her keeping room, with the fire going and the tea going cold in the heavy mug. Those events are recorded. They stand on their own as documentation. What I want to describe, because it seems to me the most important part, and the part most likely to be useful to whoever reads this account after I am gone and before the next keeper arrives, is what came after them, what the ordinary days were like. Vera Marsh had warned me, on that last visit to her farmhouse. Your aunt used to say that the correspondence was the easiest part, that the hardest part was the ordinary days in between, when you were in the house with the knowledge and the house was quiet and nothing was being transmitted or received, and you were simply a person living in a place that held something enormous, and you had to be both things simultaneously without letting either one collapse the other. She had been right about this in a way that I could not have understood until I was inside it. The ordinary days were January. They were the light on the dining room table at 2 in the afternoon, arriving through the south window at the low, patient angle of midwinter and illuminating the planting plans and the correspondence and the coffee cup and the ordinary surface of a working day with the same neutrality it illuminated everything else. They were the sound of the marsh road snowplow at 4 in the morning, its distance scraping a kind of company in the deep quiet of the rural night. They were the particular creak of the third stair that I now descended each morning without noticing, having absorbed it completely into the body knowledge of the house. They were Gerald Wakefield's Tuesday delivery of the county newspaper, left in the box at the top of the lane because the lane itself was too narrow and too unreliable in winter weather for his truck. They were dinner, cooked properly, eaten at the kitchen table with a book open beside the plate. They were the planting projects, resumed and progressing, the landscape consultancy rebuilt around a new schedule that protected the mornings and gave the afternoons to the work. They were 3 separate conversations with Dr. Bisset, Ansel, conducted by telephone, in which I described what had occurred in terms that were sufficiently precise to be useful, and she received them in the same spirit she had always received things. Without endorsement, without dismissal, with the rigorous open attention of a person who had decided long ago that the most honest epistemological position was uncertainty maintained with integrity. She said in the third conversation, "You sound different." I asked in what way. She said, "Present." She said it simply, as a clinical observation. She did not elaborate because the elaboration was unnecessary. We both knew what the opposite had sounded like for 11 months. The ordinary days were also this, the grief was still there. I want to be specific about this, because I said earlier that this account is not a consolation story, and I mean to hold to that with precision in the final pages. Miriam was still gone. The specific and irreplaceable texture of her presence in the world, the way she occupied rooms, the particular register of her attention, the fact of her as a continuous, growing, changing person moving through time alongside me. That was gone and remained gone, and the morning visits did not restore it, and were not intended to restore it. They were something else entirely. They were correspondence. They were the maintained thread of an address that ran through a fixed point in a federal-style house in Litchfield County across a threshold that operated in one direction, to a place that did not have coordinates but could be reached by frequency. What the grief was now in January was different from what it had been in November. Not smaller, differently shaped, the way a room is differently shaped when it has a window. Not larger, not fundamentally altered in its dimensions, but changed in its relationship to light, and therefore changed in what it is possible to do inside it. I could work inside it now. I could eat dinner inside it, and read, and take the county newspaper from the box at the top of the lane, and notice the particular quality of January light at 2 in the afternoon, and all of these things were possible in a way they had not been possible when the grief had no window and no address, and was simply a sealed space that I was maintaining from the interior. On the 14th day of January, I drove to the Marsh Road, not because I needed guidance. The guidance had been given, and I had read the journal and the letters, and I knew, now, what I was tending Anne. The friend came back. The Grand River cuts through pale limestone rocks here, and in late autumn the gorge holds a cold that feels older than the season. Mist rising off the water at dusk, the sound of it traveling up through the town in a way that makes voices hard to place. The houses along the ridge are Victorian and tightly shuttered, and the elm trees along the main street lose their leaves all at once, in a single week, as though the town has decided winter may as well begin. The drive up from Toronto took longer than it should have, partly because of the rain that came in off Lake Ontario somewhere around Milton, and stayed with me all the way to the Fergus turnoff, and partly because I kept slowing down without meaning to, the way you do when you are driving towards something you are not sure you want to reach. I had not been back to Elora in 11 years. My mother had died in March, on a Tuesday morning when the ground was still frozen and the crocuses had not yet decided whether the season was worth the effort. She passed in the palliative unit at Guelph General, in a room with a window that faced a parking structure, and the last coherent thing she said to me, the last thing I can be certain she meant, was a name I had not heard spoken aloud since I was 7 years old. She said quite clearly, "Go and find Marin." Then she closed her eyes. She did not open them again. I told myself for the weeks that followed that this was simply the morphine, that the mind, when it is leaving, reaches for the oldest and most comfortable things, the language of childhood, the furniture of early memory. My mother had known about Marin. She had listened patiently all those years ago while I told her about my imaginary friend. She had set a place at the table for her twice. She had never laughed. So it made sense, I told myself. The morphine had simply reached back to that era and pulled something forward. I told myself this for 5 months. Then I packed a bag, called in 2 weeks of leave from the architectural firm where I had spent the better part of a decade drawing other people's living spaces, and drove north on the 441 with the rain following me the whole way. My name is Nora Callahan. I am 38 years old. I am, by every reasonable measure, a person who does not believe in imaginary friends. The town appeared around a long curve in the county road, the way it always had. Without warning, without introduction, simply there. The limestone buildings came first, their pale gray faces catching what remained of the October light. The shop windows along Metcalf Street already lit against the early dark. The elm trees had dropped most of their leaves in the past week. Somebody had told me on the phone when I called to book the room all at once, like they do here, like a decision made overnight. The wet leaves lay in a single dense layer on the sidewalks, and they had turned the color of old copper, and the smell of them, that specific autumn smell of wet stone and decomposing softness, came through the car's ventilation before I had even rolled the window down. I pulled into the parking area beside the bed and breakfast, turned off the engine, and sat for a moment. The gorge was not visible from where I had parked. but I could hear it. That was the thing about Elora that no photograph ever communicated correctly. The sound of the Grand River cutting through the limestone below the town was always present, a low and continuous sound that was not quite white noise and not quite music, something older than either. It moved up through the rock and into the streets, and you felt it in the soles of your feet before you consciously registered it with your ears. I had forgotten that sound. Hearing it again was like pressing on a bruise I had not known was still tender. The woman at the front desk had a name badge that read Constance, and she had the manner of someone who had managed a Victorian stone guest house for long enough that very little surprised her. She gave me the key to the room on the second floor, the one at the back, she said, overlooking the garden. Quieter than the street side, though the gorge carries at night, she added. As a matter of fact, not a warning. Some people like it. Some people find it unsettling. I said I expected I would like it. The room was everything a room in an Elora bed and breakfast is supposed to be. Wide plank floors, the color of dark honey, a cast iron radiator that ticked steadily as it warmed, curtains in a pale stripe that had been washed so many times they had achieved a kind of softness that new fabric never has. A writing desk sat beneath the window, and on the desk was a small lamp with a cream-colored shade that threw a warm circle of light, no larger than a dinner plate. I set my bag on the bench at the foot of the bed and stood in that lamplight for a moment, doing nothing. I thought about whether I had locked the car. I was fairly sure I had. I could not remember the specific sensation of pressing the button, but I was nearly certain. I told myself this was not worth going back to check, and I sat down on the edge of the bed, and the mattress was firm and good, and the radiator ticked its steady tick, and for approximately 4 minutes I felt something that was close to peace. Then I looked at the wall beside the window. There was nothing wrong with the wall. It was plaster, painted in a shade of warm white, with a small framed watercolor of the gorge hanging at a height that suggested someone had measured carefully. The paper in the watercolor had aged to a mild cream at the edges. The painting showed the limestone walls of the gorge at what appeared to be midsummer, the river a pale green-gray far below, a single figure standing on the near bank. I looked at that figure for longer than was reasonable. It was too small and too loosely rendered to be clearly anything. It could have been a woman. It could have been a trick of the artist's brush, a smear of pigment that the eye was assembling into a human shape, because the human eye cannot help itself. I looked away. I unpacked my toiletries into the small bathroom, which smelled of cedar and old tile grout, and a faint trace of lavender from the soap. I washed my hands. I looked at my own face in the mirror for a moment, and my face looked back at me with the expression I had been wearing for most of the past 8 months. Not grief exactly. More like the careful neutrality of someone who has decided that grief is something to be managed on a schedule. I went back to the room and sat at the writing desk and opened my notebook to the first blank page. I had brought the notebook with the intention of writing things down. What things I had not been entirely specific with myself about. The events leading up to my mother's death. The things she had said. The name she had spoken at the end. I wrote the date at the top of the page. Then I wrote, Elora. Then I looked up at the window, which showed me the garden below, a modest rectangle of lawn and a low stone wall, and, beyond it, the dark suggestion of the gorge's edge. The sound of the river was everywhere in the room. Not loud, constant, like something breathing just out of sight. I closed the notebook. I had not, I realized, eaten anything since the gas station outside Guelph, where I had bought a package of crackers and eaten them in the parking lot without tasting them. I pulled on my jacket, went downstairs, and asked Constance where she would recommend for dinner on a wet Monday in late October. She gave me the name of a place on Metcalfe. She said to try the soup. I walked out into the dark, and the wet leaves and the steady low sound of the river, and the town was quiet in the way that small towns are quiet on weekday evenings in autumn, not empty. just pulled inward, lights on behind glass. The smell of other people's wood smoke drifting from chimneys I could not see. I had not thought about Marins since I was approximately 7.5 years old. That was what I told myself as I walked. The soup was good, thick and warm, and it sat in me like ballast all the way back to the guest house. But when I climbed the stairs to my room and looked again at that small framed watercolor, I noticed something I had not noticed before. The single figure on the bank of the gorge appeared, and the low lamplight to be facing inward, toward the painting's interior. But its shadow on the limestone fell in the wrong direction entirely, as if the light that made it came from somewhere the painter had not intended. The morning arrived without announcement, which was the honest way mornings came in this part of Ontario in late October. Not a gradual brightening so much as a slow lifting of the dark, the sky moving from black to a particular shade of pewter that never quite became blue, and the cloud ceiling sitting low over the rooftops, as though it had settled in for the season and saw no reason to discuss it. I had slept, which surprised me, not deeply. Sleep in a strange bed after a long drive rarely is, but, genuinely, the kind of sleep where you lose the thread of yourself for a few hours and wake, still holding the warmth of it. The radiator had quieted overnight. The room was cool at the edges, warmer near the center where the bedding held the night's accumulated heat, and I lay still for several minutes, simply registering the difference between the cold air on my face and the warmth against my back. Unwilling to disturb the balance, the sound of the river was still present, lower than it had seemed the night before. Or perhaps I had simply adjusted to it, the way you adjust to a neighbor's television through a shared wall. Present, constant, no longer requiring response. I thought about coffee. There would be coffee downstairs, and there would be something to eat, and these were tasks I understood completely and could perform without difficulty, which was more than I could say for the task I'd actually come here to perform. I had not yet named that task clearly even to myself. I had told my colleague Mark that I was taking leave to settle the last of my mother's affairs, which was true in the technical sense that some affairs remained unsettled. A storage unit in Guelph, a small account at a credit union, a box of papers at the lawyer's office that still needed sorting. But none of those things required me to drive to Elora specifically. None of them required me to be in the town where I had spent the first 8 years of my life, in the years when Marin had been present. I got up, dressed in the cool air, and went downstairs. Constance had set the small dining room for 3 tables. The only one other guest was present, a man of perhaps 60, silver-haired and neatly turned out in the way that retired engineers often are, reading something on a tablet with the quiet absorption of someone who had been alone long enough that solitude had become comfortable rather than lonely. He did not look up. I sat at the table by the side window, which looked out onto a narrow passage between the guest house and the stone building next door, and Constance brought coffee without being asked, which elevated her considerably in my estimation. The coffee was strong and genuinely hot, and I wrapped both hands around the mug and held it for a moment before drinking, feeling the heat move through my palms and into the joints of my fingers, which had been cold since I woke. Outside, the passage between the buildings framed a narrow vertical slice of the street beyond, and I watched a single cyclist move through that frame, here and then gone, silent behind the glass. And I thought about the fact that my mother had grown up in this town too, that she had walked these streets as a child, that the limestone buildings she had looked at every morning were the same limestone buildings I was looking at now, and it's something about this continuity, the stone unchanged, the people gone, made a specific pressure behind my sternum that I had learned, over the past 8 months, not to investigate too closely. I ate what Constance brought: toast, a soft boiled egg, a small dish of preserves, the color of dark garnets, and I did this methodically, the way I did most things now, as though eating were a procedure with steps to be completed rather than something with flavor and texture and pleasure attached to it. The egg was good. I noticed it was good. I noted that noticing was something. After breakfast I walked. Alora in the morning was a different proposition from Alora in the rain of the previous evening. The wet had not lifted, the air was still heavy with it, the streets still dark at the joints between the paving stones. But the town was now occupied in its modest weekday way. A hardware shop on Metcalf had its door open. A woman in a wax jacket walked a large dog with the purposeful air of someone fulfilling a mutual obligation. The bakery 2 doors down from the guest house exhaled something warm and yeasty into the cold air each time its door opened, and I slowed as I passed it, not going in, just taking the warmth as it came. I walked down toward the gorge. The path that ascended from the town to the conservation area was familiar in the way that early childhood geography always is, not consciously remembered so much as stored in the body, in the specific angle of inclination that the legs recognize before the mind catches up. The limestone walls of the gorge came into view as the path curved, and I stopped at the railing and looked down. The Grand River ran far below, and at this time of year it had a color that was difficult to name. Not brown, not gray, something in between, carrying with it the memory of the summer's warmth, in the way that autumn rivers sometimes seem to, as though the warmth is still present somewhere in the current, well below the surface, not yet surrendered. The limestone walls on either side were strided in horizontal lines, layer upon layer of ancient sediment, each line a different shade of pale, and the whole face of it glistened with the morning's moisture. I had stood at this railing as a child. I remembered it with a clarity that was disproportionate to the memory's apparent significance. The specific sensation of the cold metal bar under my small hands, the dizzying drop below, my mother's voice somewhere behind me telling me not to lean. I remembered looking down and feeling, not fear exactly, but something more complex, the awareness of depth, of how much space existed below the surface of the visible world. I had told Marin about this feeling. That same day, or one very close to it. I had not thought about that in 31 years. I stood at the railing for a long time, long enough that the cold began to establish itself properly, working upward through the soles of my boots and settling into my ankles. I became aware in the way that is impossible to precisely time, that something in the quality of the gorge's sound had shifted. The river's noise, that low continuous movement of water over stone, was unchanged. But beneath it, or behind it, or threaded through it in some configuration that did not map cleanly onto any directional language I had available, there was something else. Not a voice, not a sound I could have described to anyone and expected them to take seriously. More like the feeling of a sound, the acoustic implication of a presence. The way a large room sounds different when someone enters it even before they have spoken or moved. I gripped the railing. I told myself that the gorge was a natural amplifier, that the limestone reflected and refracted sound in ways that could produce effects with no source more mysterious than the river itself. I had read something about this once. Not about this gorge specifically, but about limestone cave systems, about the way sound behaved differently in calcium carbonate formations, the way early humans had painted on cave walls in the precise locations where sound pooled most dramatically, as though the resonance itself were sacred. I had filed this somewhere useful and now retrieved it, and I held it between myself and whatever I was feeling, and it helped for approximately 40 seconds. Then the feeling became more specific. It was not the gorge. It was directional. It was behind me and slightly to my left, and it had the particular quality, the unmistakable and entirely irrational quality of attention, of something looking at me with deliberate intention, not the generalized awareness of being observed which produces its own distinct unease, but something more focused and possibly more familiar, the feeling of being seen by something that had been waiting to see me specifically. I turned around. The path behind me was empty. A stand of birch trees, their bark white as old chalk, stood in a loose group 20 feet from the railing. Beyond them, the path carved back up toward the town. A single crow sat in the highest branches of the furthest birch, and regarded me with a frank, assessor attention that crows directed everything, which means nothing, and feels like everything, nothing else. I stood with my back to the gorge and looked at the empty path for what was probably 15 seconds, but felt considerably longer, and my breathing was shallow, and my hands were cold, and I noticed, in a corner of my mind that had apparently decided to concern itself with domestic logistics at this precise moment, that I had not checked whether the guest house provided an iron, because the jacket I had packed for the second half of the week was linen and would need one. I exhaled. I turned back to the river. I looked at the water far below for another minute, steady and deliberate, because I am not a person who runs from an empty path and a crow. Then I climbed back up to the town and went to find Constance, because Constance had the manner of someone who knew things about this place, and I had arrived with questions I had not yet learned to ask aloud. She was in the small sitting room off the entrance hall, sorting a stack of linen with the methodical attention of someone for whom order was not a preference but a practice. She looked up when I came in. She did not ask how the walk had been, which I appreciated. She simply waited. I asked how long she had lived in Elora. 53 years, she said. Born here. I asked whether she knew much of the town's history. The older history. She set down the linen. She looked at me for a moment in the way that people look at you when they are deciding not how much to tell you, but in what order. Most of it, she said. What is it you were looking for? I told her my mother had grown up here, that she had died in the spring, that she had said something at the end that I had not been able to account for. A name, a childhood name, something from before we left. Constance nodded slowly. She said, some names come back. She said it the way you say something that means more than it appears to mean, without inflection, without drama, as though she were simply reporting a fact about the town, the way she might report a fact about the river, that it ran high in spring, that it carried cold well into June, that some things it brought back and some things it did not. I did not ask her what she meant by that. Not yet. I thanked her for the breakfast. I went upstairs. I sat at the writing desk and opened my notebook, and I wrote the name, Marin, in the center of the first blank page. I looked at it for a long time. Outside, the pewter sky had not changed. The town below went about its business in the quiet, purposeful way of small places in autumn, and the river continued its low and constant conversation with the limestone, and somewhere in the cold birch stand below the gorge railing, I imagined the crow was still sitting, still watching the path where I had stood. I wrote one more word beneath the name. I wrote, why? That evening when I went to hang my coat on the hook behind the door, I found that the hook held something that had not been there that morning. A single dried sprig of something pale and feathery, the kind of herb that might have been left by a previous guest or placed there by Constance out of some housekeeping habit, except that when I touched it, it was not dry at all, and it left a faint green stain on the pad of my thumb, as though it had been cut from something living very recently. The green stain faded by morning, which I noted with the particular relief of someone who has decided, consciously and against considerable internal resistance, not to make anything of something. I had washed my thumb twice the night before. Both times the stain remained. I had gone to bed with it still faintly visible, a thin crescent of color along the edge of the pad, and I had lain in the dark listening to the river and telling myself that plants left marks, that this was simply chemistry, that the specific shade of green, not quite sage, not quite the particular green of new growth, something older and more saturated than either, was not remarkable in any way that required investigation. By morning it was gone. The skin of my thumb was clean and unremarkable. I stood at the bathroom basin and looked at it under the light for longer than was dignified. Then I went downstairs. Constance was not in the dining room. A younger woman, perhaps mid-20s, with the brisk competence of someone covering someone else's shift, brought tea and a plate of things without being asked and disappeared back into the kitchen before I had a chance to ask after Constance's whereabouts. The other guest from the previous morning was gone. I had the dining room to myself, and the room was quiet in the way that rooms are quiet when the person who animates them is absent, not merely silent, but differently shaped, as though the air itself redistributes when a particular presence leaves it. I drank the tea. It was too strong, and I drank it anyway because the warmth was the point. After breakfast, I went to the public library. The Wellington County Library branch in Elora occupied a building on Metcalf that smelled of radiator heat, an old paper, and the specific kind of institutional carpet cleaner that seems to be standard across all small-town Canadian public institutions. A woman at the front desk directed me to the local history section without asking why, which I appreciated. Librarians in small towns have long since stopped being surprised by people arriving with a specific and unarticulated need for the past. The local history section was a single set of shelves in the back corner, reasonably well organized, and I spent the better part of 2 hours moving through it with the methodical attention that my training had given me. The architect's habit of reading a space through its components, looking for the structural logic underneath the surface arrangement. The history of Elora was the history of limestone and water, primarily. The gorge had made the town possible and had, in several instances, made individual human lives impossible. There were drownings in the record going back to the 1830s, the river taking people with the regularity of something that considered this arrangement fair. The quarrying history was layered through everything. The stone pulled from the earth and shaped and stacked into the buildings I had been walking past for 2 days. The men who had done this work leaving their names in the civic record and their bodies, in a number of cases, in the cemetery on the eastern edge of town. I was not sure what I was looking for. This was not entirely true. I was looking for something that would give me a rational framework for what I had felt at the gorge railing the morning before. Something in the acoustic properties of the limestone, perhaps, or some documented local weather phenomenon, some feature of the river valley's topography that produced the kind of directional, attentive sensation I had experienced and then spent the subsequent 18 hours not thinking about. I was looking, in other words, for a way out of what I had felt, rather than a way into it. What I found instead was a slim, privately published volume with a blue cloth cover, undated but, from the typography, which was clearly produced sometime in the 1980s, titled simply Elora, Voices from the Stone Country. The author was listed on the title page as a J. Moreth, described in a brief author's note as a local historian and retired school teacher who had spent 40 years collecting the oral traditions of Wellington County. The chapter that stopped me was titled, without elaboration, The Children's Friends. Moreth's prose was plain and unhurried, the style of someone who had spent decades in front of classrooms and had long since given up on ornamentation. She wrote that the Grand River Valley had an unusually persistent tradition, documented across several generations of local families, of children reporting companions that adults could not perceive. She was careful with her language. She did not use the word ghost, and she did not use the word imaginary, as she used instead the phrase liminal companions, and she noted that this phrase was her own coinage, not a local term. What distinguished the Wellington County cases from the broader imaginary friend phenomenon, Moreth wrote, was a specific and recurring feature that she had documented in interviews with more than 30 families across her 40 years of collecting. The companions reported by children in this valley did not typically behave as imaginary friends behaved elsewhere. They did not simply play and converse and disappear as the child grew older. In the Wellington County cases, the companions appeared to be attached not to the child, but to the location. When families left the valley, the companions did not follow, and in a significant number of cases, Moreth counted 11 across her documentation, though she acknowledged this was almost certainly an undercount. Adults who returned to the valley after a long absence reported not a continuation of childhood experience, but a resumption of it, as though the companion had simply been waiting. I read this paragraph 3 times. The library was warm in the uncomplicated way of old public buildings in autumn, the radiators working steadily, the air slightly overheated, the smell of the carpet cleaner softened by the warmth into something almost pleasant. A child at a table near the window was doing homework with the put-upon concentration of someone who would rather be anywhere else. A man 2 shelves over was looking for something in the large print fiction with the expression of a person who has decided that this, at least, is a manageable problem. I noted that the child's pencil made a specific small sound against the paper. I noted this because my mind was using it as a handhold, something ordinary to grip, while the rest of my attention processed what I had just read. 11 documented cases. Adults who returned. A resumption. I thought about whether I had packed enough socks for 2 weeks, which was a ridiculous thing to think about, and I knew it was ridiculous, and I thought about it anyway for a full 20 seconds before I let it go. I turned the page. Morath had included in the following chapter a brief survey of the sensory experiences reported by returning adults. She was clinical about this, listing them without commentary or explanation, simply as data. The list was short. A directional sense of attention in open natural spaces, particularly near moving water. A perception of sound beneath or behind ambient environmental noise. Not distinct enough to identify as voice, but distinct enough to register as structured rather than random. Peripheral visual disturbances near limestone surfaces, particularly in low or changing light. And, in 4 of her 11 documented cases, the appearance of plant matter with no verifiable source. Specifically, cuttings or sprigs of plants found in enclosed indoor spaces that should not have contained them. My thumb was clean. I was aware of this with a precision that was its own kind of pressure. I closed the book and sat for a moment with my hands flat on the table and my eyes on the middle distance. The child near the window had given up on the homework and was drawing something in the margin of the page. I could not see what, but the pencil moved in the loose, repetitive way that meant the drawing was not representational, just shape, just the pleasure of the line. I thought about my mother's voice. I thought about the particular quality of it in her last weeks, not weakened so much as clarified, stripped of the social register she had maintained for decades. The careful pleasantness of a woman who had grown up in a small town and understood that small towns required a performance of normalcy that never fully stopped. In those last weeks, the performance had dropped away, and what remained was something more essential. Her actual voice, the one underneath, the one I recognized from my earliest memory. It was that voice that had said, "Go and find Morin," not the performance voice, the one underneath. I went back to the shelf and looked at Morath's book again, specifically at the author's note. The note said she had retired from teaching in 1984 and had lived in Elora her entire life. It gave no further biographical detail, but it gave a date of publication, 1989, which meant J. Morath, if she was still alive, would be somewhere in her 80s. I wrote the name in my notebook, below the 2 words I had already written there. Then I went to the front desk and asked the librarian, as casually as I could manage, whether she knew anything about a local historian named Morath, whether the name meant anything. The librarian looked at me over the top of her reading glasses. She said, "You mean John." She said it in the way that small towns say the names of their oldest residents, not with reverence exactly, more with a matter-of-fact familiarity of people who have simply always known someone to be present, the way they know the river to be present, or the gorge, or the specific gray of the November sky. I said yes. Jean Morath. She is still here, the librarian said. She does not get about much in the cold weather, but she is still here. She lives on the Pilkington roadside. She told me that Jean Morath sometimes accepted visitors, if the reason was genuine. I asked how one established that the reason was genuine. The librarian smiled, the particular small smile of someone who has given this answer before. "You tell her what you actually came for," she said. She has a good ear for the other kind. I walked back to the guest house through the mid-afternoon, the cold working in from the north now, purposeful and specific. The kind of cold that does not suggest winter is approaching, but simply announces that winter is already decided. The town's stone buildings held the chill in their walls and released it steadily into the spaces between them. and I walked through these spaces with my collar up and my hands in my pockets, and the notebook pressed against my ribs beneath my jacket, where the cover had grown warm from my body heat. When I got back to the room, the hook behind the door was empty. The sprig was gone. I stood in the doorway for a moment and looked at the hook. The hook was ordinary. There was nothing on it and nothing near it, and no trace on the floor beneath it to suggest anything had fallen. The room smelled faintly of the same lavender from the bathroom soap, and the window showed the garden below, the low stone wall, the dark lawn, the gorge's edge beyond, and everything was exactly as it should be, except that something which had been present was now absent, and the absence had a shape to it, a particular outline, the way a recently vacated chair retains the impression of the person who sat in it for just a moment before the cushion returns to its original form. I set my notebook on the writing desk. I opened it to the page with the 3 items, Marin, Y, Jean Morath, and I wrote a 4th. I wrote, "She has been waiting." I did not sleep well that night, not because of noise or cold or any discomfort I could name, but because twice before midnight I woke with the absolute conviction that someone had just finished saying my name, not calling it, not urgently, simply saying it the way you say the name of someone sitting quietly in the same room as you, just to establish that you are both still there. Defrost came before dawn. I knew it before I looked, the way you know certain things in the dark, not from any single sensation but from a gathering of small ones. The particular silence of a morning when the ground has hardened overnight, the quality of cold that sits differently against glass than ordinary autumn cold does, something sealed and final in the air that had not been there the night before. I lay still and knew it, and then I got up and confirmed it. The garden below the window was pale with it, the low stone wall edged in white, the lawn a uniform silver gray, the gorge's dark margin beyond it sharper than it had been, as though the frost had clarified the boundary between the town and the drop. I dressed in layers. I had woken twice before midnight with the conviction of my name in the air. I had woken a 3rd time at some point between 2 and 3 in the morning. I did not check the time, a decision I made deliberately, and the 3rd time there was no conviction, no specific sensation, just the feeling of the room being larger than its dimensions allowed. I lay in it for a while, breathing carefully, and eventually the feeling diminished, and I slept again. And by morning, I had almost organized it into something manageable. Almost. Constance was back at breakfast. She moved through the dining room with the quiet efficiency of someone who has established over decades the exact economy of motion required to run a small guest house in a stone Victorian building. Wasting nothing, rushing nothing. She set coffee at my table without being asked, and looked at me with the frank appraisal of someone accustomed to reading guests, whether they have slept, whether they are comfortable, whether something in the building has unsettled them. She asked how I had slept. I said reasonably well. She nodded, slowly, in a way that suggested she had heard the specific weight of the qualifier and was filing it. I asked her as I wrapped my hands around the mug whether she had ever heard of a local historian named Jean Morath. Something shifted in Constance's expression. Not alarm, nothing as dramatic as that. More a recalibration, the look of a person who has just understood something about a situation that had seemed simpler a moment before. She said, "You have been to the library." I said yes. She sat down, which she had not done either of the previous mornings. She sat in the chair across from me with the settled posture of someone who has decided that what comes next requires stillness. Jean Morath, she said, was her father's teacher. Primary school, then secondary. She had taught 3 generations of Allura families by the time she retired. She was 87 now, and her mind was entirely intact, and she still lived in the house on Pilkington Road where she had lived for the past 50 years. And she received visitors on Tuesday and Thursday mornings between 9 and 11, and it was Thursday today. I looked at Constance. I asked, "Did you know why I came here?" "Not precisely," she said, "but people come to Allura for a limited number of reasons." Some of those reasons are ordinary. Some are not. You arrived in October alone on a weekday, and you asked about the town's history on your first full morning, and you walked to the gorge before you had eaten a proper breakfast. She paused, and when you mentioned your mother, she said, you used a particular kind of past tense. I did not ask her what kind. I understood what she meant. I finished the coffee. I went upstairs, collected my notebook and my jacket, and at 8:55 I walked out onto a frost-hardened Metcalf Street and turned toward the Pilkington Road. The house was limestone, because nearly everything in Elora was limestone, but it had a particular quality of age that distinguished it from the buildings along the main street. Not dilapidated, nothing so dramatic as that, simply more deeply settled, the kind of house that has reached an accommodation with its site over a very long time, the way old trees eventually look as though the ground grew up to hold them specifically. The front garden was small and well tended in the spare way of late October gardens. The beds cut back, a climbing rose against the front wall reduced to its structural canes, which were a dark arterial red against the pale stone. A woman answered the door before I had finished knocking. She was small, which I had not expected, with the dense, compacted energy of a person who has stopped being diminished by things. Her hair was white and cropped short, and her eyes behind narrow reading glasses were a pale, attentive gray. And she looked at me for a moment in the way that the librarian had warned me about. The good ear, applied visually, she said, you are Margaret Callahan's daughter. I had not told anyone my mother's name. I stood on the frost-dusted step and felt the world reorganize itself slightly, the way it does when a piece of information arrives that cannot be absorbed without adjusting something structural. I said yes. She said, I taught your mother in grade 4. Come in out of the cold. The interior of John Morat's house was warm in the specific way of old people's houses in winter, a heat that had been carefully and continuously maintained, perhaps for decades, until it had become a quality of the walls themselves rather than merely a product of the furnace. The hallway was narrow and lined with bookshelves, and the books were not decorative. They were used, spines faded and soft at the edges, many with slips of paper marking places that had apparently not been revisited in some time. She led me into a sitting room at the back of the house that overlooked a garden considerably larger than the one at the front, running down to a stand of old maples whose bare canopies spread against the white sky in a pattern of remarkable complexity. She gestured at a chair. She sat across from me in a wing-back chair of dark green fabric, worn to a lighter shade at the armrests, and folded her hands in her lap with the composure of someone who has spent a lifetime listening to things that required patience rather than immediate response. I told her about my mother's death. I told her what my mother had said at the end. She listened without interruption, which was a quality I had not fully appreciated until that moment. Genuine listening. The kind that creates a specific quality of silence around the speaker. A silence that feels different from mere absence of sound because it is actively held rather than passively present. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she said, Marin. She said the name as though she were checking the weight of it, turning it over once. She said, your mother had her from the age of 4 until the family left. 8 years of age, perhaps 9? I said, 8. She nodded. She looked toward the window and the bare maples beyond it, and something moved across her face that was not quite grief and not quite recognition, but contained elements of both. She said, I had 17 children in that class the year your mother was in grade 4. 5 of them had them. I did not ask what she meant by them. The context of her book, which I had spent the previous evening reading in its entirety, made the question unnecessary. 5 out of 17, I said. A high year, she said, without apparent surprise. The gorge winters were harder then. Families were more isolated. She paused. It is not the isolation that brings them, she added. I spent 40 years thinking it might be. It is not. She looked back at me. It is the limestone. I waited. She said, limestone is porous. Most stone is not, or not in the same way. Limestone is built from things that were once alive. You know this, perhaps? Every layer is compressed organism. Shell, coral, bone. Millions of years of it. She said this in the plain, exact way of a former science teacher. The Grand River has been dissolving the valley limestone for 12,000 years, she said. Moving through it. Carrying it. The valley is saturated with that process. The water and the stone have been in conversation longer than anything else in this county. She paused again, looking at her hands. She said, I do not know whether the companions are memories held in the stone. I do not know whether they are something else entirely that the stone makes available. The way a certain frequency makes a certain string vibrate. I have 40 years of documentation and no mechanism. What I have is pattern. I asked about the pattern. She looked at me directly. She said, they attach to the child's specific emotional frequency at the time of first contact. Whatever the child is carrying, longing, grief, a particular quality of solitude, a need that has no other outlet. The companion mirrors that frequency, becomes the exact shape of what is needed. She paused. This is why they cannot follow when the child leaves. They are not attached to the child. They are attached to what the child felt here, in this valley, at that specific time, and that feeling, she said, is stored. The warmth of the room settled around me like something physical. A small electric heater near the baseboard ticked once quietly. Outside, the bare maple branches held perfectly still against the white sky. No wind, the morning completely motionless, as though the frost had paused everything outside at the moment of its forming. I said my mother was carrying something when she was 4 years old. Yes, said Jean Morath. I said, do you know what it was? She was quiet for long enough that the heater ticked twice more. She said, your grandmother, your mother's mother, lost a child the year before your mother was born. A son, full term, stillborn. Your grandmother did not recover from this in any way that was visible to anyone around her. She was present, but not present, your mother used to say, when she was old enough to describe it. She was in the room, but the room was empty. I looked at the window. I thought about my mother setting a place at the table for Marin. Twice. Without being asked. Without making anything of it. I thought about a 4-year-old girl, growing up in the shadow of a grief she was too young to name. In a valley made of compressed and ancient bone, beside a river that had been dissolving stone into water for 12,000 years. I thought about what shape a companion would take for that particular child. What frequency it would match. Jean Morath was watching me with the steady, patient attention of someone who has delivered this kind of information before, and knows that it requires time to settle into its proper position, that rushing the process helps no one. I asked her, what did my mother feel when she left? She said without hesitation, she felt she had left someone behind. I pressed my thumbnail into the pad of my opposite thumb, hard enough to feel the edge of it. A small, sharp, locating pressure. I said, and now she is gone. Yes, said Jean Morath, very quietly. And Marin is still here. She did not answer this as a question, because I had not asked it as one. She simply held the silence around it, the way she held all silences, with the composure of someone who had stopped being frightened of what the silences contained. Outside, the first breath of wind moved through the maple canopies and the bare branches shifted against the white sky, and the pattern of them changed and then resettled into something that was almost, but not quite, the same as before. I walked home along the river road rather than through town, and the frost was lifting off the limestone in thin wisps wherever the pale morning sun found it, and the sound of the water below was different at this hour than it had been at any other, lower, more deliberate, as though the river were choosing its words carefully, as though it had been waiting for me to come close enough to listen. There is a specific quality of light that arrives over the Grand River Valley on a clear October afternoon when the sun is dropped low enough that it comes in at an angle rather than from above. and it finds the limestone faces of the gorge and the limestone faces of the buildings, and it turns everything it touches. The color of old bone, not warm, not cold, simply ancient, a color that exists outside of season and outside of temperature, the color of things that have been present long enough that presence itself has become their primary quality. I walked in that light for a long time after leaving John Morath's house. I did not go directly back to the guest house. I went instead to the gorge path, the one I had taken 2 mornings before, and I walked it slowly, not descending to the railing this time, but following it along the ridge, where the path ran close enough to the edge that the sound of the river was constant and the drop was always visible in the peripheral, a reminder rather than a feature. The frost was gone from the ground up here by mid-morning. The path was damp and dark between the exposed limestone outcroppings, and the outcroppings themselves had that particular glistening quality they held all day after a frost, as though the surface had been freshened. I was thinking about my mother at 4 years old. I had very few images of her from that era. 2 photographs, both formal, the kind taken in a studio rather than in life. In one she was perhaps 3, and dressed with a white collar, her expression carrying the baffled solemnity of very young children confronted with the camera. In the other she was older, 6 perhaps, standing in front of a car I did not recognize, squinting into summer light with one hand raised slightly as though she had been about to do something and the shutter had caught her mid-decision. Neither photograph showed the child Jean Morath had described, the child who had grown up in the shadow of a grief too large for the house that held it, in the presence of a mother who was present but not present, in the room but the room empty. Neither photograph showed what a child like that might reach toward, what companion she might find waiting in a valley made of ancient bone and moving water, what specific shape that waiting might take. Marin. I turned the name over as I walked, the way you turn a stone to see what the underside holds. It was not a name I had ever encountered outside of my own childhood. I had never met another Marn. I had looked it up once, in my 20s, in a moment of idle curiosity. It was Scandinavian in origin, a variant of Marina related to the sea. I had noted this and filed it and never returned to it. Now I returned to it and found that the sea connection felt neither accidental nor meaningful, simply present. Another thread in a pattern whose full dimensions I was only beginning to see, what I needed to confront, walking along that gorge path in the low ancient light, was the question I had been avoiding since the morning I packed the bag and told Mark I was taking leave and drove north in the rain. Not why my mother had said the name, not what Marin was, or had been, or might still be, but why I had come. I sat down on a low outcropping of limestone at a point where the path widened slightly, a natural ledge worn smoothly by decades of people stopping here, looking out. The river was far below and the opposite wall of the gorge rose across from me, its horizontal strata perfectly legible in the afternoon light, each layer a different shade of pale, spreading from bottom to top like a sentence written in a language that predated language. I had come because my mother had said a name and then died and I had not been ready. This was the truth I had been organizing away from for 8 months, filing it under the manageable categories of grief and logistics and the reasonable requirements of a person who has a job and an apartment and colleagues who need her to be functional. I had been so thoroughly functional, so reliably present at my drawing board, so precisely on time for every meeting, that I had almost convinced myself that functional was the same as healed, that presence was the same as integration. It was not. My mother and I had not been close in the way that phrase is commonly used. We had been in contact. We had spoken on the phone on the first Sunday of every month with the reliability of a scheduled maintenance check. Affectionate, informative, carefully bounded. We had met for dinner 3 or 4 times a year, always at a restaurant equidistant between her apartment in Guelph and mine in Toronto, always at a time we agreed on 2 weeks in advance. We had not fought. We had not had the kind of relationship that generates the dramatic wounds that are at least easy to locate and name. What we had instead was a particular and long-standing distance, cordial, maintained, mutual, that I had always attributed to temperament. G. Morath had given me a different attribution. Your grandmother was present, but not present, your mother used to say. In the room, but the room empty, my mother had learned, at 4 years old, from the grief-hollowed presence of her own mother, that the people you loved most were the ones most likely to be present in body and absent in every way that mattered. She had learned this so early and so thoroughly that she had built her entire adult relational life around the prior assumption of that absence, staying close enough to maintain the form of connection, far enough away that the specific quality of that childhood absence could never replicate itself, and I had learned it from her. I sat on the limestone ledge, and this understanding settled into me with the unhurried finality of something that has been true for a long time, and has simply been waiting for the moment when the person it is true about is ready to stop moving long enough to receive it. The cold from the stone moved through my jacket and into my lower back. I noticed it, and did not move. I thought about the last time I'd visited my mother in her apartment, 6 months before her diagnosis. We had eaten dinner at her kitchen table. She had made soup, because she always made soup when I came, a habit so consistent it had become the primary sensory marker of her apartment in my memory. The smell of it in the hallway before she opened the door. We had talked about my work, about a project I was finding difficult, about the particular client who could not commit to a decision. We had talked about the neighborhood, about a coffee shop that had closed. We had sat across from each other for 3 hours and said nothing that cost either of us anything. I had driven home telling myself it had been a nice visit. I pressed the heels of my hands against the cold surface of the ledge. The sound of the river was everywhere. The limestone carried it up through the rock and into the ledge I was sitting on, and I felt it in my palms and in the bones of my wrists, a faint continuous vibration that was not quite sound and not quite sensation, something that existed at the border between the two. I thought she knew. In the last weeks, stripped of the performance, speaking from the voice underneath, she had known that the distance between us was not temperament. She had known what it was built from, and she had known, perhaps, that she had built it, and that I had learned from her blueprints. And at the soup and the first Sunday calls in the equidistant restaurant were all the architecture of a woman who had learned too early that love was something that would leave a room while the body remained in the chair. She had said, "Go and find Marin." Not, "I'm sorry." Not, "I should have told you." But perhaps those 3 words were the same as those other words. Perhaps for a woman who had spent her life maintaining careful distance, sending her daughter back to the place where the distance had first been learned, back to the valley and the limestone and the companion who had been waiting for 31 years, was the closest. She could come to the conversation they had never had. My throat was tight. I had not cried since the funeral, which had been in April, a cold gray day with a wind off the Speed River that found every gap in every coat. I had organized the catering and the flowers and the order of service with the precise efficiency of a person managing a project. And at the graveside I had stood with my hands folded and my face composed, and I had been complimented afterward by my mother's friends on how well I was holding up, and I had accepted these compliments with a nod and a quiet thank you, and I had driven home and eaten a bowl of cereal, standing at the kitchen counter, and gone to bed at 9 p.m. and not cried. I did not cry now either, but something shifted. Something that had been sealed against the cold for 8 months moved, slightly, the way old limestone moves, not dramatically, not visibly, but in the deep material of itself, a loosening at some buried stratum, a release of pressure that had been building long before the event that finally made it possible. The light on the gorge wall had shifted while I sat. The afternoon was moving toward its close. The low sun lower still, the ancient color deepening into something closer to amber, the shadows in the gorge's horizontal strata lengthening and darkening until the wall across from me was a study in contrast, pale and dark, the layers reading like evidence of immense and patient time. I was not here because of Marin. I was here because of my mother. because of what my mother had been given at 4 years old, and what she had built from it, and what she had given me in turn. And because she had died with one last thing to say, and she had chosen, in the strict clarity of her final days, to say it not as an apology and not as an explanation, but as an instruction. Go and find Marin. Find what I found when I was 4 and needed something, and the valley gave it to me. Find the thing that knew the shape of the longing. Find the companion that waited when everyone else left. Go and find out what it means that you are lonely in the same specific way I was lonely, and that you learned it from me, and that I learned it from my own mother's grief. And that grief has been moving through this family like water through limestone, finding every available channel, dissolving as it goes, leaving its shape in what remains. A bird called somewhere below me in the gorge. A single clear note that the limestone walls caught and returned twice, diminished but distinct, the echo arriving from a direction that was not the direction of the original sound. I stood up from the ledge. My back was cold where the stone had reached it, and my hands were stiff, and the afternoon light was failing now with the sudden commitment of late October light, the amber deepening toward gray without the gradual negotiation of longer days. I walked back toward town. I walked slowly, and I did not look behind me, and I did not need to. I was aware with a certainty that had moved below the level of argument or rationalization into something more fundamental, that I was not walking alone along the gorge path in the fading light of an October afternoon, not followed, accompanied. The distinction mattered enormously, and I understood it, and I kept walking, and the town appeared around the curve of the path with its limestone faces catching the last of the light, and the sound of the river rose and fell around me like breathing. That evening I sat at the writing desk for a long time with the notebook open in front of me, and I did not write anything, and the room was quiet, and at some point I became aware that the quality of the quiet had changed, not emptier, but fuller, weighted in the way of a silence that contains a presence rather than an absence, and I understood with the whole of my body rather than just my mind, that whatever had been waiting in this valley for 31 years had known before I had exactly why I came. John Morath opened the door on the second knock, as though she had been nearby, which I suspected she had been. It was Tuesday morning, her other receiving day, and the frost had returned overnight with greater commitment than before. The garden path to her door edged in white so precise it looked deliberate. The climbing rose canes against the pale stone wall reduced in the cold to something even more structural, more skeletal, the essential architecture of the plant without any of its seasonal softening. I had walked from the guest house with my hands in my pockets and my breath visible in front of me, and the town had been quiet in the early cold. The few people I passed moving with the particular purposefulness of those who have accepted winter's arrival and are no longer negotiating with it. She looked at my face and stood aside without ceremony. In the sitting room, the electric heater was already running its low tick, and a second chair had been placed closer to it than mine had been on the previous visit. Placed there recently, I thought, the carpet beneath it not yet settled back to its usual compression. She had been expecting me to return. She had not assumed I would, but she had prepared for the possibility, which was a different thing and a more generous one. She poured tea from a pot that had clearly been waiting, which meant she had timed this with some precision. I sat with the mug and looked at the bare maples through the back window, and I told her what I had understood on the gorge path the previous afternoon. I did not edit it or organize it before speaking. I simply told it in the order it had arrived, the way you report something you witnessed rather than something you composed. She listened with her hands folded in her lap and her pale gray eyes on a middle point between us, not watching me perform the account, but simply receiving it. And when I had finished, she was quiet for what felt like a full minute. She said, "Yes," one word, in the plain tone of someone confirming a measurement. Then she set down her mug and looked at me directly and said, "I need to tell you what I know about the mechanism, not the theory. I told you the theory on Thursday. The mechanism. What actually happens." She paused. It will be easier to hear it now than it would have been before you went to the gorge. I said, tell me. She said, the companions are real. She said this with the same plainness she used for everything. No drama, no softening. The sentence simply occupying the air between us with the weight of something she had arrived at across 40 years of careful documentation and had long since stopped finding remarkable. She said, I do not mean real in the way you might apply that word to a person or an animal. I mean real in the way that a frequency is real, or a field, something that exists and has properties and behaves consistently across different conditions and different observers. It is not imagined. The children are not making it up, and the adults who return are not confabulating. There is something present in this valley that enters into a specific kind of relationship with human consciousness under specific conditions. She paused. I cannot tell you what it is, she said. In 40 years I have not found a framework that fits without leaving something important outside it. The geological explanation I gave you Thursday is the closest I have come to a container for it. But the container is not the thing. I asked, what are the conditions? She said, the primary condition is grief, not dramatic grief, not bereavement, not crisis, not the grief that announces itself and demands attention, the quiet kind. The grief that a child carries because the people around them are themselves carrying something they have not processed, and the child absorbs the frequency of it without having the language to name what they have absorbed. She looked at her hands. These children are exquisitely sensitive to emotional frequencies they cannot articulate. The companion finds them precisely because of that sensitivity. It matches the frequency. It becomes the shape of what is needed. I thought about a 4-year-old girl at a table, the soup going cold, the woman across from her present in body and absent in every way that mattered. I said, and when the child leaves the valley, she said the relationship is stored. This is the word I keep returning to, and I am aware it is insufficient. It is not that the companion waits in any conscious sense. I do not believe consciousness is the relevant category here. It is more that the relationship, the specific emotional configuration of that particular child, in that particular place at that particular time, is held in the stone and the water, preserved, the way a valley can hold cold air long after the surrounding land has warmed. The cold is not actively maintained. It is simply not released. She picked up her mug again. She said, when an adult returns, and the adult is carrying something that resonates with what the child carried, the same frequency, or a harmonic of it, the stored relationship becomes active again. The companion does not return, precisely. It resumes. I said the word back to her. Resumes. She nodded. She said, your mother sent you here. I have been thinking about that since your first visit, and I believe I understand what she intended. Your mother knew, in the way that dying people sometimes know things they were not able to articulate while living, that you were carrying what she had carried, that you had learned the shape of her particular grief, the one she built from her own mother's grief, and that you were living inside that shape without knowing its origin. She could not give you the conversation you deserved, but she could send you to the place where the frequency was stored, where the companion that had once known the shape of her longing was still present. She paused. She said, she sent you to find your own version of what she had. Not Marin specifically. The companion does not carry a name across 30 years. Names are what children give them, and the names belong to the child. What your mother sent you toward was the relationship itself, the quality of being known by something that matches your frequency exactly and requires nothing from you in return. The heater ticked. Through the window, the bare maples held their complex pattern against the white sky, and a single leaf missed in the autumn's general surrender, clung to the outermost tip of the lowest branch and moved in a wind I could not feel through the glass. I asked the question I had been carrying since Thursday. I said, what do I do? Jean Morath looked at me for a long moment, with the expression of a woman who has been asked this question before, in this room, by other people who had arrived at this particular threshold from their own particular directions, and he would learn that the answer was never the one that felt sufficient, but that the insufficient answer was still, in the end, the only honest one available. She said, "You go to the place where you first knew her." She said, "Not the gorge path, not the library, not the guest house. The first place. The place where you specifically, as a child, first made contact with whatever the valley held for you." She paused. "You told me you were 4 when the family arrived. Where did you live?" I told her. The house was on the east side of town, on a street that ran parallel to the Irvine Creek, before the creek joined the Grand, a rented house, small with a side garden that backed against a limestone outcropping. I had played in that side garden every day one summer, the summer I was 5 or 6, building arrangements of stones and sticks and seed pods with the focused architectural instinct that had apparently been present in me before I had a name for it. Jean Morath nodded as I described this. She said, "The Irvine Creek side. Yes, that is an older part of the valley formation. The limestone there is a different character than the gorge face, more layered, closer to the surface, more accessible to the water table." She looked out the window briefly, then back. "That is where she found you," she said, "and that is where she will still be accessible if you go in the right state." I asked, "What is the right state?" She said, "Not seeking. The seeking will close it. You go as you went as a child, openly, without agenda, without the need to verify or confirm or document. You go the way you went when you were 5 years old, and you were building things in the side garden, and you were not thinking about anything except the weight of a stone in your hand, and whether it would balance on the one beneath it." She paused. She said, "This is harder for adults than it sounds. The adult mind is always managing, always organizing the experience into language before the experience is finished occurring. You will need to let that process slow. Go in early morning before the analytical part of you has fully engaged for the day. Go when you are slightly cold and slightly tired and not yet entirely defended." She reached beside her chair and lifted a small object from the table there, which I had not noticed on either visit. She held it out to me. It was a piece of limestone, flat and pale, roughly the size of a playing card, with the smooth-edged quality of stone that has spent a long time in moving water. On one face, the stone's natural layering was visible in fine horizontal lines, compressed time, compressed organism, the record of an ancient seafloor laid bare by the river's long work. She said, "This is from the Irvine Creek bed. I have had it for 30 years. A woman brought it to me after she came back. A woman who had grown up 3 streets from where you described, who came back at the age of 42 after her own mother died, and who stood in her childhood garden for an hour one morning and came to see me afterward with the particular expression you are wearing right now." She set it in my open palm. The stone was lighter than it looked and warmer than I expected, carrying the warmth of the room rather than the cold of its geological origin, and it sat in my hand with a rightness that was entirely physical, the weight and the smoothness and the specific dimension of it, as though my hand had been the correct container for this particular object, and the stone had simply been waiting for the fit to be confirmed. She said, "Hold it when you go, not as a ritual, simply as a way of keeping your hands occupied so your mind does not fill the silence with its own noise." I looked at the stone for a moment. I asked the woman who brought it to you, "Did you find what you came for?" Jean Morath was quiet for a moment, and the quality of the quiet was different from her usual listening silences. More interior, more personal, the quiet of someone reaching towards something they have not spoken about often. She said she found something. Whether it was what she came for, I cannot say with certainty. What she told me afterward was that she had spent an hour in the garden, and that at some point the quality of the air around her had changed, and she had become aware of a presence that she could not describe in any language that felt adequate, and that the presence had a specific feeling she had not experienced since childhood. The feeling, she said, of being completely seen, and the seeing being entirely without judgment. She paused. She said she told me it felt like finally being warm after a very long winter. Not dramatically warm. Not overwhelmingly warm. Just warm. The ordinary warmth of a room where someone has kept the heat going for you while you were away. I closed my fingers around the limestone. The heater ticked its steady tick. Outside, the single remaining leaf detached from the maple branch in a small, unhurried spiral and settled somewhere below the windowsill, out of sight, leaving the branch bare and complete. I thanked Jean Morath. She walked me to the door and stood in the doorway as I went down the frost-edged path, and I heard the door close behind me with a soft, definitive sound of a well-fitted door in a well-settled house, and I stood for a moment on the pavement outside her gate with the limestone in my closed fist, and the cold coming off the fields to the north, and the town arranged around me in its pale and patient way. Tomorrow morning, I thought, early before the analytical part engaged. I looked down at my closed hand. I opened it, briefly, and looked at the stone, at the fine layered lines of compressed ancient time running across its face, and then I closed my fingers over it again and turned toward the guest house. I did not look up the street that ran along the Irvine Creek that evening, though my route back would have taken me past the turning. I passed it without looking down it, deliberately, because some things are better approached in the early cold of a morning when you are not yet entirely defended, and some thresholds, once you know they are there, should not be examined too closely from a distance before you are ready to cross them. I woke at 5:47 in the morning without an alarm. The room was dark at its edges, and the window held a faint pre-dawn gray that was not yet light so much as the suggestion that light was considering its options. The river sound was at its most present in these early hours, the town not yet generating the low daily hum of occupation that would, once underway, provide a counterpoint to it. In the pre-dawn quiet, the river was the only sound, and it was everywhere, in the walls and the floor and the still air of the room, patient and continuous and entirely indifferent to the fact of morning. I lay still for a moment. My mind was not yet fully assembled, which was the condition Jean Morath had described, and I was aware of this as a kind of grace, the analytical scaffolding not yet erected, the day's defenses not yet in position. I was simply a person in a bed in a stone building in a river valley, slightly cold at the face and hands, slightly heavy with the residue of the deepest sleep I had managed since arriving. I got up before the grace could expire. I dressed in the dark, slowly, by feel. The heaviest layers I had brought, the wool over the thermal, the thick socks, the jacket I had eventually ironed on the second day when I found the iron in the wardrobe's top shelf. I did not turn on the lamp. I did not look at myself in the bathroom mirror. I took the piece of limestone from the writing desk where I had placed it the night before and put it in my right jacket pocket, and I felt its specific weight settle against my hip, and I went downstairs without eating, which felt correct. The stomach empty the way the mind was empty. Nothing between me and the morning. Constance was not yet in the kitchen. The guest house was entirely still. I let myself out through the front door into a darkness that was not quite dark. The street lamps of Metcalfe laying their amber in long strips across the wet pavement, the limestone buildings holding the dim in their walls, the sky above the rooflines a shade lighter than the buildings themselves, the clouds moving slowly from the northwest with the deliberate pace of weather that has committed to a direction. My breath was visible, and the cold was immediate and specific, finding the gaps between the wool and the collar, and I was grateful for it, because it required the body's full attention and left the mind available for nothing in particular. I turned off Metcalfe and walked east. The streets on this side of town were narrower and older in their arrangement, the lots smaller and the buildings closer to the road, the kind of residential fabric that predated the assumption of automobiles. The limestone here was darker than the Main Street buildings, not from a different source but from a different age of surface. The stone more weathered, the mortar between the blocks were pointed in some places and left original in others. The gardens behind their low walls were reduced to their winter structures, and the absence of leaves meant the walls and fences and bare tree forms were fully legible in a way they were not in any other season, the neighborhood revealing its actual geometry for the 4 months each year when nothing concealed it. I found the street without hesitation. This surprised me, because I had not trusted my childhood memory of the town's layout. 11 years of absence following 27 years of adult non-residence following the original departure at age 8 seemed like enough distance to have obscured the specifics. But the body remembered independently of the mind, apparently, and my feet turned onto the correct street without consultation, and I recognized it in the dimness, not by any particular landmark but by a quality of proportion, the relationship between the building heights and the street width, and the angle at which it met the street behind me. Something my body had stored as reliably as any written address. The house was the third from the eastern end. It was smaller than memory had made it, which is the universal property of childhood places revisited in adulthood. The world having been scaled to a body that no longer exists, it had been painted at some point in the intervening years, the render over the limestone a warm sand color now rather than the white I remembered, and the front garden had been reorganized entirely. A formal hedge where there had once been a low wire fence. The windows were dark. Someone lived here. There were curtains, a bicycle against the side wall, a recycling container at the curb, and they were asleep, which meant the side garden might or might not be accessible, and I had not thought this specific aspect through. I stood on the pavement in front of the house. The limestone outcropping was visible from here, beyond the side wall. I could see the top of it above the fence line, the pale gray mass of it catching the street lamp's edge, unchanged. Limestone does not change on the timescale of human lives. It changes on the timescale of rivers and ice ages and the slow, patient work of dissolution, and 31 years was not even a rounding error in that accounting. The side gate was a simple latch. I stood with my hand on it for a moment, and I thought about the fact that I was about to enter someone's private garden at 6 in the morning in the dark, which was objectively a problematic thing to do. And then I thought about Jean Morat's voice saying go in the early morning before the analytical part of you is fully engaged. And I thought about a 4-year-old girl building arrangements of stones and sticks in the specific side garden beside this specific limestone outcropping. And I pressed the latch and went in. The side garden was narrow, running between the house wall and the outcropping, perhaps 4 meters wide and 12 meters deep. The grass had been left long for the season and was heavy with frost, each blade holding a thin sleeve of white that crunched softly under my boots as I moved along the wall. The outcropping rose on my right, irregular, massive, its pale face close enough to touch, the horizontal layers of it readable even in the low light, the same compressed ancient record as the stone in my pocket, the same patient accumulation of what had once been alive. I moved to the far end of the garden, where the outcropping was highest and closest to the house wall, creating a corner where the two surfaces met at an angle that was neither quite right nor quite open, a space that a child would naturally seek for its quality of enclosure, its suggestion of a room within the outdoor world. I stood in that corner. I put my back against the outcropping and felt the cold of it through my jacket, specific and deep. The coldest stone that had not been warm since summer and would not be warm again until June. I put my right hand in my pocket and closed my fingers around the limestone piece. I closed my eyes. Jean Morath had said, not seeking. I tried to understand what not seeking felt like, and immediately understood that trying to understand it was itself a form of seeking. So I let that go and simply stood in the cold corner with a stone in my hand and the frost-heavy grass around my boots, and the smell of cold air and limestone in the distant river. And I waited without intending to wait, because intention was also a form of seeking, and I was attempting, very imperfectly, to be nothing more than a person standing in a corner of a garden at 6 in the morning in the dark, slightly cold, slightly tired, not yet entirely defended. Nothing happened. A minute passed, then 2. The cold worked through the jacket and into my shoulder blades where they pressed against the outcropping, and the limestone smell intensified slightly as my body heat began to interact with the surface, and the frostbitten grass made small settling sounds around my feet. As the temperature dropped another fraction, and the river was present in the low continuous way it was always present, and nothing happened, and I was aware of a deep and familiar disappointment beginning to form in the back of my mind. The disappointment of a person who has organized themselves around an expectation and is beginning to understand that the expectation was the problem. I let the disappointment come. I did not organize it, or manage it, or redirect it into something more functional. I simply let it arrive, the way I had not let the grief arrive for 8 months. And it arrived not as a wave or a flood or any of the dramatic metaphors that grief literature reaches for, but, quietly, the way water enters limestone, finding the available channels, moving through without violence, dissolving as it went. I thought about my mother making soup. I thought about the first Sunday calls in the equidistant restaurant, and the careful bounded affection of a woman who had learned too early that the people in the room were not reliably present. I thought about the fact that I had organized her death the way I organized my projects, and that I had accepted compliments on my composure, and that I had gone home and eaten cereal and gone to bed and not cried. I was crying now, not dramatically. The cold air made it sharper than it would have been in a warm room, and my nose was running, and I pressed the back of my free hand against my face and stayed where I was, back against the old stone, feet in the frost, and let it happen without management. And then the quality of the air changed. This is the only language I have for it, and I am aware it is inadequate. The air changed. Not temperature, not sound, not any measurable physical property. Something in the air's character shifted. The way a room changes when someone enters it even before they speak. A new element present. A reorganization of the space around a point that had not existed a moment before. It was to my left and slightly forward, and it was completely still. I did not open my eyes. I did not need to see it. Seeing was not the relevant sense. What I was aware of, what arrived with a slower, absolute certainty of something that has been true for a long time and has simply been waiting for the moment when the person it is true about is sufficiently open to receive it, was a quality of attention directed at me that I had not felt since I was a child, not watching, knowing, the specific quality of being known by something that has your frequency exactly, that holds the shape of your particular longing the way a valley holds cold air, without effort, without intention, simply as a property of its structure. This was what Jean Morath had been trying to describe, and this was why language had failed her, because language operates sequentially, and this was simultaneous, the knowing and the being known arriving at the same moment, without the gap between subject and object that language requires. I stood in it for a long time. The cold had stopped registering as cold. The grief which had been moving through me had not resolved. It was still present, still doing its necessary work, but it had been joined by something else, something I had no ready category for, a quality of company that was not comfort exactly and not solace exactly, but something more primary than either, something that existed before those words and did not require them. I was not alone. I had not been alone in this valley since I arrived. I understood now. Whatever had been present at the gorge railing, and in the room when I woke with my name in the air, and accompanying me along the gorge path and the fading light, had not been building toward this moment. This moment had been available the entire time. I had simply not been open enough to receive it until now, until the grief had moved through me sufficiently to clear the channel. I do not know how long I stood there. The sky had lightened by the time I became aware of it again. Not dawn yet, but the transition before dawn, the darkness becoming granular, the forms of things beginning to separate from the general dark. The limestone outcropping was visible now as a pale mass against the lightening sky, its layered face emerging from the night with the slow patience of something that has been emerging from various forms of darkness for 400 million years and finds the process unremarkable. I opened my eyes. The side garden was empty of everything except frost and long grass and the pale bulk of the stone in the gray morning assembling itself above the rooftop. I looked at the corner of the garden where the point of presence had been. There was a single stem there, standing upright in the frost-stiffened grass, not lying flat, not blown there by wind, standing as though placed with deliberate attention, a stem of something pale and feathery, the same character as the sprig I had found on the hook behind my door, the same pale green that had left its faint stain on my thumb. I looked at it for a long moment. I did not pick it up. It was not for taking. It was simply a mark, a record, an indication that something present had been present, the way a valley holds the shape of the glacier that made it long after the ice is gone. I put my hand against the face of the limestone outcropping, my palm flat against the cold layered surface. I stood like that for a moment, feeling the stone's deep cold against my skin and the stone's deep history against my palm and the morning assembling around me. And I said nothing aloud, because nothing aloud was needed. And then I took my hand from the stone and walked back along the frost-heavy grass toward the gate. The morning was fully arriving by the time I reached Metcalf Street, the limestone buildings catching the first thin light and returning it in the pale ancient color I had come to understand as this valley-specific and persistent way of saying, I am still here, I have always been here. The things that matter are held in what you cannot see, and the cold is not the end of warmth but simply its patient interval. 3 days passed before I went back to see Jean Morath. I had not planned 3 days. I had imagined, in the loose way I imagined things in the hours after the garden, that I would go the following morning, that I would carry what had happened to her the way I had carried the limestone piece to the garden as a necessary conveyance, something that needed to be delivered to the person who could receive it correctly. But the following morning I woke and found that I was not ready to speak about it yet, and the morning after that I felt the same, and I spent both days walking instead. Different routes, different sides of town. The creek path and the mill pond in the streets I had not yet revisited from my childhood geography. I was not avoiding the visit. I was composting it, which is the only accurate word I have found for the process of letting a significant experience move through you before you attempt to describe it to anyone else. On the third morning I went. Constance had said nothing about my early departure on the morning of the garden, which I appreciated. She had simply noted, with the observational precision that was apparently her primary mode of engagement with the world, that I seemed to have slept better. I told her I had. She put a second piece of toast on my plate without asking. The frost had retreated slightly over the 3 days, not gone, but moderated, the mornings sharper than the afternoons, the midday periods offering something that was not quite warmth, but was a reasonable approximation of it. The thin October sun finding the south-facing limestone walls and releasing a faint stored heat that lasted perhaps an hour before the cloud cover reassembled. I had stopped noticing the cold in the way I had noticed it on arrival. The body adjusts to the temperature of the place it inhabits, given enough time, and something else adjusts too. Some interior register that has less to do with physical sensation and more to do with belonging, with the specific feeling of a place no longer being foreign. Jean Morath answered the door before I had finished raising my hand to knock. She looked at my face in the way she always looked at my face. The rapid, unhurried appraisal of a woman who reads people the way other people read weather, and something in her expression shifted, not into surprise, because she did not appear to do surprise, but into a quiet confirmation, the expression of a person whose expectation has been met in the specific way they hoped, rather than merely the general way they anticipated. She said, "Come in." In the sitting room the tea was already poured, which meant she had heard my footsteps on the path and judged the interval correctly, which was the kind of competence that arrives only from long practice. I sat in the chair by the heater and held the mug and looked at the bare maples through the back window, which I had come to think of as a particular kind of companion in themselves, always present in that frame, always changing in their small ways, the light on them different each morning, the branch patterns shifting and resettling with each wind. I told her what had happened in the garden. I told it plainly, without embellishment, in the order it had occurred. The frost on the grass and the cold of the outcropping, and the decision to let the grief arrive without management, and then the change in the air's character, and the quality of the attention, and the knowing and the being known arriving simultaneously. I told her about the stem standing upright in the frost, and about placing my palm against the limestone face, and about walking back to Metcalf in the assembling morning light. She listened without interruption, as she always did, and when I finished she was quiet for a longer interval than usual. Then she said, "You let it through." "Not a question," I said. I did not have a choice by that point. She nodded, slowly, in a way that suggested this was the correct answer, or at least the honest one. She said, "Most people who come here, the ones who come for the reason you came, not the ones who come for the gorge or the architecture, most of them cannot do what you did in that garden. The grief is the gate, and they cannot open it. They manage the grief instead, which is what our culture teaches us to do, and the gate stays closed, and they go home and the valley releases them, and nothing is resolved, and they carry on managing." She paused. "You were not ready when you arrived, but your mother knew you would become ready. She sent you at the right time." I thought about this. I said, "She knew me better than I understood." Jean Morat said, "Mothers often do. The distance does not remove the knowledge. It simply prevents the knowledge from being spoken." The heater ticked. Outside, a bird moved through the maple canopy, small and quick, gone before I could identify it. I asked the question that had been sitting beneath everything else for the 3 days since the garden. The question I had been composting along with the experience itself, turning it over and examining it from different angles to make sure I was asking the right version of it. I said, "What happens now?" She said, "What do you mean by now?" I said, "I have 2 weeks of leave. I have been here 8 days. I have an apartment in Toronto and a job in a storage unit in Guelph with my mother's things in it, and I have to go back to all of those things eventually. I am asking what I carry forward from here, what the experience in the garden changes about what comes after." Jean Morath looked at me for a moment, with the expression of someone choosing between several true things, selecting the one that is most useful rather than the most complete. She said, "What the companion gives you is not a resolution, it is a recalibration. What happened in that garden was not an ending, and it was not a cure. The grief for your mother is still present and will continue to do its necessary work for as long as it needs to. The patterns you inherited, the careful distance, the bounded affection, the architecture of managed connection, those do not dissolve in a morning. They are structural. They were built over decades and they will take time to dismantle." She paused. She said, "But you have been given the frequency. You know now what it feels like to be completely known without the knowing requiring anything of you. That experience lives in the body, not only in the mind, and the body, unlike the mind, does not lose what it has genuinely felt. It may be a long time before you feel that quality of presence again, but you will know, now, what you are looking for, the human relationships that are available to you. You will recognize the approximation of it. That recognition is what changes." I turned this over. I said, "The relationship with the companion, the thing in the valley, whatever it is it finished now?" She said, "I believe it is complete. Complete is different from finished. Finished suggests an end. Complete suggests a wholeness, that what needed to happen has happened, and the relationship has fulfilled the function it was structured to fulfill." She looked at her hands. "You gave it what it had been holding for you," she said. "The grief that your mother left here, 4 years old, the echo of it that you carried into this valley, you released it in that garden. The frequency has been discharged. The stone and the water have it now." She paused. "This is what always happens at the end. The grief goes back to where it was stored, and the person carries forward something else instead." I asked, "What do I carry forward?" She said, "Look in your pocket." I looked at her. She said, "The limestone piece." I gave it to you to carry to the place, and you carried it, and it was present in your hand during the encounter. Stone that has been present during a significant experience holds something of that experience. Not mystically, structurally. The surface of it has been changed by your body heat, by your grip, by the specific chemistry of your skin during the encounter. It is a physical record. Carry it, not as a talisman, not with any ceremonial intention. Simply carry it as a reminder that the frequency is real, that you have felt it, that the body remembers. I put my hand in my pocket and closed my fingers around the stone. It was warm now, fully body temperature. The cold of its origin entirely replaced by the warmth of having been carried close for days. She said, "There is one more thing." I looked up. She said, "The storage unit in Guelph. Your mother's things." I waited. She said, "There will be something among her things that belong to this place. Not necessarily a physical object, though it may be. More likely something written, a letter, a page, an inscription in a book." She paused. "Your mother knew she was sending you here. She would have left something for after, something that could only be understood after." She thought about what to say next, and then said it simply. "Go through the things when you return, with the same quality of openness you brought to the garden. Do not manage the process. Let it take as long as it takes." I thought about the storage unit, the brown cardboard boxes I had packed in March with the efficient grief of a person organizing a project, labeled and stacked with the systematic care of someone who cannot afford to open each one properly at the time, and has therefore deferred all opening to a future self who will, presumably, be more capable. That future self was sitting here. I finished the tea. It had gone slightly cool while we talked, but it was still good, the tannin cut with the milk, the warmth of it landing in the chest with the simple, unremarkable benevolence of a hot drink on a cold morning. I said, "I want to ask you something that is not about me." She tilted her head slightly. "An invitation." I said, 40 years of documentation, 30+ families, 11 adults are returned. You have spent your entire adult life with this. What is it like to be the person who holds all of that?" She was quiet for a moment in the particular way she was quiet when the question had reached something genuine. Then she said, "It is like being the valley." She said it without drama, looking at her folded hands. "I did not generate the experience. I did not cause it or curate it. I simply hold a record of it and make it available to the people who need it." She looked up. "It is a very specific kind of usefulness," she said. "It is not warm in the way that other kinds of usefulness are warm. But it is mine, and it has been enough." I stood to leave. She walked me to the door, as she always did, and at the threshold she paused and looked at me with the steady, appraising gray eyes for a final moment. She said, "You will not need to come back here to find this again. What the valley gave you is portable now. The frequency travels with you." She looked in my jacket pocket where the limestone was. She said, "Take care of it." I told her I would. I walked down the frost-edged path and through the gate and onto the Pilkington Road, and the pale October light was doing its ancient work on the limestone buildings of the town, turning everything it touched the color of old bone, and the river was present in the low, continuous way that the river was always present. And I walked back toward the guest house through the quiet town with the warm stone in my pocket, and something in my chest that was not happiness and was not relief, but was in the territory of both, something that had more room in it than what had been there before. That evening I called the storage facility in Guelph and confirmed the access hours, and then I sat at the writing desk for a long time with the notebook open in front of me, and I wrote for the first time since arriving. Not about the valley or the garden or the companion, but about my mother at the kitchen table with the soup going cold between us. And I wrote about it without managing it, and by the time I stopped the room was fully dark, and the river was everywhere, and the radiator ticked, and I was still in my chair, and I was In some way, I could not have explained to anyone entirely present in the room. I stayed 4 more days. This had not been the plan, insofar as I had arrived at the plan. The 2 weeks of leave had been conceived as a loose outer limit rather than a committed itinerary, and by the time I had been in Allura for 12 days, I understood that the additional 4 were not an extension of the visit, but a completion of it. The time required for the experience to fully distribute itself through me before I carried it into the ordinary architecture of my life. I spent the days quietly. I walked the gorge path each morning at a different hour, in different light, as though learning the path in multiple versions so that any one of them could serve as a reference point later, something the body could return to internally when the external version was not available. I went back to the library and returned the Morath's blue-covered book to its shelf, and spent an hour with other parts of the local history collection, reading about the quarrymen and the mill owners and the families who had built the limestone buildings I had been walking among all month, not to find anything specific, but simply to let the place have its full dimensions rather than only the dimensions I had arrived with. I had dinner twice more at the restaurant on Metcalfe, and the soup was good both times, and I tasted it both times, which sounds like a small thing and was not. Constance and I had not spoken at length again after the conversation on my second morning, but something in the quality of the silence between us had changed over the 2 weeks, from the polite, professionally maintained silence of a host and a guest to something warmer and less structured. The silence of 2 people who have understood something about each other without needing to discuss it. On my second to last morning, she put a small jar of the garnet-colored preserves on my breakfast table with no explanation, and I understood it was for taking home, and I thanked her, and she nodded, and that was the entirety of the exchange, and it was sufficient. I thought about sufficiency a great deal in those final 4 days. What is enough? And how do you recognize it when you have been spending most of your adult life operating as though enough were a category that would be achieved at some future point, after the next project, the next competently managed difficulty, the next demonstration that you were not the person your childhood had made most likely? What I had come to understand, sitting in John Morath's sitting room and standing in a frost-heavy side garden with my palm against a limestone outcropping at 6 in the morning, was that the question of enough had been structured incorrectly, the future tense version of enough. Enough once I have resolved, enough once I have processed, enough once the grief has been properly filed, was a version that could never arrive, because arrival requires the recognition of having arrived, and I had spent 30 years training myself not to recognize that. The companion had not given me enough. Nothing external can do that. What it had given me was the feeling of enough, briefly and completely, in a cold garden at dawn. And that brief, complete feeling was now a reference point that I had not had before. The body had felt it. The body remembered. Jean Morath had been right about this, as she appeared to be right about most things. The body does not lose what it is genuinely felt. I went through the notebook on the third to last evening, reading what I had written since arriving. There was less than I expected, and it was more honest than I expected, which are related observations. The early entries had the managed quality I recognized for my own prose when I was still organizing the experience rather than receiving it. Careful, somewhat clinical. The architectural habit of reading a space through its components rather than standing inside it. The later entries, from the evening after the garden onward, were different. Shorter sentences, less subordination. The language had simplified in the way that Jean Morath had described as the arc of calm. Though I had not been consciously applying any technique, I had simply been writing from closer to the actual experience, and the actual experience did not require elaborate framing. I read the entry about my mother at the kitchen table. I had written 3 pages about the soup, about the smell of it in the hallway before she opened the door, and the specific bowl she always used, wide and shallow, cream-colored with a blue rim, and the way she ladled it with the careful attention of someone for whom this act of feeding was a primary language. The thing she reached for when the words that would have been truer were not available to her. I had written about how I had always eaten the soup and thanked her for it and redirected the conversation toward the safe territories, my work, her neighborhood, the logistics of the lives we were both managing, and how the soup had sat in me like ballast on the drive home, warm and good and completely insufficient, and how I had confused the ballast for the connection for 20 years. The soup was the connection. I had not understood this while she was alive. She could not say, I learned too early that the people in the room are not reliably present, and I have never been able to unlearn it, and I am sorry for what I could not give you, that you needed. She could not say, I see the shape of my own damage and the shape of yours, and I have not known how to reach across it, and the reaching I could manage was the soup and the calls in the restaurant equidistant between our respective managed solitudes. But she had said it. Every first Sunday and every equidistant dinner and every bowl of soup, she had said it in the only language she had, and I had received it as insufficient and thanked her for it, and driven home, and now she was gone, and the language she had spoken was the only record remaining of what she had wanted to tell me, and I was going to have to learn to read it retroactively, across the distance of her death, with the reference point of a cold garden at dawn to guide me. This was not a small task. I wrote this in the notebook, not a small task, and looked at it for a moment, and then wrote beneath it. But it is the available task, and available is enough. On the last full day I walked to the cemetery on the eastern edge of town, not for any specific purpose. I had not known before walking there that I was going there, and I had no particular intention once I arrived. I simply found myself on the path toward it in the mid-afternoon, the October light, doing its late-day work on the headstones, turning the gray marble and the pale limestone markers into something that looked less like memorial and more like geology. One more stratum of the valley's long record, another layer in the compressed and patient archive that this place had been building for longer than human presence could account for. I watched slowly through it, reading names without seeking any particular one. There were Lorens here from the 1830s onward, the oldest markers worn to near illegibility, the names preserved in the record books more documented, but barely visible in the stone itself, the letters softened by 2 centuries of Ontario weather until they were more suggestion than statement. The more recent stones were sharper, more declarative, the names and dates clear and specific, the loss they marked still close enough to the surface to have edges. I thought about my mother's grave in Guelph. I had not been back since the burial. This was something I would need to do. Not as a duty, not as a performance of grief for the benefit of anyone observing, but as a simple act of presence, of being in the same physical location as her physical remains, and acknowledging that she had been real, and was now absent, and that both of these facts were true simultaneously, and not holding them simultaneously was the work, and the work was available. I stood in the cemetery until the light shifted and the cold asserted itself more firmly, and then I walked back through the town to the guest house and packed my bag with the methodical attention of someone who has learned over 16 days that methodical attention is not always a defense against feeling, that it can also be a way of being present in a task, of letting the hands do something useful while the interior continues its own parallel work. The limestone piece went into the front pocket of the bag, where I could reach it easily. The jar of preserves went in carefully, wrapped in a soft shirt. The notebook went last, on top, where I could get to it on the drive. That evening, Constance asked if I would be leaving early, and I said yes. I planned to be on the road before 9. She said she would have breakfast ready at 7:30. And I thanked her, and she said it had been a pleasure in the plain, genuine way of someone for whom the phrase had not yet been worn down to mere courtesy by overuse. I said, I may come back. She said, people do. She said it the way she said most things, without inflection, as a simple fact about the place and the people it drew. And I understood from the way she said it that she meant not merely that people returned to the guest house, but that the valley held its people, that the relationship between this particular geography and the particular people it had known did not fully release on either side, that the dissolution worked in both directions, the valley into the person and the person into the valley, and that this was not a poetic notion but something she had observed across 53 years of living here and watching people arrive and leave and return. I went upstairs. I sat at the writing desk for the last time and looked out the window at the garden below, the low stone wall and the dark lawn and the gorge's edge beyond. All of it familiar now in the specific way that places become familiar when you have looked at them in enough different lights and different weathers. Not memorized, something deeper than memorization, stored in the body rather than the mind, the way the turn onto the correct street had been stored. Available without retrieval. I opened the notebook to a blank page near the back. I wrote, "The title of this account is, 'The Friend Came Back.'" I looked at it. It was not exactly accurate, and it was not exactly accurate. What had come back was not the friend in any simple sense. What had come back was the frequency, the capacity to receive the specific quality of presence that the valley had given a frightened 4-year-old girl 3 decades ago and had been holding ever since, waiting for the moment when the person who needed it arrived with enough openness to receive it. The friend was a name for something that did not have a better name yet, and possibly never would, and that was acceptable. I wrote beneath the title, "For my mother, who sent me here." I closed the notebook. I turned off the lamp. In the dark, the sound of the river was everywhere, as it had been every night. Patient and continuous and entirely unchanged by anything that had happened in this town or in this room or in a frost-heavy side garden at 6 in the morning over the past 16 days. The river did not mark the passage of what occurred along its banks. It simply continued, the way water continues, finding the available channels, carrying what it carried, dissolving the stone one slow molecule at a time, building the valley it moved through, into the valley it moved through, the process continuous and the record everywhere. I lay in the dark, and let the sound of it be the last thing I heard. In the morning I loaded the car in the early cold and drove out of Elora on the county road as the sun cleared the cloud cover for the first time in days, and the limestone buildings caught it and held it in their pale faces, and returned it in the color I had learned to recognize as this place's permanent and specific frequency. And I did not look in the mirror until the town was behind me, and when I did I saw only the road and the morning and the long flat reach of Wellington County, extending away on either side, and I understood, with the whole of my body rather than merely my mind, that I was carrying the valley with me, and that I would not set it down. The storage unit was in a facility on the south side of Guelph, on a commercial strip that had been built in the optimistic early years of big box retail, and had since aged into the particular exhaustion of places designed for function rather than permanence. Low, metal buildings in a faded industrial palette. The parking lot cracked at the expansion joints, a Tim Hortons at the corner doing steady business regardless of hour or weather. I had driven directly there from Elora. It was a Saturday in early November, 3 weeks after I had arrived at the guest house on a rainy Monday in late October, and a drive down from Wellington County had taken me through a landscape that had completed its transition since I had made the same drive in the opposite direction. The fields fully harvested now, the trees stripped, the land returned to its winter legibility, the underlying structure of things exposed by the removal of everything seasonal and temporary. I sat in the car outside the facility for a few minutes. I was not managing the moment. I was simply sitting in it, the engine off, the cold beginning to work through the car's residual warmth, the Tim Hortons sign doing its orange business against the gray November sky. I thought about whether I had enough boxes for what I might want to take home today, and then I recognized this as the beginning of project mode, and I let it go. And I sat a little longer until project mode retreated to its waiting position, and I was simply a person sitting in a parked car on a cold Saturday morning about to go through her dead mother's things. The unit was on the second floor, locker 47, accessible by an elevator that smelled of industrial cleaner and the specific metallic cold of enclosed spaces that are never fully heated. I had packed the unit in March with the help of my mother's neighbor, Dorothy. a woman of considerable practical competence who had brought her own packing tape and labels and a thermos of coffee and who had said very little throughout the afternoon beyond what was operationally necessary, which had been precisely the right approach, and for which I had been grateful in the numb, sideways manner of someone who does not yet know what they are grateful for. The boxes were stacked as I had left them, 8 medium, 3 large, 2 small, labeled in my own handwriting. Kitchen, books, linens, personal papers, photographs, miscellaneous. The labels accurate, and the arrangement logical, and the whole thing organized with the architectural clarity of a person who had managed her grief like a project, and who was now standing in a metal locker on the second floor of a storage facility in Guelph in November, with a warm piece of limestone in her jacket pocket and a reference point she had not had in March. I started with personal papers. This was not the obvious place to start. The obvious place, the comfortable place, would have been kitchen or linens. The domestic objects, the things that smelled of her apartment, the things that were associated with warmth and the soup and the ordinary routines of her daily life. But, Sean Morath had said, there will be something written. And she had said, go through the things with the same quality of openness you brought to the garden. And so I put my hand in my pocket and felt the warm stone, and I opened the personal papers box with the intention, or rather with the absence of intention, that a cold side garden at dawn had taught me was the correct approach to things that required receiving rather than managing. The box contained what personal papers boxes typically contain. Insurance documents neatly filed. The lease on her apartment canceled. Her teaching certificates from the Guelph board. She had been a secondary school art teacher for 22 years, a fact I had grown up with, and had somehow not fully inhabited until I saw the certificates in her handwriting. The signature on each one that was my mother's signature, familiar and specific, her name written in the particular way she had always written it, the N slightly larger than strictly necessary, the rest of the letters following in the careful, controlled script of a person who'd always written as though writing were an act that deserved attention. I set each document aside. Beneath the certificates was a manila envelope, unsealed without any writing on the exterior. I held it for a moment. I had packed this box in March, and I did not remember this envelope. I did not remember handling it, or making a decision about where to file it. It was possible I had simply swept it into the box with the rest of the papers without examining it, the way you process things in March when the grief is 2 weeks old and your mother's neighbors standing nearby with good intentions and packing tape, and you are operating on the project mode, momentum, that keeps you functional and prevents you from sitting down on the apartment floor and not getting up again. It was possible. I opened the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper, folded once. The paper was my mother's, the cream-colored heavyweight stock she had used for her personal correspondence since I could remember, the kind you buy in small quantities from a proper stationer, because you believe that some things deserve the right surface. Her handwriting covered roughly 2/3 of the page, the N slightly larger than necessary, the careful controlled script slightly looser than her certificates. The looseness of someone writing without the intention of being judged for the penmanship. I read it. I will not reproduce it in full because some things said between a mother and a daughter are not for wider accounting, and because the specific words, read cold on a November morning in a storage locker, would not carry what they carried for me. They would be ordinary words and ordinary arrangements, and the weight in them was entirely a product of who had written them and to whom and from what position of strict clarity and remaining time. But I will say what it contained. It contained an acknowledgement, not an apology. My mother was not capable of apology in the direct form, which was part of what the letter was about. An acknowledgement that she had built a certain kind of distance into the architecture of our relationship, and that she had known this while she was building it, and had not been able to stop, and that she had understood, particularly in her last months, that I had learned from her blueprints, and that this understanding had been one of the more painful recognitions of her final year. It contained a description of Alora, not the adult version, not the town as she had known it as a grown woman looking back, but The child version, the sensory version, the version that lived in the body rather than the memory, the smell of the river in the morning, the cold of the limestone in the side garden when you pressed your palm against it, the particular quality of presence, she wrote, that found you when you were open to it, and that felt like being completely seen, and the seeing being without demand. She had not named it. She had not needed to. She said she had carried that feeling for most of her life, as the one reference point for what genuine connection felt like, and that she had been unable to find it again in her adult life, not because it was unavailable, but because she had learned too early that the people in the room were not reliably present, and that this learning had made her incapable of the openness that the feeling required, and that she had spent 50 years at a careful, maintained, sufficient distance from everyone she loved, including me, and that she was sorry for what that had cost. She said it that way. She wrote, "I am sorry for what that has cost you, and what it has cost us." She said, "Go to the valley." She said, "What it gave me is still there, and it belongs to you as much as it ever belonged to me, and you will be able to receive it in a way I could not teach you directly, but perhaps can give you access to now." She said, "I should have told you about marrying years ago." She said, "I did not know how to explain something that exists outside of explanation, so I said nothing, and silence became the habit, and habits become architecture, and I am sorry for the architecture." At the bottom of the page, in slightly larger letters, not the incised letters of someone emphasizing unconsciously, but deliberate chosen, she had written, "The valley keeps what matters." I sat on the concrete floor of the storage locker with the letter in my hands and the cream-colored paper between my fingers, and I did not manage what arrived. And what arrived was large and unmeasured and entirely necessary, and I let it take the time it needed, and the time it needed was considerable, and the fluorescent light above me hummed its steady institutional hum, and the cold worked up through the concrete and into the floor of my jacket, and I did not move until the thing that needed to move through me had moved through me, and what remained was something quieter and more open than what had been there before. Then I folded the letter carefully and put it in my jacket pocket beside the limestone. The two objects rested against each other in the pocket's darkness, the warm stone with its ancient compressed record, and the cream paper with its 57 words of honest accounting. And together they had a weight that was not their combined physical weight, but something more composite, something that included 31 years of a valley holding a frequency in its stone and water, and a woman dying in a room with a parking structure outside the window, and a daughter driving north in the rain, and a frost-heavy garden at 6 in the morning, and the thing that happened in the corner of that garden, and the drive home through a stripped and legible landscape. And this moment, here, on the floor of a storage locker in Guelph, in November, I got up. I spent 2 more hours in the unit, moving through the remaining boxes without agenda, opening and examining and deciding, and the decisions came easily, without the overriding project management quality they had carried in March. Some things I would take home. Some things I would donate. The bowl, wide and shallow, cream-colored with a blue rim, I wrapped in a shirt and put directly into the bag I had brought for taking. I would use it. In the weeks that followed, I used it regularly. I moved through November and into December with a quality of attention that was different from what I had brought to the previous year or the year before that. The difference was not dramatic. I did not become a different person. My work was still my work, the drawing board still the drawing board, the projects still the projects, the colleagues still the colleagues. But something in the register had shifted, in the way that Jean Morath had predicted. Not a resolution, not a cure, but a recalibration, the knowledge of a frequency and the ability to recognize approximations of it in the human relationships that were available. I called my colleague Mark and told him over coffee one Friday in late November that I had gone to Elora because my mother had asked me to find something there, and that I had found it, and that the finding had changed some things I had not known needed changing. I did not give him the full account, but I gave him the honest version of what it had been, which was more than I would have given anyone a year earlier, and he listened with a particular quality of attention that good people bring to things they do not entirely understand, but recognize as important. And afterward we sat quietly for a moment in the coffee shop with the November rain against the glass, and the sitting quietly was comfortable rather than managed. Then I noticed this, and held the noticing gently. I visited my mother's grave in Guelph on a cold December morning. I drove down from Toronto in the early dark, arriving before the cemetery opened, and I sat in the car outside the gate and waited. And the sky went from black to the particular pewter of a winter morning, and when the gate was unlocked I walked in and found the marker, gray granite, her name and her dates in clean Roman capitals, the inscription beneath them, the one I had chosen in March, from the funeral home's laminated card of options, something from the Psalms that had seemed appropriate at the time and now seemed not wrong but insufficient, a stranger's words for a specific and irreplaceable person. I stood at the marker for a long time. I did not say the things I might have said in March, the managed, bordered things of a person maintaining composure at a graveside. I said instead what was actually true. Quietly, in the cold morning air, just the words themselves without performance. The way she had written to me on cream-colored paper without the performance of apology. Simply the truth in plain language because the time for everything else had passed. I said, I found her. I said it was already mine. I stood a little longer, and the cold worked into my hands, and I put them in my pockets and felt the limestone and the letter. Both there. The stone warm from being carried, and the paper slightly soft at the fold from being read many times. I held them both. Then I said the last thing, the one that was truest, the one that had been waiting the longest. I said, I know what the soup meant. The cemetery was quiet in the way of winter mornings. The bare trees motionless. The gray sky holding its low, even cloud without drama. The granite markers reading their names into the cold air with the patient impartial quality of stone that has accepted its function and performs it without complaint, season after season. And every light and every weather simply present, simply holding what it has been given to hold. I walked back to the car. I drove home through the flat, stripped, winter-legible landscape of southern Ontario, the highway unrolling ahead of me in the gray light. And I thought about the bowl in my kitchen cupboard, and the letter in the drawer of the writing desk, and the limestone on the windowsill where the morning light found it first. And I thought about the valley and the river, and the way the stone held what the water gave it, and the way the water carried what the stone released, and how this exchange had been ongoing for 12,000 years and required nothing from me except, occasionally, the willingness to be present in a cold garden at dawn, with my hands open and my defenses not yet assembled, listening for the frequency that the valley had been keeping from me all along. The highway ran south toward the city. Somewhere behind me the limestone buildings of Elora caught the winter light and held it in their pale faces the way they always had, the way they would long after every name in the cemetery had been worn to suggestion by the patient weather. The stone unchanged by anything as brief as a human life, still doing its slow ancient work, receiving, storing, releasing, keeping what matters, keeping what matters, keeping what matters. The keeping room. The valley sits in a bowl of red hills that hold the heat long after sundown, and at night the only sound is the Turon River running low over its stones, and the occasional crack of a possum moving through dry bark. The old houses here smell of something older than the timber they are built from, camphor, red dirt, and time. I want to tell you something honest before the story begins, and I want you to hear it the way I mean it. Not as a disclaimer, not as a warning, but as a fact about who I was when all of this happened. I was not in good shape. I had driven 9 hours from Sydney through the Blue Mountains and down the other side into the central tablelands because my therapist had suggested, with the particular measured patience of a person who has said the same thing 15 different ways to the same patient, that I needed to put some distance between myself and the apartment where my mother had died. Not forever, just for a few weeks. She said the word reset, and I remember staring at her potted fern and thinking, with a clarity that surprised me, that the fern looked like it needed water. That was 8 months after I had found my mother sitting in her chair by the kitchen window, her cup of tea gone cold, her hands folded in her lap, and her eyes resting on a point somewhere past the back fence that I could not find no matter how long I stood there afterward looking. My name is Cassandra Webb. I am 38 years old. I work in heritage documentation. I spend my professional life describing old buildings before they are torn down or changed beyond recognition, which my mother once said was a very fitting career for someone who had trouble letting go of things. She was right, the way she was right about most things, and I had not told her so while I still could. That was the specific thing I was carrying, and I want you to know it was heavy. I had booked a room at a heritage guest house in Sofala through a regional tourism site, a place called Corrigan's Rest, listed as a restored 1940s weatherboard on the main street. 3 rooms, self-catering, quiet. The listing had used the word historic 4 times in 6 sentences, which I found either reassuring or suspicious depending on which way I was facing at the time. I booked it because it was in the right direction and because the photographs showed a veranda with old wooden boards and a railing that leaned slightly, and something about that lean felt honest. The drive into the valley is not something I will easily forget. You come down from the Bathurst Plateau on a road that narrows progressively, and the tablelands open around you and all that dry gold and rust, spinifex and dead grass and eucalypts with their bark hanging in gray strips. And then the road drops you into the Turon River Valley, and the whole world changes. The ridge lines close around you, the light goes amber and low, the river is shallow and wide, and the color of tea, running over orange stone, and the town sits on its bank like something that arrived there 170 years ago and simply never found a reason to leave. I pulled in just after 4 in the afternoon. The main street was 3 blocks long, and perhaps half of its original buildings were still standing. Corrugated iron and timber, mostly, with wide verandas, the kind of architecture that was built to manage heat and rain rather than impress anyone. There was a general store, a pub called the Gold Dust that had a hand-painted sign fading back into the wood, and a scattering of old residences behind low fences. The mountains ringed everything. There was no mobile reception. I had known that from the listing, and had found it comforting in theory. But sitting in the car with the engine off and the silence pressing against the windows, I found it less comforting in practice. I remember noticing, as I got out of the car, that the air smelled of eucalyptus oil and something drier underneath, dust baked warm all day and now beginning to release the heat, and that the light on the far ridgeline was the specific shade of orange that I associated, for reasons I could not immediately name, with the late afternoons of my childhood, the kind of light that makes you feel you have forgotten something important. Corrigan's Rest was halfway down the main street, set slightly back from the road behind a low garden of lavender and native grasses. The weatherboard was painted cream, the trim dark green, and the veranda boards were the gray of old unvarnished wood, exactly as the photographs had shown, including the lean and the railing. A woman was waiting on the veranda steps as I pulled up, which I might have found welcoming if she had not been watching my car with the particular stillness of a person who has been watching for a long time before it arrived. Her name was Margaret Corrigan. She was perhaps 65, tall and lean, with sun-creased skin and gray hair pulled back in a practical way that had nothing to do with fashion. She wore a faded blue dress, and her hands were very still at her sides, which I noticed and then immediately forgot about, because she smiled when I got out of the car, and the smile was genuine, and the first warm thing I had encountered in about 4 hours of driving. She showed me to my room, the second of the 3, at the back of the house, overlooking a small yard and the creek that ran behind the properties before joining the river. The room was simple and clean. A single iron-framed bed with a white cotton coverlet, a timber wardrobe with a mirror on the door that had gone slightly amber with age, a nightstand with a lamp, and, beside the lamp, a small glass jar containing dried lavender, the stems bundled with a piece of red thread. I set my bag down and stood in the quiet for a moment. I noticed the floorboards were original, wide and honey-colored, with the slight unevenness of boards that had been walked on for decades. I noticed the window looked out over the yard and past it to the creek and the ridgeline, and that the ridgeline, at this hour, was exactly that color again. I thought about the fern in my therapist's office and whether anyone had watered it since my last appointment. I wondered if I had turned off the heated towel rail in the Sydney apartment. Margaret called from the kitchen to ask if I wanted tea, and the ordinariness of that question reached through something, and I said yes. I sat at the kitchen table while she moved with the ease of a woman who has made tea in the same kitchen for 30 years, and I looked out the window toward the yard, and I felt, in a way I had not felt in 8 months, something that was not exactly peace, but was in the same family, a lowering of something, a quiet. It was only later, when I was lying in the iron bed and the house had gone entirely silent, that I became aware of the room at the end of the hall. Not a sound from it, not a movement, nothing so definite as that. Just the particular quality of silence that suggests a room is not, in fact, empty. I told myself it was an old house, that old houses have their own acoustics, their own way of holding the night. And I almost believed it, right up until the moment the lavender smell reached me through the dark. The kitchen had gone from the amber warmth of evening into the particular gray of an early Australian morning, and as I sat with a second cup of tea I had not remembered making, I understood that I had been awake for most of the night without quite knowing it. Not because of fear. Not yet. It was the kind of wakefulness that grief produces, a state that is not sleep and not full consciousness, but something between the two, where the mind runs its familiar tracks without arriving anywhere. I had spent 8 months inside that state. I was practiced at it by now, the way you become practiced at carrying something heavy, not comfortable exactly, but no longer surprised by the weight. The morning came in through the kitchen window as a slow brightening of the yard outside, the creek catching what light there was, the ridgeline going from black to deep olive, to the dry grass gold it would hold all day. A magpie called somewhere close. That clean liquid warbled, it sounds like water moving over glass, and then stopped, and the silence after it was somehow larger than the silence before. Margaret appeared in the kitchen doorway at 7, already dressed, already composed, carrying a basket of eggs with the ease of someone who has been up for hours. She set the basket on the bench and looked at me with the particular attention of a person who notices things but does not immediately comment on them. "You did not sleep," she said. It was not a question. "I slept a little," I told her, which was almost true. She nodded and began breaking eggs into a pan, and I watched her and thought about nothing in particular, and felt the silence of the house settle around both of us, in a way that was not uncomfortable. That was what I noticed most in those first hours at Corrigan's Rest. The silence was not empty. Most silences, in my experience, are either absent of content or charged with something uncomfortable. The silence in that kitchen was different. It had a quality of fullness, of occupation. I thought, absurdly, that I had left my phone charger in the car and that the car was unlocked. "How long has the guest house been running?" I asked, to say something. "The house has been in the family since 1914, Margaret said, without turning from the pan. "The guest house part, since my children left. About 12 years. "Do you get many visitors?" "Enough," she said. And then, after a pause that felt considered, "The right ones." I did not know what to do with that, so I looked out the window again. The yard was visible in full morning light now. A small, well-kept rectangle of dry grass, a lemon tree at the far corner that had produced abundantly once and was now past its best, a line of old fence posts that had lost their wire at some point and stood alone, patient and purposeless. Beside the back gate, I could see a garden bed planted with something low and gray-green. From this distance I could not identify it, but There was a faint quality to the air through the gap in the window frame that made me think it was something I recognized without being able to name. She served eggs on toast, and we ate at the table, and she asked why I had come to Sofala, in the mild and unhurried way of someone who asks questions they already partly know the answer to. I said I was a heritage documentation consultant, which was true, and that I had been traveling the tablelands looking at examples of vernacular colonial architecture, which was also technically true, though it had not been the original reason, and both of us understood that from the way I said it. She considered this. The Cobb & Co. stable 2 streets back has the original tack room intact, she said. Most of the hardware is still on the walls. People walk past it every day and never look. I would like to see that, I said, and meant it. She refilled my tea without asking, and the gesture was so specifically the gesture my mother used to make. That assumption of need, that unself-conscious tending. That something in my chest closed briefly, and I looked at the grain of the table to give myself a moment. Margaret did not notice, or chose not to. After breakfast I walked to town alone. Sofala in the morning light is a small thing. Perhaps a few dozen permanent residents, 2 streets of consequence, and a surrounding silence that the valley holds in close and does not share with the highway above. I walked the main street slowly, the way I walk any old place, reading the buildings the way I read text, looking at the evidence of repair and abandonment and revival that every old structure carries in its bones, if you know how to look. The pub had been maintained with a commitment that slightly exceeded the town's practical needs, which told me someone loved it. The general store had a handwritten sign in the window that had faded to the point of near illegibility. An old residence near the northern end of the street was clearly unoccupied. Windows gray with dust. A front garden that had gone to seed in a way that takes more than one season. And yet its front gate stood open at a precise right angle, as though someone had recently come through it and had not come back. I stood at that gate for longer than I intended. The house was not threatening. That is the wrong word entirely, and I want to be careful here. Because what I felt standing at that gate was not dread, but something more difficult to categorize. The house had the quality of a room after someone has left it, when the air still holds the particular shape of their presence. A just vacated quality, as though whatever stillness the house contained was not the stillness of emptiness, but the stillness of waiting. I told myself that this was what old buildings always felt like to me, that it was occupational sensitivity and nothing more. I noted the ironwork on the veranda columns. I noted the pattern of weathering on the south-facing wall. I was very thorough and very professional, and I did not look at the upper window, where something in my peripheral vision had briefly suggested a change in the quality of shadow. I walked back to Corrigan's Rest in the late morning and found Margaret in the garden at the side of the house, working with a small pair of secateurs on something low along the wall. I came close enough to see what she was tending before she heard me. A row of plants that I now recognized from the smell that had reached me through the kitchen window. Not lavender, as I had assumed from the jar in my room. Something related but drier, older. She straightened when she heard me and held out a small clipping, 2 gray-green stems with tiny purple-brown flowers barely open. Status, she said. Everlasting flower. You can dry it and it keeps for years, decades, if you press it properly. She turned it between her fingers. We use it at funerals mostly, for the arrangements that need to last a long time. I took the clipping because she held it toward me, and I did not know how to decline. And I held it, and felt the dry, faintly papery texture of the stems, and the smell rose to me. Something between the sea and old timber, with a faint sweetness underneath that had nothing to do with what I had expected. How long have you lived here? I asked. In this valley, I mean. Always, she said, in a way that closed the question gently but completely. I stood in the garden and held the clipping and looked at the ridgeline and thought that I should call my sister. That I had not called my sister in 3 weeks. That she would want to know I was traveling. I thought about what I would say if she asked how I was doing. I turned the clipping over in my fingers, and the dry flowers held their shape without crumbling, which seemed, for no reason I could defend, significant. That afternoon, Margaret showed me the house. Not the public rooms. Those I had already seen. She showed me the older parts, the back sections that were not included in the guesthouse portion. The rooms that carried the evidence of 100 years of a single family's continuous occupation. She was a precise and quiet guide, naming objects and their histories in the same plain and hurried way she did everything. A cedar sideboard that had come up from Bathurst in a bullock cart in 1912. A photograph on the wall of a woman, in a high collar, standing in the yard beside the lemon tree, the tree visibly younger, and the yard visibly the same. And then we reached the end of the hall. The door was old, and the timber had darkened with age to a deep reddish brown. It was closed. Margaret stopped in front of it with the same steady quality she brought to everything, and for a moment said nothing. "This room is private," she said, and the word private was doing more work in that sentence than its ordinary meaning. I did not ask. I looked at the door, and I felt the thing I had felt lying in the iron bed the night before. Not a sound, not a movement. Just that quality of fullness behind a closed surface, the sense of presence that has nothing to do with noise. "Of course," I said. And she led me back toward the kitchen, and behind us the hall was very quiet, and the closed door held whatever it was holding in exactly the same way it had been holding it since long before I arrived. I've documented 241 heritage buildings in my professional career, and I have learned to read the difference between a space that has been abandoned and a space that is still, deliberately and tenderly, in use. And what I felt behind that door was the latter, with a certainty that no amount of professional training could entirely account for. The second morning arrived the way the first had not, with sound. I woke to the knock of something against the exterior wall of my room. A branch or a loose piece of trim caught by the wind that had come up overnight, and I lay in the iron bed for a long moment listening to it with the specific attention of a person who has been alert to ordinary sounds for a long time. 8 months of sleeping alone in the apartment where my mother had died had made me fluent in the language of buildings at night. I knew the difference between the sounds the structure makes when it is settling and the sounds it makes when something else is occurring. I had told myself that distinction clearly and often, in the dark, in Sydney, until it had become a kind of mantra. This was the branch. I was certain of it. I dressed and went to the kitchen, and this time Margaret was not there, and the absence of her was itself a kind of information. The kettle was still faintly warm. A cup had been left out on the bench beside it. Not my cup from the previous morning, but a clean one, set out in the assumption of my arrival. That small, considered gesture sat in the kitchen with me while I made tea, and looked out at the yard. The wind had flattened the dry grass in the yard overnight. The old fence posts at the far end leaned slightly more than they had the day before, or I had not noticed their lean before, and was noticing it now. The lemon tree held its position against the fence with a particular stubbornness of old trees that have been through many winds and have developed their own relationship with staying. I drank my tea and looked at the yard and thought about the document I was supposed to be preparing for a sandstone warehouse in Pyramid, the one that was scheduled for partial demolition in November. I had the photographs. I had the measurements. I had 3 months of field notes that I had not yet organized into anything useful, and the deadline was real and approaching, and I had come 9 hours by road in part to get the distance I needed to finally sit down and do the work. I had not yet opened my laptop. I put down my cup and went outside. The morning was cooler than the previous one, that wind carrying something from higher up the range, and the light was thinner, the kind of flat white sky that sometimes holds rain and sometimes does not, and the valley below the ridgeline looked subdued under it, as though the landscape had pulled something closed over itself. I walked in the opposite direction from the previous morning, toward the northern end of the town, past the house with the open gate. I did not look at the gate as I passed it. I was deliberate about that. The road out of town follows the Turon River for half a kilometer before the valley bends, and the gravel gives way to a track not designed for regular vehicles. I walked along the river edge, where the bank was low and flat, and the water ran clear and shallow over its pale stone bed, making the sound that moving water makes, which is not one sound, but a continuous dissolving and remaking of the same sound, endlessly varied and endlessly the same. I found it useful. I had been finding water useful for 8 months. There was a cemetery. I found it set back from the river on a slight rise, enclosed by an iron fence of the kind common to colonial-era New South Wales, low with cast posts and horizontal rails, some sections leaning, the whole perimeter patched in places with timber rail where the iron had failed. The gate was open, which is almost always the case with old country cemeteries, where the gate is a formality rather than a barrier. I went in. What I want to tell you about this cemetery, and what matters for everything that came after, is not its age or its size, both of which were unremarkable. What matters is the condition of the graves. Most old rural cemeteries in this part of New South Wales are maintained with a certain practical respect. The grass cut occasionally, the paths kept passable, the oldest and most weathered headstones left to their own conclusions. This cemetery had that, and it also had something more. A number of the graves, not all of them, perhaps 1 in 3, carried fresh flowers, not the hardy planted kind, not the artificial kind that weathers in place for years. Cut flowers, some of them placed in the last few days. A tin cup of water beside one headstone held 3 stems of something yellow, the water still clear. I stood in the middle of that cemetery for a long time. I read the headstones that were legible. The names were the names of the tablelands, Welsh and English and Irish surnames, some of them appearing on 3 or 4 stones across different rows. The same families threading through the same ground across 100 years. Several of the fresher flowers were placed on stones dated within the last decade. One stone, near the back fence where an old box tree grew close enough to have lifted part of the paving, carried a headstone dated 11 years earlier, and beside it a small bunch of statice. The same gray-green, the same dry papery stems tied with a piece of red thread, the same red thread as the bundle in the jar on my nightstand. I crouched down beside it and looked at the knot. It was a simple knot, tied by hands that knew how to tie it quickly. The flowers were not fresh. They were dried, which was their nature, which was the whole point of them. They could have been there for a week or for a year and looked exactly the same. The name on the headstone was Corrigan. The date was 11 years before the present. The given name was Thomas. I stood up and stepped back and looked at the stone and felt the thing that I had been feeling since I arrived in this valley. The thing that had no precise name. Not sorrow, not recognition, but something that lived in the neighborhood of both. I walked back to town. Margaret was on the veranda when I returned, sitting in one of the 2 timber chairs that faced the street, with a cup of tea and a look that suggested she had been sitting there for some time. She watched me come up the path with the same measuring attention she had given my arriving car 2 days before. I sat in the other chair without being invited, which surprised me, because I am not generally a person who sits without invitation. "Thomas," I said. She looked at me steadily. "My husband," she said. 11 years in June. There was a silence that I knew better than to fill. "The flowers," I said. "In the cemetery. You maintain them." "Some of them," she said. "There are 3 other families who keep up the practice. It has always been done here, in the old families. You keep the grave present. You do not let it become a place you visit once a year and then walk away from." She paused. "The dead do not stop being part of your life just because they have changed form." I looked at the street and the hills behind it and the flat white sky above. "Changed form," I said. The Wiradjuri people who knew this valley before any of us arrived understood that the period after death is not a single moment. She said, in the same plain, precise way she said everything. It is a process. It takes time. The living and the dead share a space during that time, and the living have a responsibility to hold that space with intention and respect. She picked up her cup. The families here absorbed a great deal of that understanding across a great many generations, not formally, not as ceremony particularly, just as the way things are done. I thought about my mother's chair, still in the apartment. I had not moved it. I had told myself it was because I had not gotten around to it, but that was not the truth. And sitting on that veranda in Sofala, listening to the wind in the iron roof and the river below the town, I felt the truth of it with a clarity that was almost physical. I had not moved the chair because moving it would mean something I was not ready for it to mean. "The room at the end of the hall," I said. Margaret was quiet for long enough that I thought she would not answer. "My son has been traveling for work," she said finally. "In Brisbane. He is coming home in December." She paused again, and what she said next she said carefully, "The way you say something that is entirely true, but that you know will require the other person to rearrange something in order to receive it. His father is waiting for him." The wind moved through the dry grass at the edge of the yard. The magpie called again, further away this time, the sound thinner at this distance, and the silence that came after it was the same enlarged silence as before. I did not ask what she meant. I understood what she meant. And the more disturbing thing, the thing I have spent 14 months trying to find the right words for, is that I did not find it disturbing. Not in that moment. In that moment, sitting on the veranda of an old weatherboard house in a valley that held its silence like a kept promise, it felt like the most natural thing I had ever been told. It was only walking back to my room, past the hall, past the door at its end, that I noticed what I had not noticed the 2 days before, that the thin strip of light under the door was not the flat darkness of a room with its curtains drawn, but the specific low, warm light of a lamp that has been left on for someone. The flat white sky had made good on its suggestion of rain by late afternoon, and I sat at the small desk in my room with my laptop finally open in front of me, the Pyramid Warehouse photographs arranged across the screen in a grid of gray stone and ironwork brackets, and the particular grime-stained dignity of a building that had survived everything the city had tried to do to it for 140 years. I was not working. I was looking at the photographs the way you look at something when your eyes need to be pointed somewhere while your mind is entirely elsewhere. And what my mind was doing was returning, with the patient insistence of water finding a crack, to the strip of warm light under the door at the end of the hall. The rain came in properly around 4, the kind of steady rural rain that does not perform or announce itself but simply arrives and settles in for the duration. And the sound of it on the corrugated iron roof of Corrigan's Rest was one of the finest sounds I have encountered in my life. I sat and listened to it, and did not work, and thought about Margaret's words on the veranda, and the specific way she had said them, not as confession, not as justification, but as plain statement. The way you state things that have never required explanation within the world where they are true. His father is waiting for him. I had met people in grief before. I had been a person in grief. I understood the ways the mind constructs a continued presence for the lost, the ways we leave chairs unmoved and lamps burning in a place set at the table because the alternative, the complete cessation, the hard-edged absence, is a thing the human mind cannot absorb all at once and so absorbs gradually, in increments it can manage. I understood this professionally, personally, and with the weariness of someone who has read enough about it to know that understanding it changes nothing about the experience of it. What I could not fit into that framework was the warmth of the light. The rain strengthened and I closed the laptop and lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling and listened to the roof. And at some point, I did not mean to, and I would not have predicted it, I slept. I dreamed about my mother's hands, not her face, not her voice, only her hands, the way I had last seen them, folded in her lap in the chair by the window. And in the dream I was trying to determine whether they were still warm, and I could not reach them. And the distance between where I was standing and where her hands rested was not large, but was not crossable by any effort I could make. I woke to the sound of a door, Not my door, not the front door. Something further inside the house. A gentle, deliberate closing, the sound of a latch engaging with care, the sound of someone who is moving through a space they know well and do not wish to disturb. I lay in the iron bed, listened, and the rain continued on the roof, and the house was otherwise silent. I checked my phone. Nearly 7 in the evening. I washed my face and went to the kitchen, where Margaret had left a covered plate on the bench with a folded piece of paper beside it that said, in a plain, upright hand, "Gone to the Hargreaves. Back by 9. Help yourself with anything." I lifted the cover. Lamb and roasted root vegetables, still warm, with a dish of grainy mustard on the side that smelled of something sharp and old. I ate standing at the bench, looking out at the rain on the yard, and I thought about my phone charger, which I had retrieved from the car on the first morning and which was now plugged into the wall beside the wardrobe, and whether the phone had enough charge that I could call my sister that evening if I chose to. I had not chosen to yet. I was working toward it. After I ate, I did not return to my room. I stood in the kitchen for a long time, and then I walked into the hall. I want to be precise here, because precision is what I owe this account. I did not intend to go to the door. That is the truth. I walked into the hall with the intention of going to the small sitting room at the front of the house, which I had not used but which I had seen through its open doorway. A couch, a lamp, a bookshelf. The kind of room that is exactly what it needs to be. I walked into the hall and I turned and I walked the wrong direction, and I was at the door before I had made any decision to be there. This is the thing I kept returning to afterward, not what I found, how I arrived. The door was not fully closed. It had been closed. I was certain it had been closed on every previous occasion I had walked past it. But now it stood open the distance of perhaps 3 fingers, and the warm light I had seen beneath it was visible as a vertical stripe of amber in the darker hall, and the smell was present. Not the dry salt and timber smell of the status from the garden. Something warmer and older than that, camphor and something beneath it that I recognized without origin, the way you recognize a piece of music you cannot name but know you have heard in a specific and important context. I stood in the hall and looked at the stripe of amber light, and thought about Margaret's note on the kitchen bench, about the lamb with the grainy mustard, about whether the rain would ease by morning. I thought about these things with the deliberateness of someone using ordinary thought as a reason not to do something. And then I put my hand flat on the door and pushed it open. The room was small. That was the first thing, smaller than I had imagined from the outside dimensions of the hallway, which meant the walls were thick or the room had been subdivided at some point, or I had simply imagined it larger because its closed door had held so much weight. A single window faced the backyard, its curtain drawn. A lamp on a low table in the corner, a real lamp with a cloth shade the color of old paper, gave the room its amber light. A chair against the wall, timber with a cushion on its seat that had been placed there with attention. A small table near the chair with a cup, empty, clean, set in readiness. And against the opposite wall, on a low platform that I understood immediately and completely, was a coffin. Not what you are imagining. Not a funeral home's hard-edged, lacquered box. This was timber, old timber, worked by hand, with joints that showed the age and skill of their making, the surface not varnished but oiled, so that the grain of the wood was visible beneath its depth like something seen through water. It was closed. It was tended. On its surface, arranged with care, were several things. The same dried status tied with red thread, a small framed photograph I could see, but not read from where I stood, and a man's watch on a length of folded cloth. The room was warm. Not from the lamp. A lamp that size does not heat a room. The warmth was of a different kind, which I am not going to try to explain in terms that will satisfy a person who needs their explanations. Mechanical. I will say instead that the warmth was the warmth of a room in which attention has been paid, consistently and over a long period of time, and that attention of that quality leaves something of itself behind in the air of a place. Every heritage building I have ever documented has its own version of this. the residue of sustained human care. I knew what it felt like. I had never felt it this precisely before. I stood in the doorway for a long time, and I did not go in. I pulled the door back to where I had found it, open by 3 fingers, and I walked back down the hall and into the sitting room, and I sat on the couch in the dark without turning the lamp on, and outside the rain continued its steady work on the iron roof. What I felt was not fear. It was closer to the feeling I had in the cemetery, crouching by the Corrigan headstone with its bundle of status and its red thread, the feeling of being in the presence of something that has its own logic and its own integrity, and that does not require my permission or my understanding in order to continue being exactly what it is. But underneath that, and I need to tell you this because it is what changed everything that came after, was something I had not expected and had no framework for. Under the recognition, under the respectful distance I was trying to maintain, there was something that I can only describe as longing. Not for Thomas Corrigan, not for a stranger's coffin in a stranger's room, for my mother's chair, specifically and exactly for my mother's chair, still standing in the apartment in Sydney with its particular lean, its particular cushion, its view of the back fence, and the point past it where her eyes had been resting when I had found her. I had not moved the chair. I had not understood until this moment that not moving it was not failure. It was not pathology. It was not something to be managed or processed or gently redirected by a person with a potted fern. It was the same thing Margaret Corrigan had been doing for 11 years in the room at the end of the hall. The same thing, carried out in an apartment in Sydney by a woman who had not known she was practicing anything at all. I sat in the dark sitting room with the rain on the roof, and that understanding moved through me the way cold moves into a warm room, not arriving all at once, but finding its way gradually into every corner until the temperature of everything had changed. I was still sitting there when I heard Margaret's key in the front door, and I did not move, and she did not come to find me, and the lamp at the end of the hall burned on through the dark with the patience of something that has been keeping its watch for a very long time and is in no particular hurry to stop. 3 days into my stay at Corrigan's Rest, I woke before the light. Not from a dream this time, not from a sound, from the specific interior stillness that arrives when the body is finished sleeping and the mind is finished whatever it does in the dark. And both have arrived, simultaneously, at the same quiet conclusion. I had not woken that way in 8 months. I had not woken rested. I lay in the iron bed and felt the difference and did not trust it. The way you do not trust a pain that is suddenly stopped. Your first instinct is not relief, but suspicion. The valley was completely dark outside the window. No ridge visible, no creek, only the flat dark of a rural night with cloud cover, and the sound of the last of the rain moving off to the east in the slow retreat of a weather system that has finished its business in this particular piece of country. I dressed quietly and went to the kitchen and sat with water, not tea, and waited for the morning. It came in stages. A graying of the window, a return of the yard, the fence posts emerging first, then the lemon tree, then the ridgeline behind everything else, assembling itself from darkness the way a developing photograph assembles from its chemical bath, slowly, from the areas of greatest contrast outward into detail. Margaret appeared at 6:30, and she knew something had shifted in me the same way she seemed to know most things, without being told and without making a performance of knowing. She put the kettle on and sat across from me at the table and looked at me with that level attention. And I looked back at her, and what passed between us in that moment was not words, but the specific recognition that occurs between two people who are carrying the same weight and have just become aware of it in each other. I went into the room, I said. I know, she said. I left it open for you. The kettle reached its noise, and she rose and made tea and set a cup in front of me, and I held it with both hands the way I had held my mother's tea in the apartment on the bad mornings, using the warmth as something to organize myself around. Why? I asked. She sat down again and looked at her own cup. Because you were ready to see it, she said, and because I think you needed to understand that what you have been doing in that apartment of yours is not wrong. She paused. I could see it in how you arrived, the way you were holding yourself, like someone who has been told their instincts are broken. I looked at the table. The grain of it was visible in the morning light, the same honey timber as the floorboards, worn smooth at the edges from decades of hands and arms and the ordinary physical archive of a family's daily life. My therapist, I started. Your therapist is not wrong either, Margaret said, firmly and without unkindness. There is a difference between being told you need to eventually find a way through and being told you need to rush. I do not imagine she told you to rush. She had not. That was true. I had been the one applying the schedule. I turned my cup in my hands and thought about the Parliament warehouse and the field notes and the deadline. And then I stopped using those things as places to put my attention in and let the real thing be present. My mother died 8 months ago, I said. In her chair. In the kitchen. I found her. Margaret said nothing and did not look away. I have not moved the chair, I said. I have been treating that as a symptom. Of what? Inability to accept. Inability to move forward. I heard how the clinical language sounded, spoken aloud in this kitchen at this hour, and for the first time in 8 months I found it faintly absurd. Those are the words I have been using. Margaret looked at me with the full attention she brought to everything, and what she said next she said quietly, the way you say something that is not new information to you, but that you understand may be new to the person you are saying it to. My husband Thomas died 11 years ago in June, she said. He died in the house, in the room at the end of the hall, which was our bedroom, which I converted after he died to what it is now, because the bed felt wrong and the room felt right. She picked up her cup. My son Daniel was in Western Australia when it happened. He could not come home immediately. There were weeks before he could arrange it, and then more complications, and the weeks became months. She paused. I was not going to put Thomas in the ground before his son had come home to say what he needed to say. That was not a decision I agonized over. It was simply what was going to happen. I listened to this with the full attention it required and felt it landing in me in layers, the way certain pieces of information arrive not all at once but in the sequence that the mind can manage. Daniel came home 4 months after Thomas died, she said. He sat in the room for a full day. He said what he needed to say. We held the service the following week. She set her cup down. He has been back 3 times since, for his father's anniversary. He sits in the room. It is not morbid. It is not a refusal to accept. It is the proper completion of something. And after the service, I said, Thomas is still in the room. Thomas is in the cemetery, she said plainly. And Thomas is also in the room. Those two things are not in conflict. The body goes in the ground. What the body carried in it, the weight of a person, the particular quality of their attention, the presence they made in a space, that does not go in the ground with it. Not all at once, not until the living are finished with the work of letting it go, which cannot be rushed and should not be. Outside, the first full light of morning reached the ridgeline, and the valley went from gray to gold in the way it did each day. And the magpie called from somewhere down near the river, and the ordinary world reassembled itself around us in the kitchen with the patience of something that has been doing this every morning for a very long time. I thought about my mother's hands in the dream. The distance I could not cross. I keep dreaming about her hands, I said. The way they looked when I found her. I cannot get to them. Margaret looked at me steadily. What would you say, she asked, if you could? The question arrived with the simplicity of a key turning in a lock, and what opened behind it was not a tidy answer, but a pressure that had been building for 8 months behind a door I had not known existed, until this woman in this kitchen in this valley had named it with 6 words. I pressed my fingers against my eyes. I was not going to cry in front of Margaret Corrigan. I was certain of that, and then I was not certain of it. And then it did not matter, because I was crying, and she did not move and did not speak, and did not place a hand on my arm. And the specific mercy of that stillness, the not performing, the not managing, the plain and patient presence of another person who understood that this kind of thing needs its own duration and does not benefit from comfort that rushes it, was the most useful thing anyone had done for me in 8 months. When I was finished, I sat with the used-up, clean feeling of a person who has put something down that they had not realized they were still carrying at full weight. I looked at the table. I looked at the ridgeline through the window. I never told her she was right, I said. About the work. About the career. She told me once that I had found the right work for who I was, that I had a natural feeling for what mattered in old things. I paused. I never told her she was right about that. She knew, Margaret said simply. You cannot know that. No, she agreed. But you can. I sat with that. It was not a comfort. It was not designed to be. It was a harder thing than comfort, an invitation to examine what I actually knew against what I had been insisting I did not know, which is the specific work that grief requires, and that cannot be done on any schedule except its own. The morning had fully arrived by then. The kitchen was bright, and the tea had gone past warm toward cool, and at some point I would need to eat, and at some point after that I would need to open the laptop and look at the pyramid photographs, and eventually compose the sentences that would stand in the record as the last documentation of that building's full existence, bearing witness. That was what heritage documentation was at its core. Standing in front of something and saying, I see you. I am recording that you were here. You will not disappear from the record simply because you are disappearing from the world. I had been doing it for buildings. I had not known until this morning that I had also been doing it for my mother. I had been sitting in that apartment for 8 months, in the presence of her chair, performing the oldest and most human function available to the living, and I had been treating it as a symptom. Margaret rose and took the cups to the bench, and I sat in the bright morning kitchen and felt the particular quality of the air in the house. That fullness, that occupation, with entirely new understanding. The room at the end of the hall was not the only room that was being kept. The whole house was a keeping room. And so it occurred to me with a clarity that required no further examination was mine. That evening I walked the cemetery alone, with a small bunch of the status I had cut from the garden with Margaret's secateurs, and I stood at Thomas Corrigan's headstone in the last of the light, and placed the flowers beside the ones already there, and on the way back I let myself think about my mother not as a woman I had failed, but as a woman who had known, with the confidence of a person who paid attention to the people around her, that her daughter was exactly where she was supposed to be. Margaret had lived in the valley her entire life, and there were things she knew about it the way you know the particular weight of a door you have opened 10,000 times, not as information but as the body's understanding, wordless and precise. She told me this herself, on the morning of my 4th day, when I asked her directly who had taught her what she knew about the keeping room. We were walking. She had offered to show me the cob and come stable she had mentioned on the first morning, and we went in the cool of the early day, before the valley trapped its heat. The street was quiet in the way it was always quiet, which was not the quiet of absence but of a place that has found its own rhythm and settled into it without apology. A cattle dog watched us from a veranda across the road. The sky was clear and very blue, the hard blue of the tablelands after rain, and the wet ground gave off a smell of damp red earth that was as specific and unrepeatable as a fingerprint. The stable was at the back of a narrow block, approached through a side gate of old timber that Margaret lifted rather than unlatched, the way people do with gates they've been lifting their whole lives. Inside, the building was everything she had said and more. Original tack on the original hooks, a grain box against the wall with the iron fittings still tight, a high window that threw a precise rectangle of light across the earthen floor. The timber of the walls had darkened over a century and a half to the color of strong tea, and the smell was of old leather and animal warmth, and the particular dryness of a space that has been closed for a long time while remaining, somehow, inhabited. I stood in the middle of it, and felt the familiar shift in my attention that came in the presence of a building that had been faithfully used. Margaret stood near the door and watched me the way she watched everything, with that quiet patience. "Who taught you?" I asked again. I had not forgotten the question. She considered the grain box for a moment. "My grandmother," she said, "and a woman named Iris Darby, who was not a relation but who was the closest thing to a keeper this valley has had in living memory." She paused. "Iris died when I was in my 20s. She had been keeping the practice going for 40 years before I knew her, and she learned it from the generation before her, who had absorbed it from the Wiradjuri families who knew this river before the gold rush brought everyone else in." She said this without ceremony, without the careful framing of someone presenting a cultural education. It was plain statement the way she said everything. "What does the practice involve?" I asked, in its full form. "Not just the keeping room, all of it." She was quiet for long enough that I thought she was deciding whether to answer, and then I understood she was not deciding whether to answer, but finding the right place to begin. "You understand that it is not a ceremony in the formal sense," she said. "It has no fixed liturgy. Different families do it differently, and the Wiradjuri understanding of it is not identical to the way it has been practiced by the settler families here, though the two have informed each other over generations." She moved further into the stable and rested one hand on the grain box, not for support but in the way you touch something old that you trust. "The core of it is this: death is not an event. It is a passage, and a passage takes time, and the time it takes is not fixed, and it is not for the living to determine the schedule." The rectangle of light on the floor had shifted slightly as the sun moved. I watched it and listened. "The body is kept in a home," she said, "for as long as is needed, not indefinitely. There is no tradition that asks for permanence. But the period between death and burial is understood to be a time of active relationship, not suspended relationship. The family continues to speak to the deceased, continues to include them in the daily life of the house. Food is offered, light is kept. The room is maintained with intention." She paused. "And the family, during that time, does the grief work that our modern arrangements ask us to do beforehand, the saying of what was not said, the asking of what was not asked, the completion of what was left incomplete." I thought about Daniel Corrigan in Western Australia and the months that had passed before he could come home. "And if the grief work is not completed," I said, "before the burial?" "Then you do what you have been doing," she said, without particular emphasis. "You carry it. You find your own version of the keeping room. You do not let them go until you are ready, because the human heart does not work on the schedule that the calendar provides." The cattle dog from the veranda across the street had followed us at some point and was now sitting in the doorway of the stable, watching us with the mild interest of an animal that has no stake in the conversation but finds it worth attending. I looked at it and thought, briefly, about whether I had replied to my sister's last message. I had not. The message had been 3 weeks ago, and it asked, in the cautious way my sister had been using with me for 8 months, whether I was doing all right. "Iris Darby," I said. "Tell me about her." Margaret was quiet again for a moment. "She was a practical woman," she said. "That is the first thing to understand. She had no patience for mysticism or performance. She kept the practice because she understood its function, not because she believed in the supernatural, but because she believed in the human need for adequate time." She looked at the high window. She had lost 3 children, 2 in infancy and 1 at the age of 7, to a fever. She kept each of them for a different period. The infants for 2 weeks each, the 7-year-old for 4 months. A pause. She said afterward that the 4 months were the most important 4 months of her life, that she had learned more about love in those 4 months than in all the years before them. I absorbed this. She also believed, Margaret continued, And this is the part that the Wiradjuri understanding contributed most directly. That the keeping room was not only for the benefit of the living, that the dead, in that passage between states, required the continued presence of those who loved them in order to make the transition with any kind of peace. That abandoning them too quickly, removing the body, closing the room, performing the quick modern funeral, and then returning to work on Monday, left the passage incomplete. She picked up a piece of old straw from the floor of the grain box, looked at it, set it down. She was not a woman I would describe as fanciful. When she said these things, she said them in the same voice she used to discuss the weather. The stable around us held its century and a half of accumulated attention. I felt it the way I always felt it in buildings like this, not as imagination, but as the traceable residue of sustained human presence, the way a path forms not by design, but by the repeated fact of people walking the same ground. And Thomas, I said, when Thomas died, did you know immediately that you would keep him? Yes, she said without hesitation. The moment I understood that Daniel could not come, I knew before I had finished the thought. There was no decision, really. There was only the recognition that this was what was needed and that I was capable of providing it. Were you afraid? She looked at me with mild surprise, as though the question had come from an angle she had not expected. Of what? Of what people would think. Of the practicalities. Of being alone with it. I was not alone with it, she said. The Hargreaves knew. The Sullivans on the far side of the valley. Old Pat Canning, who has been managing the practical side of these things for the families here for 30 years. He had the knowledge and the supplies and the experience. And he came when I called him, and he did what needed to be done, and he did not judge, and he did not advise, and he did not try to redirect me toward a different choice. And the practicalities, I said. The legal side. Pat handled all of it, she said, in the tone of someone closing that particular door gently, but firmly. There are ways, in rural areas, for these things to be managed with the proper care and documentation, and without the machinery of the modern industry becoming involved. It requires relationships. It requires trust. It has been done in this valley for as long as the valley has had families in it, and it has always been done with integrity. We stood in the stable for a little while longer without speaking, and the cattle dog rose from the doorway and walked back toward wherever it had come from, and the rectangle of light on the floor had moved again, and the smell of the old leather and the dark timber was exactly the same as it had been when we arrived, unchanged and patient. On the way back to the house, Margaret said one more thing, and she said it in the way she said the things that mattered most, without preamble, without building toward it, simply placing it in the air between us as a fact available for my consideration. I want you to sit with him, she said, with Thomas. Not today, and not unless you choose to, but I think it would be of use to you, and I think you are ready for it, and I think the understanding you would take away from it is one that you cannot get from what I have told you with words alone. I walked beside her on the damp gravel road and felt the hard blue sky above the valley and the red earth smell rising from the ground, and the particular quality of being in a place that has offered you something real and is waiting, without pressure, to see what you will do with it. I will think about it, I said. That is all I asked, she said, and we walked the last of the way back to the house in the morning quiet. And the door at the end of the hall was exactly as I had left it, open by 3 fingers, the warm amber light still holding its watch inside. I sat with Thomas Corrigan on the 5th morning of my stay, at 8:15, with a cup of tea I had made for myself, and had not drunk. Margaret had not suggested that morning in particular. She had not arranged anything or prepared me or stood at the door. She had simply been in the kitchen when I came out of my room, and she had looked at me, and I had looked at her, and she had gone back to what she was doing at the bench without a word, which was all the answer either of us needed. I stood in the hallway for a long time before I pushed the door open fully, the room in full light. The curtain had been drawn back this morning, the yard visible through the glass. The ridge line beyond it was different from the room I had entered uninvited on the rainy evening 4 days before. Not different in its contents or its arrangement, which were unchanged. Differ in the way a room is differ when you enter it with permission rather than without. When you are there because you have chosen to be rather than because something in you moved before you had the chance to refuse it. The lamp was still burning. I did not know if it burned continuously or if Margaret lit it each morning, and I found I did not want to ask, because either answer was the right answer, and neither required my understanding to be true. I sat in the timber chair, with the cushion on its seat. The coffin was 6 feet from where I sat, and I want to tell you what it was like to sit in that proximity, because I think this is the part of the account that is most important and most difficult to render honestly without reaching for language that would make it smaller than it was. It was quiet. Not the performed quiet of a place that is trying to be solemn. Not the loaded quiet of a space where something terrible has occurred and the air has not recovered. It was the quiet of a room where sustained and deliberate attention has been paid for a long time, or the practice of presence has become so regular that it has changed the quality of the air itself. The way a room where music has been played for years holds something of that in its walls that you cannot source, but can feel with the whole of your attention. I held my cup of tea and looked at the timber of the coffin, the grain of it visible in the morning light, and I thought about Thomas Corrigan, whom I had never met and knew only through the evidence of a headstone and a kept room, and the particular quality of his wife's voice when she said his name. I thought about what kind of man he had been. He had been a man whose wife had chosen, without anguish and without hesitation, to keep his body in their home for 4 months, so that his son could come home and say what he needed to say. That was a specific and legible kind of information. It told me he had been a man worth waiting for. It told me the love in that house had been of the order that does not accept a schedule imposed from outside itself. I sat with this, and then because this is what happened and I am committed to accuracy, I spoke. I did not plan to. I did not rehearse it. I was sitting in the chair with the untouched tea going cool in my hands, and the morning was coming in through the window, and the lamp was burning in its corner. And what came out of me was not addressed to Thomas Corrigan, but was spoken in his room and in his presence, and that felt, in the moment, like precisely the right set of conditions. I told my mother that she was right. I said it plainly, the way you say something that has been true for a long time and that you have simply not said yet. I told her that she had been right about the work, and right about who I was, and right about the things I was capable of, that I had not yet given myself permission to attempt. I told her that I had not moved her chair, and that I did not think I was going to move it yet, and that I had decided to stop treating that as a problem requiring a solution. I told her that I missed her with a constancy and a completeness that I had not been able to say to anyone, including my therapist, including my sister, because saying it felt like it would take up all the available air in whatever room I was in, and leave nothing for the ordinary business of living. I said it in Thomas Corrigan's keeping room, and it did not take up all the air. The room received it the way the room received everything, with the steady, patient capacity of a space that has been prepared for exactly this purpose, and has been holding it open for anyone who needed to arrive. I am not going to tell you what I felt in the minutes after that, because what I felt does not have a clean translation into language, and the translation I could offer would not be accurate enough to be worth the attempt. I will tell you instead what I noticed, which is a better and more honest category of information. I noticed that the warmth of the room was not coming from the lamp. I noticed that my hands had stopped gripping the cup and were resting around it instead. The difference between holding on and simply holding. I noticed that the photograph on the surface of the coffin, which I had not been able to read from the doorway on the rainy evening, was visible from where I sat. A man and a woman on what appeared to be a veranda. The man's hand on the railing. The woman turned slightly toward him. The photograph taken in the particular flat light of a summer afternoon. Margaret was younger in it by 30 years at least, and the man beside her was unremarkable in every detail except the quality of his attention, which was directed entirely and without reservation toward the woman turning toward him, and which was legible across the distance of 11 years and across the specific distance between the photograph and where I sat. I looked at that photograph for a long time. Then I looked at the window, the yard, the ridgeline assembling its gold in the morning light, and I thought about nothing at all, which is a thing I had not been able to do in 8 months. And the nothing was not empty, but was the specific full nothing of a mind that has put something down and has not yet picked anything else up, which is its own kind of rare and necessary condition. I do not know how long I sat there. At some point, the tea was cold, and I became aware of the ordinary sounds of the house. The bench in the kitchen, water running briefly, the particular sound of a kettle beginning its work, the sounds of Margaret's morning, unhurried and specific, the rhythm of a woman in her own house doing what she does each day with the ease of long practice. I rose from the chair and I smoothed the cushion where I'd been sitting, not because it needed smoothing, but because it felt like the right gesture, an acknowledgement of the room and what it held, and what it had offered me during the time I had been inside it. At the door I stopped. I did not turn around. I did not say anything further. I simply stopped for a moment in the doorway, my hand resting on the doorframe, and felt the warmth of the room against my back. Then I walked down the hall to the kitchen, and Margaret looked up from the bench and looked at me with the full attention she brought to everything, and what she saw in my face she did not name or describe, but simply received the way she received most things, with the plain and steady capacity of a woman who has been practicing presence for a very long time. She poured me a fresh cup of tea without asking. I sat at the table and held it with both hands, and outside the window, the valley was fully morning now, the ridgeline clear, the dry grass catching the early light in all that specific gold, and the river below the town running low and steady over its pale stone bed, making and remaking its one sound, and the cattle dog from across the street was visible at the far end of the yard, sitting at the fence with its ears up, attending to something in the middle distance that required its full and patient concentration. I thought about calling my sister, not later, not eventually. I thought about calling her now, this morning, when I had something real to say instead of the carefully managed nothing I had been offering her for 8 months. I thought about what her voice would sound like. I thought about what I would tell her, and what I would not tell her, and the line between those two things felt for the first time like a line I had drawn with intention, rather than a line drawn by the limits of what I could manage. I wrapped both hands around the cup. The room at the end of the hall held its warmth and its watch, in the quiet of the house behind me, patient as it had always been, as it would continue to be, doing what it had been built, intended, and kept to do. That afternoon, for the first time since arriving at Corrigan's Rest, I opened my laptop and began to write, not the pyramid report, not the field notes, but this account, starting from the beginning, starting from the drive down into the valley, starting from the first smell of the air and the lean in the veranda railing, because some things need to be written from their beginning in order to be understood at their end. I left Sofala on the 7th morning, not because I had finished. I am not sure finish is the right word for what happens at the end of a stay in a place that has changed something in you, but because the 7th morning arrived with the quality of a completed thing, the way certain pieces of music arrive at their final note, not with a flourish but with the simple inevitability of a resolution that was always going to be this chord and no other. Margaret made breakfast, eggs again, and toast, and the grainy mustard that I come to associate with her kitchen and the specific way that certain smells become attached to certain periods of your life and remain there permanently, retrievable whole and immediate years later by a jar on a supermarket shelf or a breakfast plate in a different city. We ate without talking very much, which was comfortable in the way that silence between people who have said the necessary things is always comfortable. I had called my sister on the 5th evening, from the veranda of Corrigan's Rest, with the hard blue sky going dark above the ridgeline and the first stars becoming visible over the eastern hills. Her name is Diane, and she is 3 years younger than me. And she had been waiting for 8 months for me to call in a way that did not sound like I was managing her. I could hear the difference in her voice the moment she understood that this call was different. We talked for an hour and a quarter. I told her about the valley and the river and the stable with its original tack on its original hooks. I told her about Margaret and about the keeping room, the full account of it, and she was quiet in the way that Diane is quiet when she is receiving something that requires her full attention rather than a response. At the end she said, "I have not moved her reading glasses." They were still on the table beside the couch in Diane's flat, where my mother had left them on her last visit, some weeks before she died. Diane had been treating this, she told me, the same way I have been treating the chair, as evidence of something that needed to be corrected, a failure of forward motion, a symptom requiring management. We did not say much after that. We did not need to. On the 6th morning I had finished the first draft of this account, all of it up to that point, written in the plain documentary style I use for professional work, because it was the only style I trusted to carry the weight of what I was trying to describe without either inflating or diminishing it. I read it back and changed very little. The facts were the facts. My experience of them was my experience. The account did not need decoration. That morning I also completed 12 pages of field notes for the Pierman warehouse. Organized, precise, structured for the report I would write in Sydney. I had been afraid, somewhere underneath everything else, that the distance from the work would make it harder to return to. I found instead that what I had done in Thomas Corrigan's keeping room, the putting down of a thing I had been carrying, had freed up something in my attention that the work required, and that grief had been quietly consuming for 8 months. I wrote the 12 pages in 3 hours, and they were the best field notes I had produced in over a year. Now on the 7th morning, I washed my cup and put it on the rack and carried my bag to the front door and went back through the house one last time. I stood in the hallway. The door at the end was closed, fully closed. The first time I had seen it so since that second evening when Margaret had left it open for me. I stood and looked at it, and felt the house around me, and the quality of its attention, the accumulated warmth of it, and I thought about what Margaret had said about the period of passage, that it requires the continued presence of those who love the deceased, and that the love holds the passage open until it is complete. I thought about what complete might mean, whether it ever meant finished, or whether it meant something more like settled. The way a building settles, not collapsing, but finding, over time, its true relationship with the ground beneath it. I walked back down the hall to the front of the house. Margaret was waiting on the veranda, and she had something in her hand, a small object which she held out to me when I came through the door and set my bag down. I took it and looked at it, a piece of statice, a single stem, dried and intact, with the tiny flowers still holding their shape as though freshly cut, bound at the base with a short length of red thread. The thread is from Iris Darby's practice, she said. Red, specifically because it is the color of continued life. You tie it at the base, and the binding keeps the stem together through the drying, and then you leave the thread because removing it would undo something. She paused. Iris said the thread was the part of the living that you tie to the part of the dead, and the knot is the point where one does not end and the other begin, but where they simply continue alongside each other. I held the stem carefully, the way you hold something small that is more fragile than it looks. Put it somewhere you can see it, she said, not as a memorial, not as decoration, simply as a reminder that the alongside is the natural condition, and that you are practicing it correctly, and that you do not need to be finished. I put the stem in the breast pocket of my jacket, where it would not be crushed. We stood on the veranda in the early morning, and the valley was assembling its day in the way it always did. The ridgeline going gold, the river audible below the town, the magpie calling from somewhere down near the water. The cattle dog from across the street was at its post on the veranda opposite, ears up, watching the middle distance. "I will come back," I said. "I know," she said. I drove out of the valley the way I had driven in, on the road that climbs from the Turon River up through the narrowing valley and back onto the plateau. and I watched the ridgelines close behind me in the rearview mirror until the road curved and the valley was gone, and the wide flat gold of the tablelands opened ahead of me, and I drove through it with the stem of status in my breast pocket, and the morning light coming in level and clear through the windscreen. The drive back to Sydney took 9 hours. I stopped once at a servo outside Lithgow for petrol and a paper cup of coffee that was far too hot and almost good. I stood beside the car in the thin plateau wind and drank it carefully and looked at the ranges falling away to the east and thought about Diane and her reading glasses and the specific quality of the bass silence we had arrived at together on the phone 2 evenings before. I reached the apartment in the late afternoon. The chair was exactly where I had left it, by the kitchen window. Its particular lean, its particular cushion. The view through the window was exactly what it had always been. The back fence, and past at the neighbor's peppercorn tree, and the sky above the rooftops going the amber of late afternoon. The point past the fence where my mother's eyes had been resting when I had found her, which I had spent 8 months trying and failing to locate, was simply the middle distance, lit now by the specific amber of this hour, and I stood in the kitchen and looked at it and felt the chair beside me and said, quietly and plainly, into the apartment's held quiet, "I see you. I am recording that you were here." I set the stem of status on the nightstand beside my bed. In a small glass I filled with a little water before remembering that dried flowers do not require water. And then I left the water anyway because the gesture felt right and the room was better for it. That night, for the first time in 8 months, I slept from dark until morning without waking once. In the morning I called Diane and told her about the status and the red thread, and she was quiet for a long time. And then she said she was going to leave the reading glasses exactly where they were, and I said yes. And we stayed on the line together without speaking for a while, which was its own kind of keeping. 14 months had passed since I drove out of the Turon River Valley with a stem of dried status in my breast pocket and the morning light coming level through the windscreen. I want to tell you what that time has looked like, not in its large movements, but in its small ones, because the small ones are where the real change lives and the large ones are mostly just the small ones accumulated into something you can point to from a distance. The Pyramid Warehouse report was submitted 3 weeks after I returned to Sydney. It was the most complete documentation I had produced in 5 years of professional practice, not because I had tried harder than usual, but because I had been fully present to the work in a way that the preceding 8 months had made impossible. My supervisor read it and said, in the particular understated way of someone who does not give compliments easily, that it was very thorough. I accepted this with the specific satisfaction of a person who knows the difference between a compliment that is being managed and one that is being meant. I did not move my mother's chair. I want to be precise about this because I think the precision matters. I did not move the chair as an act of preservation or refusal or defiance. I did not move it as a monument. I moved around it in the way you move around a piece of furniture that belongs in a room, accommodating it, incorporating it, allowing it to continue its existence in space without treating that existence as either a problem or a shrine. The chair is part of the apartment. My mother was part of the apartment. Those two facts are not separate. Diane came to Sydney in September, 2 months after I returned from Sofala. She brought the reading glasses, not to give them to me and not to discuss them. She simply brought them in her bag, the way you bring a thing that you are not yet ready to leave behind, but that you are also not going to leave on the table forever. We sat in the kitchen and drank tea and talked about our mother in the specific, textured way we had not been able to talk about her since she died. Not the managed way, not the careful way, but the way you talk about someone who is still present in the conversation, because the love has not stopped, and you have finally given yourself permission to speak from inside it, rather than from a careful distance above it. Diane looked at the chair for a long time while we talked. Before she left, she placed the reading glasses on the arm of it, gently, without comment, and we both looked at them there, and neither of us said anything, and neither of us needed to. She has left them there each time she has visited since. The account I began writing on the 6th morning of my stay in Sofala. on my laptop at the desk in the room overlooking the creek. I continued writing in Sydney across the weeks and months that followed, not every day, not as a discipline or a practice, as a return. The way you return to something that is not finished, and that will tell you when it is finished if you do not try to rush it. I would open the document and add to it and close it again, and sometimes weeks would pass before I returned. The writing changed quality across those months, in a way I recognized from the way grief itself changes quality. Not diminishing, exactly, but shifting from acute to something more chronic, and chronic in the way that word originally meant, from the Greek meaning simply of time, belonging to time, carried in time rather than existing outside it. I kept researching. The word jury, mourning traditions that Margaret had described in plain language on the veranda that morning sent me, in the weeks after my return, into the records, historical accounts, anthropological documentation, the particular careful scholarship of researchers who have worked alongside Wiradjuri community members to record what can be recorded and to acknowledge what cannot. What I found confirmed and deepened what she had told me, and also reminded me, with the clarity that direct archival research always provides, of the distance between a living tradition and its documentation, between the thing itself and the words that attempt to hold it. I thought often about Iris Darby, the practical woman who had kept 3 children and who had said the 4 months were the most important of her life. I looked for her in the historical records of the Central Tablelands and found her. A single mention in the 1920s Pastoral Gazette, a land transfer, a name, Iris Mabel Darby, of Sofala, nothing more. The records do not preserve what they cannot see, which is everything that matters most. The practices, the knowledge, the red thread. I wrote to Margaret in October, a real letter on paper, because she had not offered me an email address, and I had not asked for one, and because a letter felt like the appropriate form, something with weight, something that required a decision at both ends. I told her about the warehouse report and about Diane's visit and about the reading glasses on the arm of the chair. I told her that I was still writing the account and that it was taking longer than I had expected, which she would understand. She wrote back in November, in the plain upright hand I recognized from her kitchen note. She told me that Daniel had come home for Thomas's anniversary in June, as he did every year, and that it had been a good visit. She told me that old Pat Canning had retired from his work with the families in the valley, and that a younger man, someone from the Bathurst area, had taken on the knowledge and the relationships. She told me that the lemon tree had produced unexpectedly well in the late summer, and that she had more preserved lemon than she knew what to do with. And this detail, the preserved lemon, the abundance of it, the slight humor in the way she reported it, reached me in the Sydney apartment on a gray August morning and made me feel the valley, briefly and completely, as though the distance between here and there was a thing that letters could temporarily suspend. She ended the letter with one line that I have returned to many times in the months since. She wrote, "The long sigh continues," which means the practice is working. I taped that line to the wall above my desk where it remains. The status stem on the nightstand has held its shape through all 14 months. I told you, dried flowers keep for years, for decades if properly pressed. The tiny purple-brown flowers have not dropped. The stem has not brittled past the point of integrity. The red thread at its base holds exactly as it held on the morning Margaret placed it in my hand on the veranda in the early light. I look at it most mornings when I wake. The looking is not grief work, or it is not only grief work. It is closer to what I do in old buildings. The act of attending, of noting the persistence of a thing, of bearing witness to the fact that something is still here, still holding its form, still doing the work it was made to do. My mother knew what she was talking about. That is the sentence I have been arriving at across 14 months of small mornings and quiet evenings, in the ordinary, accumulating evidence of a life that is continuing. She was right about the work. She was right about who I was. She was right about the things I had not yet given myself permission to attempt. And in the months since Sofala, I have begun attempting some of them. slowly, without the pressure of a schedule, in the way that feels like beginning rather than correction. I'm going back to the valley next month. Not because anything is unfinished there. That is not the reason. I'm going back because Margaret invited me, and because the invitation felt like the right kind of thing to say yes to. And because there are buildings in the upper tablelands I've been wanting to document for 2 years, and have not yet had a reason that felt sufficient to make the drive. I have a reason now. I wrote the title of this account 3 weeks ago, on a Tuesday morning, sitting at the desk in the apartment with the gray Sydney winter light coming in flat through the window, and the chair visible in the kitchen from where I sat, and the stem of status on the nightstand, and 14 months of the alongside accumulated quietly in the rooms around me. The title arrived the way the right words always arrive, not chosen but recognized, already present, simply waiting for me to be ready to see them. The keeping room. I closed the laptop after I wrote it, and sat for a while in the quiet of the apartment. And outside the window, the peppercorn tree in the neighbor's yard moved slightly in the winter wind, and the light on the back fence was the particular amber of that hour. And the point past the fence was simply the middle distance, as it always is, as it always has been, lit and patient, and available. Tomorrow, I will read the account from the beginning, all of it, and make the final changes, and it will be ready. Not finished in the sense of closed, but ready in the sense of complete enough to be given, which is, I have come to understand, the only kind of finished that any true account of grief can honestly claim. I drove back into the Turon River Valley on a Thursday morning in late autumn, 13 months after I had driven out of it. The road down from the plateau was the same road. The narrowing, the descent, the moment when the tablelands release you and the valley receives you, and the world changes quality all at once. The ridge lines coming in close, the light going amber, in particular, the river appearing below as a thin thread of movement in all that dry stillness. I had thought, driving down, that it might feel different the second time, that the surprise of the valley's particular atmosphere was a thing that only worked once, the way certain pieces of music only devastate you the first time and then become familiar. I was wrong about that. The valley received me exactly as it had before, with the same quality of attention, the same amber enclosure, the same sound of the river becoming audible, just before the town appeared, and I felt, in the same moment the town came into view. The corrugated iron, the timber, the wide verandas, the church at the far end of the street with its small iron fence, the thing I had felt the first time, which was not quite peace and not quite recognition, but the particular sensation of arriving somewhere that was expecting you. I had left Sydney before dawn. I had stopped once at the same servo outside Lithgow where I had stopped the previous year, and I had stood in the same thin plateau wind with a paper cup of coffee, and looked at the same ranges falling away to the east, and the repetition of it, the deliberate return to the same point, had felt like the right way to mark the difference between the two journeys. You were not the same person twice at the same servo. The coffee was the same. The wind was the same. I was not. Margaret was on the veranda when I pulled up, which I had expected. She watched me come up the path with the same measuring attention she always brought to arrivals, and when I reached the steps, she looked at me for a long moment with the full and level regard of a woman who is reading something she has been waiting to read. "You finished it," she said. "I finished it," I said. She nodded once, satisfied, and went inside, and I followed her into the kitchen, and the kitchen was exactly what it always was. The bench, the kettle, the window giving onto the yard and the ridgeline beyond it. The smell of the house around everything, that specific warmth of long occupation and sustained attention. Over tea, I told her about the account, not the contents, which she knew from my letters and from what she had witnessed directly, but the fact of its completion, what it had felt like to read it through from the beginning on that gray Sydney morning, and to understand that it had arrived at the place it was always going to arrive at, and that the arriving was genuine and not forced. She listened without interrupting, which was her way. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment, and then she said, And your mother? Still in the apartment, I said. The chair, the quality of the light at that hour. All of it. Good, she said, in the tone she used for things that were simply and factually good, without embellishment. The reading glasses, I said, are still on the arm of the chair. Diane put them there in September and we have not discussed moving them. Good, she said again. After breakfast, she walked with me to the cemetery. We went in the cool of the morning, the two of us on the gravel road through the quiet town, the cattle dog appearing from somewhere to fall into step beside us with the easy familiarity of an animal that considers this walk part of its own routine. The morning was the clear, dry cold of an Australian autumn, not the aggressive cold of altitude, but the considered cold of a valley that has let go of its summer heat gradually and without drama, the way things release here, at their own pace and in their own time. The cemetery gate stood open at its familiar right angle. I had brought Status from the garden, cut that morning before breakfast, 2 stems bound at the base with a length of red thread that Margaret had given me the previous evening without explanation, trusting me to understand what it was for. I had tied the knot myself, the simple knot, and it had held. I crouched at Thomas Corrigan's headstone and placed the stems beside the ones already there, which were dried from a previous visit and still intact, still holding their shape. The red thread at their base exactly as it had been tied. I stayed crouched for a moment. I was not speaking this time. I had said what I needed to say in the keeping room 14 months ago, and it had been received, and the receipt of it had changed the quality of the time that followed in the specific ways that true speech changes things, not by removing the weight, but by redistributing it into something that the body can carry differently. There was nothing more to say to Thomas Corrigan. There was only the acknowledgement of what his room had given me, which I offered not in words, but in the act of being there, in the returned presence of someone who had been changed by the encounter, and would come back to mark that change at its source. I stood up. Margaret was standing a few feet away, looking not at her husband's headstone, but at the box tree at the far end of the cemetery, which was enormous and old, and had lifted the paving stones around its base with the patient, irresistible work of a root system that has been operating on its own schedule for longer than anyone alive can account for. She was looking at it with the appreciation of someone who respects the long view. We stood in the cemetery for a while without speaking, and the cattle dog sat between us with its ears up, and the morning held all of it. The 2 women, the dog, the old tree, the graves with their fresh and dried flowers, the valley closing in on every side with its dry gold ridgelines and its amber light. Then Margaret said, without turning from the tree, "Daniel is coming home in December." "For the anniversary?" I asked. "And to stay," she said. "He has found work in Bathurst. He will be 40 minutes away." She paused. "He is ready to be closer." I looked at the headstone with its bundle of status and its red thread, and thought about what ready means, and when it arrives, and how you know it when it does. I thought about the alongside the word Margaret had used in her letter, the concept I had been trying to understand, not as idea but as practice across 14 months of ordinary mornings. The alongside is not a resolution. It is not a conclusion. It is the condition you arrive at when you have stopped asking grief to become something other than what it is, and have begun instead to simply carry it with you into the days, the way you carry anything that matters, not lightly but willingly. We walked back through the town. I looked at the house with the open gate, which still stood open at its precise right angle, and this time I looked at it directly and held the looking. The house was the same as it had always been, gray with dust, the garden returning to its own decisions, the upper window with its shadow that I had declined to examine on my first visit. I looked at it now, and felt nothing threatening in it, only the familiar quality of a space that is between one kind of use and another, neither abandoned nor yet arrived at what it will become. A house in passage, patient with the process. At the veranda of Corrigan's Rest, I stopped and turned to face the valley, the ridgelines in late morning light, the street with its iron and timber, the river below, inaudible from here, but present. You knew it was there from the quality of the air, the slight moisture in it, the way it carried the smell of water and stone even at this distance, the mountains above and behind everything, holding the valley in their own kind of keeping. I had one more thing to do. I took the account from my bag, printed, all of it, on plain paper, held together with a binder clip, because I am a person who still prints things I consider important, which my mother always said was a waste of paper, and which I am no longer going to apologize for. I held it out to Margaret. She took it and looked at the first page and then looked at me. "You do not have to read it," I said. "I wanted you to have it. As a record, as something that says in plain language that what you keep in this house or what you practice in this valley is real, and it is useful, and it changed something in a person who arrived here, not knowing she needed to be changed." Margaret held the account in both hands and looked at it for a long moment with the full attention she brought to everything, and then she looked up at me, and what was in her face was not sentiment and not performance, but the plain, steady expression of a woman who has been doing necessary work for a long time and has received, in this moment, a piece of evidence that the work has traveled further than the valley. She tucked the account under her arm. "Come inside," she said. "I have more preserved lemon than I know what to do with." I followed her in. The house received me as it always had. The warmth of it, the occupation of it, the specific quality of a space where the living and the dead have been sharing the air for long enough that the sharing has become the nature of the place, rather than a condition of it. The hall was quiet. The door at its end was closed, as it had been on the morning I left, and behind it the lamp would be burning with the patience of something that is never needed to be told why it was lit. I walked past it without stopping. I did not need to stop. I carried what the room had given me in the same pocket where I had carried the status stem on the drive back to Sydney 14 months ago. Not as object, but as the thing objects stand in for, which is the knowledge that some kinds of love do not end at the boundary that death appears to draw, but continue past it, alongside it, in the daily and ordinary and faithful practice of people who have decided, without drama and without apology, that the ones they have lost are still worth the attention. The kitchen was warm and bright. The kettle was already on,